Introduction of a Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution, organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Introduction. Looking back over an eventful 30 years to the time when Underwriters Laboratories consisted of one table, two chairs, and a few dollars worth of simple electrical testing machines, it can be said that there was no suspicion in the mind of the one engineer who constituted the force that the institution would ever develop to anything like its present scope. Instead of this, he merely was conscious of the task then in hand and was determined to make the required tests with all possible care, in a spirit of perfect fairness, and to express no opinion which was not first reviewed by competent field engineers working in separate territories. Thus the work started not with a dream, but with a purpose, which usually is the safest basis for a start. Ever since that first day, this purpose has been steadily maintained, which is, I believe, the principal reason for all subsequent growth. For this reason, too, the growth of the institution has been solid. If our work has expanded, it has been because of the expanding requirements of fields in which we are active. No new departments have been created, and no new equipment has been added until the need for them has become clearly apparent. We have been too busy dealing with the practical problems of the present to spend much time in speculating about the future. Of late years, however, there have been increasing indications that the work of Underwriters Laboratories is coming to be regarded as having a significance far beyond anything that could originally have been believed, a significance that undoubtedly applies more to the future than to the past. At the present time, Underwriters Laboratories has grown into remarkably wide and diverse relationships. Its connections run to many industries and to thousands of plants, as well as to many underwriting and technical organizations. It has been interesting to note the fundamental basis of common interest that exists among all these as regards our investigations, and to realize that their interests and our interests are firmly bound up with the still larger interests of the general public. In the last analysis, it is the general public which is served by every activity of the institution. Underwriters Laboratories has been developed through the zeal and abilities of many devoted men. A few of these have passed on, but most of them, I am glad to say, are still with us. The spirit of rare harmony and enthusiasm which has prevailed has made it possible to consider the institution not as an assemblage of men and equipment, but as a distinct organism which has grown up out of the ideals of the many who have built their lives into its activities. Its purpose has never been commercial, and the men who have contributed so freely of their best have lacked the incentives of purely personal ambition. With self-effacing devotion, they have performed tasks, the effect of which on public welfare is now seen to be incalculable. Anyone who comes in contact with the real spirit of the institution will, I think, be impressed with the fact that it exists for service, not profit. The author of this book has been given every opportunity to make a study of the work of Underwriters Laboratories in order that he might convey an idea of its extent, diversity, and significance, in so far as this is possible in a single volume. This is a story that never has been told, and I cannot doubt that a general understanding of our work will have a marked and helpful bearing on the development of its largest usefulness. W. H. Merrill, President, Underwriters Laboratories, Incorporated. End of introduction.
Chapter 1 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Humanity and Hazard. If humanity had been content to leave things as it found them, men still would be naked savages, few in numbers, and exposed to the usual hazards of nature, such as storms, food shortage, and the attacks of wild beasts. Old age as we know it would be rare and violent deaths the rule. This is the situation today as regards a large part of the animal kingdom. For many thousands of years, it must have been the only condition of life known to our early ancestors. But of course, these very earliest types are hardly to be considered men. They were really a kind of pre-human animal. Man was not man until he began to meddle, or, in other words, to seek to change the conditions that he found about him. The chief motive for this activity was self-preservation, that is to say, the desire to escape from hazard. For ages, its results were crude and bungling: rough shelters to protect from storms, skin clothing to resist the cold, primitive weapons for defense, and also for use in hunting. In each case, at the start, these things must have been more or less accidental discoveries, but they worked after a fashion, and there was something in the man brain that recognized their advantages and sought to improve them. Thus was established the principle of meddling with nature, or of experimenting as we like to call it. Out of it grew science and civilization. Although in time, civilization came to take account of many other things, hazard has remained always one of its largest concerns. The great human warfare against hazard is a remarkable story of changing conditions, of conditions that change slowly at first, but later with an ever-increasing speed. Today, we realize that much progress has been made. Violent deaths are now the exception. We are able to protect ourselves from storms. Wild beasts are virtually conquered. The defense from cold has reached a point where men can face the rigors of a polar winter. The race has learned to produce food in quantity and to store it against a time of shortage. And, as a practical result, millions now live in some degree of comfort, where once there were only scattered groups all engaged in a day-by-day struggle for existence. This is one side of the picture, but the picture has another side that is less reassuring. We have exchanged the few natural hazards of our early ancestors for a bewildering number of artificial dangers that have grown up with the progress of civilization. Everything today is on a vastly greater scale. Man-made towns are swept by conflagrations, springing from man-caused fires. Man-made buildings collapse and bury scores. Man-made ships sink at sea, and man-made trains crash in collision. Man's faithful servants, fire, steam, electricity, and the processes of chemistry, which he has called forth from the realm of nature, frequently escape their bounds and work habit. As the result of thousands of years of meddling with nature, man has thus exchanged the old natural world for a new and artificial world of tremendous potentialities and unnumbered perils. Thus, new and complex hazards are byproducts of science. If man is now surrounded by such a diversity of dangers, it is needless to state that these have not been sought but have arisen unsought and sometimes unrecognized in the course of efforts to improve conditions of human life. The history of science is one of splendid achievement. It is inspiring to realize that a two-legged animal with no natural tools but his 10 fingers has been able to equip himself with powers that surpass in almost every respect those formerly imputed to gods and wizards. A man in a powerhouse throws a switch in a dark street miles away, flashes instantly into brightness. An aviator springs into the air and clear across the Atlantic from Newfoundland to Ireland in a single day. The president delivers an oration in Arlington, Virginia, and every word, every inflection is heard with the utmost distinctness by thousands in New York and in San Francisco. An audience in comfortable theater chairs climbs the peaks of the Andes penetrates the jungles of Borneo, or summons the world's most famous men to appear on the screen for its inspection. The astronomer with his spectroscope is able to detect the composition of stars so distant that their light must travel for hundreds of years in order to reach us. The eye of the eagle and of the fly are so far surpassed by the telescope and the microscope that comparison is absurd. The engineer turns deserts into farms and orchards, or opens a channel for ocean shipping through a range of mountains. The synthetic chemist improves on the materials of nature in more than one important instance. In agriculture, commerce, industry, and daily life, the story is similar. Everyone is better fed, better housed, and better dressed through the results of scientific research. Quantity production now places within the reach of the poor such privileges that could not have been attained by the rich of a generation ago. The inventive skill that applies the discoveries of science to human service is doubtless more active at present than in any previous time. At any moment, many thousands of men are deeply engrossed with models, at drawing boards, or in laboratories seeking to perfect their devices and processes. An increasing stream of patents flows from the patent office. Great as have been the changes of the past few decades, those of the coming generation bid fair to surpass them. The process of change appears to be steadily increasing its speed. We have paid willing tribute to the magnificent achievements of science because the following pages must concern themselves more particularly with their attendant hazards. In so doing, we shall strive to sense something of the complexity of these hazards and their tremendous cost in life and property. We shall examine also the work of a remarkable institution that employs science to limit the destructiveness of science and to render her service to the race the subject of less apprehension. We have already spoken of the man in the powerhouse with his potent switch. He is merely one of that great army of electrical operatives who have come into being because, in 1831, a scientist named Faraday inaugurated the age of electricity by his discovery of the principle upon which the dynamo was based. But Faraday probably had no suspicion that his interesting laboratory experiments were to make it possible for a man to bring so incalculable a force into his daily service. There is no need to catalog the variety, extent, and value of modern uses of electricity. They are too much a matter of our everyday life. But occasionally we feel the paralysis that falls upon a community when its electrical service is interrupted. Indispensable as it is, however, the widening use of electricity has carried widening hazard. Each year, its toll of life and property is formidable. Safeguarding and protective methods are being made the subjects of constant study both inside and outside of the industry, as we shall later have occasion to note. Theoretically, it should be possible to free the use of electricity from hazard. Practically, such an achievement seems to be far distant. This is the age of other wonders besides electricity, gasoline, for example. Humanity called for an illuminant to replace the fast disappearing whale oil of 2 or 3 generations ago. Science found this illuminant in the newly discovered petroleum deposits of Pennsylvania after it had been learned how to free the oil from certain byproducts. One of these was a volatile fluid that seemed to have no special value except for cleaning, until inventors realized that its dangerous explosive power could be used to drive machinery. Soon, gasoline came into the daily use of millions of people. Thereupon, along with service, it brought a universal hazard of which our fathers knew nothing. It also has exacted a mounting toll of life and property. There is a similar story to tell with regard to many other of the splendid, dangerous gifts of science. No sooner have we seized upon some new facility than we are likely to learn that nature may exact a serious price for its use. One evidence of this is found in fire losses, which, in the United States, increased more than 1,000% between 1865 and 1922, while the population increased but 200%. A study of fire causes shows that a large part of that loss can be traced to comparatively new devices and processes. The marked increase in loss of life and in bodily injury through accident is another result of material progress. Such things are inevitable, but they are not necessary, which is merely a paradoxical way of stating that our swiftly developing civilization thinks more of using than of safeguarding. They are inevitable only so long as his state of mind holds control. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. A new note of precaution. The eager search for new powers and new tools still is dominant, but rather recently, there has begun to be sounded a new note of precaution. Slowly, it is coming to be realized that material progress, like other things, is subject to the laws of economics and must not be purchased at too high a price. Conservation, therefore, is engaging an increasing amount of attention. It is already finding expression in many ways. Among the most inspiring stories of the last few years are those that deal with great movements for conservation, such as those for checking epidemics, utilizing waste, conserving the forests, limiting floods, preventing accidents, and, in particular, that for combating the enormous losses from fire. Fire prevention on any important scale is practically of the present century. For ages, fire was regarded as a thing to be fought, not prevented, and attention was concentrated upon the training and equipping of fire departments, which in America, with their constant opportunities for service, became famous for speed, skill, and daring. Figuratively speaking, the American fire alarm never is silent. 1,500 fires each day means an average of more than one for every minute, night and day, 365 days in the year. When losses reach a yearly total of nearly $500 million in absolute destruction, as has been the case, and when to this is added the distressing loss of thousands of human lives, it can be seen that even the efforts of the best trained and best equipped firefighters are not sufficient. It becomes imperative that an effort to be made to limit the number of fires, to fight them before they break out. Such considerations led at last to the inception of a movement that is among the most remarkable of the present generation, the Great Campaign of Fire Prevention. Originally promoted chiefly by the fire insurance interests, it soon grew into a nationwide cooperation of individuals and organizations working by many methods, but to a common end. This is not the place to trace the history of this movement, but a few of its achievements may be told. Today, in a number of states, all public schools are required by law to teach the rudiments of fire prevention to their pupils. Fire Prevention Day, October 9th, proclaimed by the President of the United States and by the governors of the various states, is observed with appropriate exercises of public instruction in thousands of communities. Building codes are being made increasingly rigorous. Standards for electrical and other forms of installation have been worked out in great detail and widely promulgated. Manufacturers are finding a growing market for safety appliances, and the popular mind is becoming responsive as never before to the thought of protection from fire hazard. This is indicated by the large amount of attention now being devoted to the subject in newspapers and magazines and in meetings of business and civil organizations. Many do not yet realize that fire prevention was officially enlisted in the service of the government during the World War, and that it played an important role in many departments. All government properties engaged in war work were inspected and safeguarded by fire prevention engineers, and all new construction made large use of inspected materials and supplies. This was true in the case of camps, warehouses, navy yards, shipyards, terminals, docks, and all other centers of war activity where interruption by fire might have interfered with military efficiency. It was true also in the case of thousands of privately owned plants engaged upon government contracts. In all these cases, hazards were noted and suggestions made for their correction. Such efforts met with general success. When one considers the high pressure of war production and transportation with congested space, hastily improvised facilities, inexperienced operatives, and the large handling of inflammables and explosives, the small proportion of fires is noteworthy. Among the privately owned plants, however, the recommendations of the fire prevention engineers occasionally were neglected, sometimes with disastrous results. In one case, for example, the proprietors of an ammunition plant disregarded the safety instructions, and the resulting fire and explosion destroyed millions of dollars worth of munitions. Such exceptions merely prove the rule. People who read the statistics of American fire loss often ask, after all, does fire prevention prevent? The answer of the war is unmistakable. Fire prevention does prevent when it is given a chance. We are justified in regarding this whole question as the conflict of two contending forces. Lined up on one hand are the vast combustibility of our millions of frame buildings and our square miles of wooden shingles, the national carelessness of an optimistic, progressive people impatient of detail, the rapid growth of congested city life with its attendant fire hazard, the universal employment of electricity, gasoline, and other modern utilities, the enormous increase in the use of cigarettes, and sundry other elements, including the evil torch of incendiarism. Against these are arrayed the various factors of education, legislation, and enforcement already indicated and recently summoned into combat the mighty and resourceful hand of science. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. The physical side of fire prevention. From the foregoing summary, it will be seen that fire prevention is a twofold problem involving both psychological and physical factors. The first of these deals with human ignorance and carelessness. It lies generally outside the province of this book. The second concerns the environment of people, the buildings in which they live and work, the tools they use, and the forces they employ. It also is capable of subdivision into two parts, that is to say, fire causes and burnable conditions. A fire is born, then it tries to grow. There is a world of almost romantic interest hidden under each of these simple statements. Fire is such a living thing. It has such a universal fascination. It is so necessary to our daily lives, yet holds such possibilities of terror and destruction. Fire is inextricably a part of all human history. From the earliest ages, all tribes of man seem to have possessed the art of making fire, while no other kind of animal ever has acquired it. Some writers even classify man simply as the fire-making animal. What is fire? How is it caused? Fundamentally, Fire is the heat-like effect of chemical action. This means that when chemical action produces temperature that is sufficiently high to render luminous some of the solids or gases affected, we see what we call fire. Fire then involves chemical change, which is to say, the destruction of something, a liberation, or recombination of its elements and a high degree of heat in the process. Decay is a kind of slow fire. It involves chemical action and produces heat, as is shown by the warmth of rotting compost, but this heat is not sufficient to produce light. The oxygen that we draw into our lungs enters into chemical combination with certain elements in our body and gives us our bodily warmth. Both these occurrences differ from actual fire, chiefly in degree. Thus, fire is not only our familiar companion, but is, in a sense, closely related to our own life processes. One of the most interesting features of fire is the multiplicity of ways in which it is caused. The presence of infectious disease means that actual germs have been preserved and transmitted. With disease, there is an absolute continuity from the first case to the most recent one. Not so with fire. One moment, there is no fire, and the next moment it springs into being. A pile of oily rags lies quietly in a corner. There is neither spark nor match. Presently the rags begin to smoke, then suddenly burst into flames. In another book, the writer has had occasion to describe the latency of fire as follows. Fire possibilities exist on every hand. They are found in the most unthought of places. It is natural to associate fire hazard with a box of matches, but who would look for it in a glass of water? Yet potassium or sodium thrown into water burst at once into flames, while a few drops of water on gray, rock-like calcium carbide produce acetylene gas. Many fires have been caused by water. Fire is continually originating in the most unexpected ways. By the spark from an accidental hammer blow in a room containing gasoline fumes, even by the well-meant action of a hospital nurse in oiling the body of a live steam victim and covering him with blankets. In this case, spontaneous combustion cost the life of the patient. Invention is a constant hazard. New devices and processes are continually introducing elements of the greatest danger. The versatile but highly inflammable celluloid is a case in point. There is also a liqueur used in shoe manufacturing and known to the trade as dope. It is prepared from celluloid scrap, and its use in a wooden shed was the starting point of the $13 million Saline conflagration in 1914. The giant new industry of moving pictures was not generally supposed to be hazardous until disastrous fires and serious loss of life resulted from it. There is a well-recognized fire hazard in incubators, in curling irons, in raincoat manufacture, in various polishing, cleaning and sweeping compounds, and in countless other products and processes. With the daily use of fire for purposes of cooking, lighting, heating, commerce, industry, art, science, or pleasure, by almost every individual in every community, with sparks born by the winds from smokestacks and chimneys, with barns and houses burned by lightning, with the omnipresent commercial electricity, always ready to transform itself into fire through some defect in transmission, and with fire hazard lurking unseen in the incessant stream of devices emanating from the busy brains of our inventors, there can be small wonder that appalling destruction marks the pathway of man's most useful servant. Thus, intentionally or unintentionally, fires are constantly being caused. Next, they try to grow. The tiniest flame is ambitious to become a conflagration and will do so if it have the chance. It is a common saying among firefighters that the first 5 minutes at a fire are more important than the next 5 hours. Fanned by strong wind fires sometimes spread with such speed that people have been run down by flames in the open. The spread of fire is a question of combustible conditions. and these will be discussed in the following pages, notably in the chapter on building materials. However, one fact must not be overlooked in considering either cause or spread. At every phase of its existence, fire is subject to natural laws. There is nothing truly mysterious about it. It is a proper subject for scientific study. It is perfectly possible to learn all the ways in which fire may be caused, and so to learn how not to cause it. It also is practicable to determine the factors governing the spread of fire and to use this knowledge in preventing the spread. Thus, fire prevention and fire resistance on their physical side are strictly matters of applied science. It is for this reason that Underwriters Laboratories originally came into existence, although its work has now grown, naturally and logically, to include the fields of accident and burglary prevention, and automobile and aeronautic safety as well. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joe Murray. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. The genesis of Underwriters Laboratories. Like many other important influences of American life, Underwriters Laboratories was, in a way, an outgrowth of the World's Fair of 1893. This great exposition, which gave a pronounced impetus to American architecture, which opened the eyes of the public to the coming dominance of electricity, which exerted a profound influence on manufacture, transportation, mechanics, and art, and which, perhaps, first taught the American people to think in international terms, also furnished an opportunity for the germ of a protective idea to take root and begin to grow. In 1893, William H. Merrill came to Chicago to serve as an electrician of the Chicago Underwriters Association, his special task being that of solving some problems in connection with automatic fire alarm service in Chicago, and of inspecting the electrical installations at the World's Fair, which were altogether unprecedented in scope and importance. He brought with him the laboratory idea that was later to germinate. This he had suggested to the Boston Board of Fire Underwriters before coming to Chicago, but they had not felt warranted in authorizing its establishment. In Chicago, however, certain tests became necessary, and a small room was taken on the third floor of Fire Insurance Patrol Station No. 1 on Monroe Street. Here, above the horses of the Salvage Corps, were installed a bench, a table, some electrical measuring instruments, and a few chairs. The whole plant representing an investment of about $350. The staff consisted of Mr. Merrill, one helper, and a clerk. Thus began an activity which in 30 years has grown to embrace the services of 200 engineers and other inside employees, 250 outside inspectors, a plant containing 55,000 square feet of floor space in Chicago, and branch laboratories in New York and San Francisco, a Canadian organization under a Dominion charter, offices in 141 cities, and a connection in London. The original work, as already stated, was purely local, but the principle of growth was in the germ, and it soon was extended to embrace the territory of the Western Union, an insurance organization, not the historic telegraph company. It then assumed the name of the Underwriters Electrical Bureau and operated under auspices of both the Western Union and Chicago Board. It was not long before the quality of the work began to attract attention outside of its original territory. This together with the reports issued on electrical fires and the inauguration of model report blanks, so favorably impressed the National Board of Fire Underwriters that that body decided to make a small allowance to the Electrical Bureau, which thereupon became recognized as the Electrical Bureau of the National Board and operated on a somewhat increased scale. Then came a new impulse from an outside source that started development along a collateral line, as has been the case from time to time ever since. The story has often been told of the engineer who in 1892, while experimenting with an electrical furnace in a North Carolina town, failed to secure the results he sought, but found in the furnace, when it cooled, a dark, gray, brittle substance, then strange, but now well known as calcium carbide. The engineer threw the apparently useless stuff into a stream and was astonished to see the water bubble vigorously from the generation of gas. Thus was discovered the valuable gas acetylene, widely used today for illumination, welding, and other purposes. Its obvious utility quickly led to the manufacture of crude generators, which in turn showed a disconcerting tendency to explode and cause fires. Thereupon, insurance companies were forced to give them attention, and Mr. W.C. Robinson, then sprinkler inspector for the Chicago Underwriters Association, was detailed to study this new hazard, also under the auspices of the Union Committee. As this work required testing facilities, it seemed reasonable that the two lines of investigation be brought together and that the committee's work be extended to include the whole field of fire protection and fire prevention engineering. Presently, it developed that similar work on acetylene was being carried on in Boston and in Atlanta, and conflicting reports began to appear. Consolidation was again indicated, as the surgeon says, and the result was the formation of the Committee of Consulting Engineers of the National Board of Fire Underwriters and a concentration in Chicago of the testing work. This committee specialized in the hazards of heating and lighting, as electrical work had been nationalized by the formation of the Underwriters National Electric Association. Now had come the time for much larger quarters, and a 2-story brick building at 67 East 21st Street was selected. This building, which had served as a boys' school and gymnasium and seemed spacious beyond all dreams of future need, was outgrown within a decade. The next definite advance was in the connection with the National Fire Protection Association, which body formed a committee on devices and materials to work in the field of fire protection appliances. There ensued a gradual development of personnel, facilities, and range of operation. At no time was there any effort to grow, but rather a concentration on the quality of the service to be rendered. The result was inevitable, for the work won rapid recognition in electricity, acetylene, gasoline, and other hazards, and began also to be felt in the field of protective appliances, hand fire extinguishers, fire doors, and fire windows. One of the contributing factors to this growth was the lack of uniformity in the opinions of others who were supposed to be expert in some of these fields. When the judgments of authorities differed, it obviously was necessary that there be some court of last resort, such as could be found only in an adequate laboratory where tests could be made without previous bias and the results could be certified. Thus, the work progressed quietly and steadily. From time to time, as required, new apparatus was secured and additional engineers, specialists in various branches of the testing were drawn into the staff. By November 1901, the institution had outgrown the committee form of organization and was incorporated as Underwriters Laboratories, Inc., under the laws of Illinois, the state granting a charter, quote, to establish and maintain laboratories for the testing of appliances and to enter into contracts with the owners and manufacturers of such appliances respecting the recommendation thereof to insurance organizations." End quote. The National Board of Fire Underwriters had become so deeply convinced of the value to the insurance business of the work of Underwriters Laboratories that in 1903 it made a general appropriation for the purpose of building up the institution along broader lines. It now became possible to secure a site on East Ohio Street and to erect a really fireproof building as a home for the rapidly expanding activities, and incidentally as a demonstration to architects and contractors of the possibilities of safety construction. This building was enlarged by successive additions until extended over the entire 266 feet of property frontage and, in 1923, reached a total floor space of 55,000 square feet. Later, some idea will be given of the unique aggregation of testing facilities thus created. In 1906, there occurred another important extension of the laboratory's work. This was the inauguration of a label service for the purpose of certifying the results of this work, as it affected individual products. It involved a natural corollary of inspections at factories. This work hereafter to be described grew out of the need for aiding manufacturers to secure continued recognition of the safety standards once established through the test of their products. Naturally, this involved continued contacts and was received with great favor by the various industries affected. Therefore, there grew up a staff of inspectors operating from branch offices in 68 different cities and visiting thousands of factories. The most important of these branch offices is that in New York, which passed under the charge of Vice President Dana Pierce in 1912. Since then, it has grown into an important testing station, and the inspections made between Trenton, New Jersey, and Bridgeport, Connecticut, are all directed from this office. This account touches but a few of the high spots in 30 years that naturally have been crowded with detail. However, it is difficult to draw the members of the laboratory staff into reminiscence. Their thoughts are little concerned with the past in comparison with the interest of the swiftly expanding present and the indefinitely greater requirements of the future. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joe Murray. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. The Home of the Laboratories. The building at 207 East Ohio Street does not look the part, at least to the layman. Fancy the disappointment of one whose imagination has been stirred by such expressions as, quote, "Within its walls, science is fighting the battle of civilization with fire," end quote, who has been told that materials are here given the fiery test of artificial conflagration, who has thought of the vast uproar and confusion caused by human hazard in its many forms of fire, casualty, and crime, and who has therefore visioned a place where these hazards are grappled with as something flaming and thunderous, something between a steel works and cataclysm, when he finds, what? A long, low, academic-looking building of brown brick and terracotta, with no suggestion of a thrill in its many windows. It might be a school, it might be a library, almost anything but the scene of intensive scientific encounter that he knows it to be. He goes inside and receives an impression of the quiet, busy intentness of many people at tasks whose meaning at first is not clear to him. he sees that some are engaged with reports and correspondence, while others are making use of a great variety of apparatus to which they are giving absorbed attention, with frequent jottings on record blanks. Presently, however, this silent, orderly activity begins to inspire in him a new sense of values, and under the guidance of someone acquainted with the institution, he commences to understand. There are long rows of offices opening from central hallways. There are benches where chemists stand before racks of jars and bottles and are busy with test tubes or Bunsen burners. There are myriad of electric devices and sundry stretching and straining machines. There is the long vista of the hydraulic laboratory with its complication of pipes, valves, and tanks. There is a succession of furnaces of various sizes and shapes, some of them with glowing mica peepholes, which speak of the intense fires that rage within. Many other things there are, and most impressive of all, perhaps, is the mighty column testing apparatus whose installation has marked an epoch in structural engineering. Little noise is to be heard. There is no rushing about, nor on the other hand is there any sign of loitering, for each person is seen to be giving his entire attention steadily to the task in hand, although the nature of this task may not at first be clear to the visitor. A very early impression is sure to be that the entire building is more than merely fire resistive. It actually is fireproof, which is a term that rarely can be used with accuracy. Indeed, it is doubtful whether any other important building in America is so nearly 100% in safety from fire hazard. An architect or a builder could spend considerable time profitably in studying the solution of this problem are here portrayed. He would see the way in which wood has been eliminated without loss of beauty for some portions, particularly the spacious tile-lined office of the president, were designed to serve as object lessons in the possibility of combining attractiveness with safety. He would see how all vertical and horizontal openings have been safeguarded, so that even a theoretical fire could not go far. And then he would see what might appear like superfluous fussiness, namely, a full equipment of automatic sprinklers in the ceilings of the rooms. It is hardly to be expected that an occasion will ever arise that will call these sprinklers into action, but here again, the purpose is largely that of object lesson. In other words, Underwriters' Laboratories must practice what it preaches and adopt every provision for safety. Mr. Colesott, the famous journalist, in telling of his experience one night in a London hotel during a wartime air raid, says that he asked a chambermaid the next day why he had not been aroused and called to the basement for safety, as the hotel's employees had been. And she answered artlessly, quote, "Oh, but you are not under the Employers' Liability Act," end quote. The 170 members of the laboratory's Chicago staff have the satisfaction of knowing that their protection is more substantial even than that afforded by a liability act. Throughout the building, at numerous points, will be found many devices and materials undergoing test. Some of these tests have a touch of the spectacular, as for example, that in which a mass of flames is hurled under forced draft against the surface of a sampling of roofing, that of dropping a red-hot safe from the height of a third story upon a pile of bricks, or that of turning the full force of a fire stream upon the surface of a fire door that has been taken incandescent from the testing furnace. On the other hand, the great majority of investigations are perfectly matter-of-fact in appearance and mean little to the layman without an explanation. Some of them will be discussed more fully in succeeding chapters, but there is one piece of apparatus already mentioned that is sure to capture the attention of any visitor, even though he may not see it in operation. This is the gigantic combination of furnace and hydraulic ram that is used in determining the qualities of columns. Imagine a room 7 feet square and 12 feet high, built up of heavy masonry and surmounted by a huge hydraulic ram that rears itself 45 feet above a ram of such enormous power that it might have pulled the building from its foundations, had not special foundations been constructed to support it. Within this room, on many occasions, there has been created a heat equal in intensity to the most terrific conflagration, and simultaneously the ram has exerted a downward thrust equal to the weight of many stories. Some of the blackened and distorted columns that have been submitted to this ordeal are to be seen in the courtyard. Their appearance removes any doubt as to the thoroughness of the test. The important work that takes place in the New York office of Underwriters Laboratories must be included in a general impression. This rapidly growing branch occupies 2 floors of its own building at number 109 Leonard Street, and now conducts something more than 1/2 of the total work done by the laboratories in the examination and test of electrical and signal devices. This is largely due to the fact that a large proportion of the manufacturers of electrical goods are located in the East. The New York office has an especially designed and very well-equipped testing house for short-circuit tests on fuses adjoining a substation of the New York Central Railroad at Kingsbridge in Upper New York. At this substation, facilities are provided for fuse tests by means of a very large storage battery, with complete equipment of protective devices, instruments, and the like, with which these important tests can be conducted rapidly and safely. The laboratory equipment of the New York office includes many types of apparatus for electrical tests and also for certain of the tests of the casualty, automobile, and burglary protection departments. Few visitors wish to make a quick passage through the various departments of the Chicago testing station, since the themes for interesting discussion so abound on every hand, and one readily comes to realize why and how this institution has become so central in the entire campaign for human safety. The lasting human impression is likely to be a composite memory of a smooth-faced, spectacled, youngish-looking man, a typical testing engineer, with a frown of concentration between his eyebrows, intent upon an indicator in the absorbing task of finding out about something. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joe Murray. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit. By Harry Chase Brearley. The significance of the label. When it is stated that the annual output of the Underwriters Laboratories labels increased from 50 million for the year 1915 to 50 million per month in 1922, it is obvious that the label plays an important part in the affairs of the institution and is of vast significance to the public. What then is the label? The label is a certificate of character awarded to an inanimate object. It is an epitome of the technical skill, costly equipment, wide experience, and thorough-going methods of investigation that have been concentrated upon that object in the process of searching out its every point of weakness. It is, therefore, the one best means of bringing to the buyer and user the opinion he desires as to the merit of the appliances. Some of the chapters which follow will give a slight idea of the grueling tests that often precede the award of the label, and explain the feeling of satisfaction with which thousands of manufacturers view in its attainment. Like everything else connected with the institution, however, the label is entirely and intensely practical. Its purpose, as far as possible removed from the sentiment, for it is concrete evidence to officials, inspectors, contractors, merchants, and the general public that the label product has been awarded a recognized standing in its relation to fire and accident hazards. Now, the label is one of several forms of recognition of a device made or service rendered by Laboratories' client, but it is the most important and the best known. In several industries, it has become about that it is the first thing looked for by prospective purchasers. One reason is that it does not only mean that samples of the goods have been tested once, but that year after year, these goods must continue to maintain their quality, or they will forfeit their rights to the label. Quote, "Are these goods approved?" End quote, asked several of 50-odd electrical dealers attending a Brooklyn auction early in 1922, as a case full of receptacles was put up. Quote, "Sure," end quote, was the glib reply, whereupon the bidding grew spirited, and the lot brought $10 a hundred. Later, the buyer discovered that the receptacles were not included in the Laboratories' electrical list, and he became indignant. Quote, "You should have heard the storm of complaint," end quote, said a witness. Quote, "Most of those present were the cheapest kind of dealers, but even they knew the value of Laboratories' listing. The dumbfounded auctioneer took back the box, put it up again, and the highest he could get was $4 a hundred," end quote. The next item was a lot of plug-type fuses. Someone asked if they were, quote, "standard," end quote. And again, the ignorant auctioneer took a chance on saying, quote, "yes," end quote, whereupon the same thing happened, the public forcing the auctioneer to call off the sale. This episode shows strikingly the value of Laboratories' listing to the jobber or dealer. But how about the manufacturer? Does he welcome the operation of label service in his plant? A single instance will indicate. The manufacturer in question has plants throughout the country, and 12 of which the label service was operated. He told the vice president of the Laboratories that he had an excellent product and wanted to keep it so. These plants had received from him the most particular specifications as to design, construction, and inspections. He felt that his requirements were even stricter than those of the Laboratories. Under these conditions, the visits of the Laboratories inspectors seemed to him superfluous. However, such visits were a condition of the use of the label, and the inspectors, as usual, took nothing for granted. To the manufacturer's amazement, they found that his admirable instructions were disregarded, that in certain plants the test methods and apparatus did not conform to the established standards laid down by him, that not one of his own inspectors was rejecting defective products, and so on. This revelation brought about a shakeup, and it took 3 years for every needed change to be effected. But today, the manufacturer belongs to the growing class who use the label service for their own benefit, for the sake of their reputation, as a check upon their own inspectors, as a means of maintaining their policy covering their product, as a tonic to their production departments, and as a good influence and esprit de corps in their own forces, quite regardless of the sales value of Laboratories' listing. However, the significance of the label goes far beyond its value to manufacturers. Underwriters Laboratories was established by the insurance companies for purposes of pure self-interest. It is primarily a servant of underwriting, and the way in which it also has become a servant of industry and of the public is an interesting story. Here, then, in the background is the great institution of insurance, which affects the welfare of every community through its sale of protection to millions of firms and individuals. It is hard to comprehend the vastness of insurance operations. In the fire insurance field alone, the stock companies carry a total of about $80 billion of coverage. And to this must be added the very large aggregate of casualty and automobile insurance. Even the newest subject of laboratories investigations, that of aeronautic safety, is already represented by a respectable amount of insurance on airplanes and their cargoes. First and last, therefore, one may visualize the entire burnable property of the United States throughout its 3 million square miles of extent, and try to realize that all of this unimaginable wealth, in a sense, tied together by a network of insurance contracts that provide financial security to the holders of more than 30 million separate policies. This financial security is based on payment in case of fire or accident, but its value does not wait upon disaster, for it also forms one of the chief foundations for the credit system upon which business is dependent. Thus, in a real sense, the interests of all business institutions and all homes, in other words, of the entire population, are dependent on the operations of the insurance companies. But the companies are not mines of wealth. They do not originate the payments which they make. They transmit them, because their ability to pay is due to the premiums collected by them from the policyholders. The rates of these premiums, on which the whole efficiency of insurance depends, are worked out in accordance with carefully prepared schedules, representing the many elements of hazard. Now, it is easy to see that if premium rates were not based upon a real understanding of such elements of hazard, they would be nothing more than guesses, and guessing belongs to gambling, not to underwriting. If the guesses were too high, the public would be overcharged for its security. If they were too low, the security would disappear. In either case, the public would be the loser, and the business of underwriting would be short-lived. Thus, it can be seen that the insurance companies and the millions of policyholders have an identical interest in obtaining accurate knowledge of the elements of hazard that must be considered in fixing rates. With contracts representing billions of dollars at stake, there is no room for prejudice and no room for superficial judgment. This fact led to the establishment of Underwriters' Laboratories, an institution devoted to the obtaining of accurate knowledge. The companies may be said to be backing the thoroughness, impartiality, and technical skill of the laboratories with billions of dollars of policy contracts, while the policyholders, in turn, are backing the companies with their premiums. So much for a purely business consideration, but the policyholders have an additional stake in the efficiency of this work, and the fact that their lives as well as their property are affected. It is well within the truth to say that thousands of lives are saved each year as a direct result of the busy impersonal labors of the engineers and inspectors on the staff of Underwriters' Laboratories. This explains why the label that epitomizes these labors and makes their findings known to the public has become a subject of nationwide importance. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. A Symbol of Safety. An interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Winning the label. One day, a boy came into the New York branch of Underwriters' Laboratories, staggering under the weight of a fire door. He lowered it to the floor, caught his breath, and then told the astonished engineers that he had been sent to get the door labeled, and would they please hurry up about it, because the manufacturer had a customer who was waiting. Of course, the manufacturer was due for a disappointment. The laboratory's processes could not go forward at such a dizzy speed. However, the request was only an extreme illustration of a frequent misunderstanding. Many people do not appreciate that safety investigations involve delays that cannot be avoided. It is a serious matter to say that a certain product or process is free from hazardous qualities, or that it will furnish protection if protection be its purpose. Guessing is quick and easy, but where human lives are at stake, or where insurance companies are backing the use of processes and products with their policy contracts, guesswork must be eliminated. The first essential, therefore, is thoroughness. Listing is never awarded to a product so long as there remains a fragment of doubt in the minds of the engineers as to its performance under all the conditions which it may meet in actual use. These conditions may be normal and safe in 99% of the cases, but how about the remaining 1%? Do they hold possibilities of hazard? If so, the product must be given the test of such conditions. Hence, at various points in the following pages, reference will be found to worst treatment tests. The Underwriters label is not easily won, but when won, it means something. In saying this, however, a qualification must be emphasized. Labels do not necessarily imply the highest attainable qualities. Rather, they certify the attainment of definite and adequate standards. There is nothing to prevent any manufacturer from producing better goods than are required by the laboratory's rating. Many of them do, but if they fall below the requirements, they forfeit their right to the label. The second essential of all procedure is complete impartiality. Any manufacturer whose product complies with the laboratory's standards may secure listing, and the keenest rivals meet upon absolutely common ground. To ensure this, it is necessary that every step of the testing, inspection, and label service for each product be worked out in full detail and rigidly applied to all makes of that product. Consequently, the body of standards and rules has grown to large proportions, yet no one can read them carefully without realizing that they are both practical and just. They epitomize the technical knowledge and the wide experience of the engineering staff. This entire activity is focused on a single purpose, that of determining degrees of hazard in order to point the way to the reduction of hazard. This is true of all materials and devices that represent inherent hazard, and it is no less true of protected devices whose failure to work at some critical time may result in disaster. Listing means that the degree of hazard or the degree of prevention of or resistance to hazard has been determined. The label, when awarded, is a certificate of rating in these respects. How, then, does the laboratories operate? Let us suppose that a manufacturer produces a new line bearing upon some form of hazard. Fire hose, it may be, or an electrical device, or a safe, or a roofing material, or an automobile lock, or some other of the thousands of different devices and products that come within the range of the laboratory's operation. Presently, a prospective customer inquires as to the label. "I carry insurance," he says, "but I can't afford to have my place burned down. You say your device is free from hazard, but I can take no chances. If it has been tested and listed by Underwriters Laboratories, I can feel sure." Thereupon, the manufacturer realizes that the laboratory's rating has a sales value, and he starts out to secure it. From this time, he passes through a variety of steps, some preceding the test themselves, some related to the test, and still others which are supplementary. The laboratory's engineers are practical men who have seen many devices fail under test and know what to look for. Therefore, they are able to make expert criticisms, which often are of the utmost value to the manufacturer in making the necessary improvements. In hundreds of cases, successful devices and products have owned no small amount of their success. to the preliminary criticism given by the laboratory's engineers. Let us assume, however, that the product in question has passed through these preliminary conferences and now has been submitted for regular test. From this point, there begins a series of grueling experiences, real man-sized tests, calculated to try the soul of any device, said the Italian janitor of the New York office as he saw the conclusion of a 6,000 operation test on a batch of switches. So you do all you can to bust a machine, and if you know can bust her, you pass it. Or, as one of the engineers laconically phrased it, we give it hell. In other words, the device is submitted to tests that will reproduce every conceivable service condition, both probable conditions and those that may be improbable, but still are possible, for the product is destined to go out into a world of careless people and unforeseen emergencies, and its qualities must be learned in advance. In some of the succeeding chapters, glimpses will be given of these strenuous processes. They are summed up in voluminous reports that bristle with technical terms and prove that there has been nothing superficial, nothing haphazard in arriving at conclusions. Ultimately, it probably would have been shown that the product under discussion is entitled to a classification rating, A, B, C, or perhaps D, as the case may be, and each class is so carefully defined that the mere use of a letter carries a definite meaning throughout the trade. At this point, the submitter of the device, to use the laboratory's term, is frequently in a state of excitement and sometimes forgets that the engineers are absolutely impersonal when it comes to their work. One over-anxious submitter, having at last seen his device pass the prescribed test after modifications suggested by 4 engineers had been made, presented each of them with a $1,000 watch as a token of his appreciation. The dumbfounded engineers turned in the $4,000 indiscretion to the president of the laboratories, who promptly sent for the manufacturer. After a stormy hour in the private office, the manufacturer left, carrying his 4 watches, and never thereafter attempted to repeat his offense. One important part of the whole process is the report to counsel. In the appendix will be given some idea of the various counsels, including recognized authorities of wide experience, who review the findings of the laboratories, engineers, before classifications and labels are finally awarded. These counsels include the fire, the electrical, the casualty, the automobile, and the burglary protection counsel, and vary in size from 8 in the case of the last named to 48 in that of electricity. These authorities must be satisfied as to the accuracy of the conclusions reached, and, if so satisfied, the laboratory staged investigation may be said to have been passed. It will be appreciated that certain samples of the product under investigation have proved their worthiness as the result of these tests. However, since these particular samples will not be offered for sale, it now becomes essential to make sure that the actual commercial product will be kept up to sample. Therefore, the work passes into the follow-up service stage. It becomes a factory inspection matter. All over the United States are the plants which produce materials and devices that have been listed, and to these plants there come at various intervals some 1 or more of the 250 laboratories inspectors operating from a far-flung system of branch offices. There are 3 forms of follow-up work, namely re-examination service, inspection service, and label service. Certification labels are used only in connection with the last named. The oldest and simplest is the re-examination service, in which the laboratories makes examinations and tests of the appliances 1 or more times yearly. Products such as acetylene generators, electric welding machines, fire pumps, etc. come under it. The inspection service is similar, but much more thorough, and its cost is billed monthly to the manufacturer served. Sprinkler equipment and other devices on which it is impracticable to affix labels come under this form. In most ways, it is similar to the label service. For label service, after council action, an engineer from the interested technical department visits the factory to make sure that it is prepared to produce the device in commercial form. Then the label service department provides an inspector in the locality and makes up a special procedure handbook to guide the inspector in making his examinations and tests at the factory. In other words, the inspector cannot act arbitrarily, for every action is prescribed in this handbook, a copy of which is furnished to the manufacturer. The manufacturer may be urgent for labels, but these cannot be given prematurely. When the first lot of goods has been manufactured, a careful examination of it is made, every item being checked against the procedure handbook and conference with the official of the manufacturing company who is designated to come in contact with the inspectors. Then, and not till then, the first lot of the labels is delivered. Thereafter, factory inspections are made regularly, preferably when lots are ready for shipment, but sometimes by surprise. No changes, even for improvement, may be made in the device, nor may it be manufactured at another factory without first consulting the laboratories. This, in brief, is the story of the winning of the label. The preceding chapters have glanced at the growth of human hazard, from the few natural dangers encountered by primitive man to the innumerable perils of our complicated modern life. They have shown that man always has been compelled to give thought to protection from these perils, and that, in so doing, he has gradually evolved what may be called standards of safety. In particular, it has been noted that the increase of artificial perils since science became a servant of humanity has led at length to the creation of a scientific institution for the purpose of making a study of these perils and of the protective devices with which man's ingenuity has met them. Finally, it has been shown how the work of this institution has led to the certification of quality in the case of thousands of products related to fire or some other form of hazard, thus making it possible for individuals and communities to attain a larger degree of security for life and property. It now remains to show something of the way in which this remarkable activity has both broadened and intensified. It has broadened as more and more forms of hazard have come within the scope of its inquiries. It has intensified because the practical nature of its work has led to a constant increase in the volume of demand for its tests. Thus, it has grown into departments, each with its trained specialists, who are kept busy in their respective fields. Work of this character is constantly reacting to the flow of new ideas issuing from the busy minds of thousands of inventors and taking their forms in the products submitted by thousands of manufacturers. In so doing, the engineers constantly are learning new facts through studying new problems, and from time to time, they are able to deduce additional laws. As a byproduct to the investigation of specific articles, there is a growing accumulation of practical knowledge, which in turn flows back into the industries affected and makes possible a constant improvement of their product. The comparatively new profession of fire prevention engineering is now being placed upon a solid foundation of knowledge, much of which is the outcome of work in the laboratories departments. Even more than this, it is already showing a tendency to subdivide and intensify, as has been the case in the laboratories itself. Thus, there are fire prevention engineers and specialists in the electrical field, in the structural field, and in the field of hydraulics, to mention only three. The day is rapidly approaching when specific courses of this nature will be given in many institutes of technology. The following chapters will show how department after department has been born to meet some recognized need, has trained its own specialists, has acquired or devised its own apparatus, and has begun to affect the conditions of great industries. In order to obtain this view, it will be necessary to consider in succession the work of the various departments of Underwriters Laboratories. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. A Symbol of Safety. An interpretive study of a notable institution, organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Fighting fires that are not prevented. 1. Detection and extinguishment. In spite of disheartening loss statistics, there can be no doubt that fire prevention does prevent in thousands of cases each day. On the other hand, the conditions of modern life and vast inertia of human ignorance and carelessness involve hazards so widespread and continuous that the contest sometimes seems to be a losing one. Fire prevention prevents fires, but the time when it can really prevent fire, in its destructive sense, is still far distant. Therefore, civilization must long continue to devote much time and money to fighting the fires that are not prevented. This subject is a large factor in the work of Underwriters, Laboratories. Firefighting consists of two elements, detection and extinguishment, and both of them have led to a multiplicity of devices and appliances, some of them automatic and some associated with human operation. For convenience, we may take up detection for first consideration. Fire always announces itself in a course of time by means of smoke, smell, sound, the sight of flames, or sensation of heat. But this may be at a time too late to prevent destruction. The art of fire detection is that it is discovered in its earliest stage when loss may still be prevented. To this end, there has been a wide development of fire detection systems, and here again, the classification is twofold. That is to say, those based on automatic signaling by the fire itself through its effect on some mechanism, and those which are accessory to the work of a watchman or patrol, such as time recording clocks, pool boxes, etc. Both classes may be good or bad in design, well or poorly made, in order or out of order at the time of need, as with most things mechanical, but both of them are charged with so serious a responsibility that possible failure must be guarded against in advance of the emergencies when such failure would be disastrous. It is the work of the laboratories to determine, and thus to aid in correcting all liability to failure. 2. Alarm appliances. In fighting fire, it first must be discovered. Therefore, automatic alarms in great variety have been devised on the principle of making fire tell on itself. This it never hesitates to do when the right conditions are provided. Fire can thus be made a much better fire watchman than are the mere humans employed for that purpose. Indeed, human watchmen so frequently are inefficient that there has been much discussion in insurance circles of what is familiarly known as the watchman evil. For example, a watchman smelled smoke one Saturday night but failed to find where it came from and told the Sunday watchman that it was due to a banked boiler. The smoldering fire was permitted to burn all Saturday night and during Sunday and Sunday night as well. On Monday morning, the attention of a passerby was attracted by smoke pouring from the windows. This passerby ignored the assurances of the watchman and called the fire department, which succeeded in extinguishing a fire that was rapidly becoming serious. In another case, a night watchman was disturbed in his slumbers by the persistent ringing of a bell attached to the automatic fire alarm system. There was a fire, and it was trying to tell on itself, but the watchman was not able to draw the inference. On the contrary, he climbed on a chair and stopped the ringing by forcing the blade of his penknife alongside the clapper of the bell. Then he went quietly back to sleep. 2 or 3 hours later, he was awakened by the dense smoke with which the room was filled and went down to the street for fresh air. There, wandering about, he found another watchman supposed to be on duty in an adjoining building, and this man offered to go back with him and seek an explanation of the strange phenomenon. Putting his hands on the wall, he found that the bricks were hot. "Perhaps," said he, "there is a fire." On this possibility, they turned in an alarm, but some $50,000 worth of damage was done before the firemen could subdue the flames. These are merely a few cases out of many, indicating the fallibility of depending on human vigilance and the desirability that fire be made to summon outside assistance. For such reasons, inventive ingenuity is always active in this field, and fire alarm systems are under constant investigation by Underwriters Laboratories. One type, in wide use, is operated by a valve attached to the automatic sprinkler system. As soon as the sprinkler head is opened by the fire, the motion of the water causes an alarm to sound. On the other hand, much of the work on alarm systems and devices is done by the electrical department, and the electrical circuits on some systems are remarkably complicated, as, for example, in the case of those known as non-interfering, by means of which several alarms may be sent in simultaneously from different points without interference at the central station. 3. Standpipes and hose stations. Iron standpipes and hose connections are to be found in the hallways of most tall buildings. Their necessity is too obvious for comment, for imagine the awkwardness of having to carry hose up many flights of steps in fighting fires on upper floors. Whether these systems be of the wet type, in which water pressure is constantly maintained, or of the dry type, into which water must be turned before fire streams are available, it is evident that the pipe itself must be good, that the hose stations attached to it on the various floors must be convenient and easy to operate, and that these hose stations must be made as nearly foolproof as possible. An ordinary investigator might think it sufficient merely to look things over and perhaps to give the system a trial operation in place. Not so with the laboratories engineers. They make microphotographs of the iron or steel to learn of its structure. They test its strength and elasticity by means of powerful tension and compression machines. They carefully examine the inner surface because roughness means friction, and friction under some circumstances may cause the stream to fall short of the flames it is desired to extinguish. So, too, with the hose stations. Their various requirements must be investigated with great care in view of the fact that they are likely to be used by inexperienced people laboring under excitement, a point never to be overlooked in making tests. 4. Sprinkler equipment. The manufacturer, who today builds without provision for automatic sprinkler protection, almost willfully endangers not only his plant, but the life of his employees. So says the Secretary of the National Fire Protection Association. Automatic sprinkler equipment is undoubtedly the greatest single device for reducing fire loss, and in thousands of buildings may be seen the familiar little sprinkler heads, quietly awaiting the time when heat from a fire may melt a small piece of fusible metal and allow water to gush forth in a drenching shower. It is estimated that 20 million people are now under the daily protection of sprinklers, and that during the past 27 years, this form of protection has successfully controlled 95.7% of 26,888 recorded fires. So highly is the sprinkler esteemed by insurance companies that they make large reductions in premium rates where it is employed, provided that it be of approved type. This qualification is important, for there are sprinklers and sprinklers. Inventors have been especially busy in this field, and hundreds of devices have been submitted to Underwriters Laboratories for tests, and tests they have received, tests so searching in regard to the many qualities required that the laboratory standard for sprinklers alone is a book of about 30,000 words. These tests occur almost continuously, and the visitor to the laboratories is apt to find them in some stage of process. He may see the hydrostatic pressure test, during which a steadily increasing pressure searches out the weak points in the sprinkler, or the water hammer test, whereby 4,000 vigorous hydraulic blows are delivered, followed by investigation for leakage. Or he may see someone of the installation, accuracy of release, or excessive stress test. He may see sprinklers tested after having been subjected to chlorine or nitric acid fumes, or coated with calcimine, as might easily be the case in actual use. He may see them struck with hammers, or thrown on cement floors, under the specifications for rough usage test. He may see them tested for distribution, in order to learn the exact area of floor or ceiling that they will cover with spray, or mechanically tested for strength. Or he may see uniformity tests made upon 150 or more samples, and other efforts made to determine all of the points of possible weakness or inefficiency, which might spell life or death in a fire emergency. In view of this, it will hardly surprise him to learn that out of the hundreds of types submitted, only some 15 heads have the final listing. The qualities of the sprinklers, when once determined and rated, are made the subject of factory inspections, as with most other lines. But the most remarkable feature of the laboratories' work on sprinklers consists in taking heads for test from buildings throughout the country where they have been in service for months or years, as the case may be. This service involves from 4,000 to 5,000 samples each year, and is performed without cost to the owners of the buildings. Reports are sent to the insured, to the interested inspection department, and to the sprinkler companies concerned. However, it must be added that the name and address of the assured are deleted from the copies sent to the sprinkler companies. As a result of such tests, the laboratories make definite recommendations to the owners of the buildings as to whether the head should be retained or taken out. 5. Fire hose. In 1911, President Merrill, in speaking before the fire underwriters of the Pacific, said, "We find fire hose manufacturers making a monstrous mystery of their wares, analysts proving them rotten or unfit for use, and gossips busy with details of scandal about the reasons why inferior hose is delivered, when superior is supposed to be paid for from the public treasuries." There is perhaps no single item of municipal supplies whose purchase has been associated with more irregularities than this vital factor in public safety. It is a matter of common gossip that a well-known politician in one of our great cities was conceded the fire hose graft as his own personal reward for political services, and similar conditions were to be met in many other cities. As a result, it is not astonishing that times without number, length after length of defective fire hose purchased with the good money of the taxpayers burst as soon as water had been turned into it. Under such circumstances, fires that might readily have been controlled have grown to large proportions, and ghastly list of human victims is chargeable to defective hose. For example, on January 10, 1908, fire broke out in the Parker Building on 4th Avenue, New York City, and the firemen were hampered by the fact that 42 different lengths of fire hose burst under the water pressure. This undoubtedly was one of the reasons why the fire caused heavy damage before it was brought under control. Still worse, it was one of the reasons why 3 firemen lost their lives and 14 others received serious injuries. Sometimes similar conditions prevail in the equipment of private plants. A characteristic instance of this kind occurred several years ago in a Pennsylvania cement manufacturing plant, where a fire broke out in a bunker, presumably from a locomotive spark. The fire was quickly discovered, and the plant's fire squad coupled up the plant's expensive new hose and turned on the water, whereupon the hose burst in 5 or 6 places, and the fire merely gained headway. The disgusted squad hurried to uncouple the hose and threw it in another length, which immediately burst like its predecessor. Ultimately, The loss amounted to $7,000, which was almost entirely due to the failure of the hose. In this case, the plant management had specified and paid for holes inspected by Underwriters Laboratories, but had neglected to look for the label, and the dishonest dealer had substituted a worthless product. Fortunately, such conditions are becoming less frequent today, a fact that is largely due to the widespread insistence on Underwriters fire hose, or labeled hose complying with the standards laid down by Underwriters Laboratories. The monstrous mystery referred to by Mr. Merrill has been dispelled by the clearness of the laboratory's requirements for municipal fire hose. For instance, the first requirement is that the 50-foot sections be stenciled in indelible letters and figures at least 1 inch high with the trade name, the month and year of manufacture, and the words tested to 400 pounds. The laboratory's label must also be firmly attached near an end. It serves more than one purpose, as a crooked jobber found out to his deserved sorrow when he tried to pass off as new a lot of old holes on which the stencil dates had been altered. The prospective customer became suspicious and notified the laboratory's local office, where he was informed that the labels had been affixed to a War Department supply some years earlier. Fire hose is such an important product that it comes under the 100% inspection system of the laboratories. That is to say, every section of hose sold with the laboratory's label attached to it has been inspected and tested individually at the factories by the laboratory's inspectors. Each length of hose before being labeled must withstand a pressure of 400 pounds per square inch without leaking, sweating, breaking cover threads, shortening, rising from the level of the test table, or warping more than 20 inches. Nor may it twist excessively under the strain, and if it does twist, it must do so in a direction to tighten the coupling. 1 full length out of every 10 must be tested while kinked, and it is required that its cover threads shall resist a pressure up to 300 pounds per square inch. From every lot of 60 sections, 1 is selected, and a 3-foot sample is subjected to hydraulic pressure that is steadily increased until the hose is forced to burst, a point which may not occur below 600 pounds to the square inch. Finally, the manufacturer must guarantee to the municipality that the hose is made according to the best principles of hose construction, that it is free from defects of material and workmanship, and that if at any time within 3 years the rubber parts of any section burst or show cracks or harden because of defects, such holes shall be replaced with new holes at a cost equal to such % of the original cost, as the time elapsed is of 3 years. Preceding such factory inspection, however, and from time to time thereafter, thoroughgoing tests of test samples are made at the laboratories itself, and these are in the hands of the chemistry department, since they concern themselves chiefly with the character of the rubber and cotton employed. This is because the rapid deterioration to which some hose is subject is largely due to inferior quality in its materials. The tests concern themselves with minute but highly essential details as laid down in their rigid specifications. For example, it is provided that the rubber lining of a 2 1/2 inch double-jacketed cotton rubber-lined hose must consist of not less than 3 calendared sheets with a thickness between .058 and 0.72 inch, and practically free from corrugations. Similar definiteness applies to all other details, including even the fact that the hose coupling must contain not less than 82% of copper. Thus, no room is left for a shred of mystery in the manufacture of fire hose. These are the reasons why the average fireman is now able to enter a burning building with confidence that the hose upon which his life may depend will not fail him in service. 6. Hydraulic test. It is fortunate for humanity that water, the most reliable of all fire extinguishers, should be so plentiful in a world of hazard. The water supply is the most important part of the firefighting system of every community, and its pipes, valves, and fittings come in for extensive tests at Underwriters Laboratories. This is why the institution contains an elaborate hydraulic laboratory. Back of the work of firemen, sprinklers, and standpipes, there must be the means by which they are supplied with water. These involve pumps, hydrants, valves, and in some cases, complicated supervisory systems, all of which keep the laboratory's hydraulic engineers busy throughout the year. Offhand, one would think that any valve could be examined and tested in a few hours, but alarm valves require each about 4 weeks of steady work by the engineers. And dry pipe valves likewise present many problems for consideration before the laboratories can render an opinion. The ideal alarm valve must cause a going to a ring or a signal to flash, or both, but it must ignore false alarms. This problem, by the way, has never fully been solved, though in some cases laboratories engineers have, at manufacturers' request, devoted months to development work on this device. As to dry pipe valves, they are used in premises that may become cold enough for the water to freeze in the firefighting system. This invention is quite as remarkable in its way as is the alarm valve. It must hold back the water until a sprinkler opens, when it must immediately open in turn, so that as few precious seconds as possible will be lost while the water rushes to the point of fire. Only 5 of these valves have received favorable opinion and have been listed by the laboratories. The importance of such listing is shown by such instances as the following. When fire broke out in a sash and door factory, the 2 12-inch alarm bells in the outside of the building and the 6-inch bell in the stableman's dwelling did not operate. No less than 47 sprinklers were found to have opened, so that the dry pipe valve must have been too slow in operating. Ask any hydraulic engineer specializing in pumps whether he has ever heard of Underwriters Laboratories, and he will probably answer, why, the approved fire pumps are all commonly known as Underwriters pumps. That tells the story. As a matter of fact, some manufacturers use that characterization in their catalogs and put big brass plates on their labeled pumps, bearing the word Underwriters in large letters. There are hundreds of water pumps on the market, but only a few Underwriters pumps, the principal points of difference being that the latter embody almost every known improvement, making for durability, reliability, and instant operation. It is regrettable that many owners of tall buildings do not realize the necessity for providing fire pumps in addition to the supply tanks, and that some owners do not even have the latter. 7. Chemical extinguishers. 10 cents worth of baking soda in a 5-cent tube, such was the so-called fire extinguisher sold for $3 to the owners of the Iroquois Theater in Chicago in 1904. A mechanic testified that in its incipiency, the terrible fire, which cost over 600 lives, could have been put out with a small stream of water, but the extinguisher was used as per directions until it was too late even for whole streams. Labeled fire extinguishers effectively put out a fire in a New York subway car in July 1922 at a point far below street level. Passengers painfully climbed 70-foot ladders. Ambulances and fire engines rushed to a scene of confusion, and at first there were sensational reports that fumes arising from the use of the extinguishers had poisoned the lungs of the passengers. Later, experts from the Transit Commission and the U.S. Bureau of Mines reported that the smoke and fumes were principally from burning insulation, paint, and other organic matter, and that there was no evidence that poisonous gas was generated through the application of the extinguishers used. If it were not for the establishment of rigid standards, certified through labels, frauds would doubtless be perpetrated upon an ignorant and unthinking public, which buys make-believe extinguishers and imagines defects in good ones. The importance of this whole subject of what are commonly called first aid fire extinguishers can hardly be overestimated, since they are used in fighting scores, possibly hundreds of small fires every day in the year. The number of cases in which efficient extinguishers promptly applied have prevented incipient blazes from becoming serious is beyond computation. The sense of security that most people feel in their presence is undoubtedly due to the high average of their performance. This, in turn, has been influenced by the fact that in this class of product, more perhaps than any other, the general public has learned to look for the label of Underwriters Laboratories. More than 6 million of these small hand-operated extinguishers have so far been labeled, and present rate of labeling, 1923, is about 300,000 a year. Thus, in factories, stores, public buildings, and hundreds of thousands of homes, the eye has become accustomed to the familiar 2.5-gallon copper extinguisher, or the smaller 1-quart device, both of which hang on the walls in silent readiness for immediate action. To these must be added the well-known fire pail, which renders important service in every community. The words immediate action explain most of the tests that are made on first aid fire extinguishers by the Department of Gases and Oils, which has them in charge. Such extinguishers do not protect by their presence, but by their use. This use is generally in the hands of amateurs in a state of excitement, and is made during the precious first 5 minutes. There is no time to tinker, adjust, or study. The whole device must be swift and efficient when the emergency occurs, and it is the business of the engineers to find out whether it is likely to be. For example, some fluids are subject to freezing unless kept in sufficiently warm places, and naturally a device cannot be used when frozen. In spite of warnings and directions, very many extinguishers are allowed to freeze by careless owners, and the question as to the degree of permanent impairment resulting from such freezing is important to determine. The freezing may weaken the device in a way that will not become apparent until there is an attempt to use it in a sudden fire emergency, when it may give way with serious results. On the other hand, if the extinguisher be torn apart by the freezing, the solutions when melted will run out and advertise the fact, thus giving the owner ample warning that the ruined device should be replaced. Even in such a case, the general temptation is to have the extinguisher repaired, and where this is done without proper knowledge of the problems involved, the general results give a false sense of security. A sample of such an experience was recently brought to the attention of the laboratories in a report to the effect that a labeled extinguisher had exploded, as a result of which the device was secured and carefully examined. This examination disclosed the fact that the vertical seam had evidently been torn apart by freezing, and the repair had been made by springing the edges together and simply soldering them without any attempt to secure further strength than that given by the solder. When this device was used, the soldered joint, of course, failed, and threw the extinguisher apart with considerable violence, but fortunately without injury to the operator. There have been many efforts to find some practicable way to lower the freezing point of extinguisher contents, but many tests have failed to show a depressant that is free from objection. For example, a solution of common table salt, while it will lower the freezing point, is sure to produce corrosion and reluctant weakness. As an example of this, a number of years ago, an extinguisher exploded, and an examination of the fragments indicated that the metal at the water level had been eaten away to almost paper thinness, except, of course, at the double thickness of the longitudinal joint. When this extinguisher was operated, the pressure generated was sufficient to tear away the dome of the extinguisher. This, of course, is but one of the many points concerning the 2.5-gallon extinguisher which call for careful investigation and painstaking tests. The 1-quart tetrachloride type works on a different principle and calls for tests of a different character. Its fluid has the important virtue of being a non-conductor of electricity, hence is often used in this connection. In their development, the engineers of the Gases and Oils Department made use of many different types of fires to demonstrate the limitations and value of this type of device. Electrical fires, consisting of arcs produced under high voltages and heavy current, were attacked with devices of this kind, with results which indicated the value of the non-conductive liquid and the smothering effect of the vapors formed. Tests were made at the stations of some of the larger electric lighting concerns in Chicago and New York, and the effectiveness of this type of extinguisher for electrical fires was thoroughly demonstrated. Fires in inflammable liquids also were attacked in order to indicate what a single device of this type would do. Such tests included liquids in tubs and liquids spread on the floor and absorbed by various kinds of fabrics such as burlap, cotton batting, and cotton waste. In all of these tests, the engineers of Underwriters Laboratories were constantly exposed to the products of combustion and the fumes given off from the extinguisher. But, although the engineers were many times forced to flee from the test room by the smoke and fumes, at no time was any engineer injured or materially incapacitated. The work of the laboratories, to quote one of the staff, may be considered as similar to that of a clearinghouse for many varieties of fire extinguishers, which, if described, would provide an interesting volume. It might be expected that invention has practically exhausted itself along these lines, but such is certainly not the case. Hardly a day passes by that some thought or idea in methods in connection with extinguishing fires is not presented. New chemicals are presented, and more frequently, well-known chemicals in new combinations are submitted for consideration. A great deal of research and improvement work has been done by Underwriters Laboratories on all kinds of chemical extinguishers, from the 1-quart size up to the automobile chemical fire engine. The preceding pages indicate but a few of the main features of Underwriters Laboratories' work with regard to firefighting equipment. In most American cities, firefighting is in the hands of professional fire departments, which employ large apparatus that is tested in the locality of its use by engineers of the National Board of Fire Underwriters. Fire hose and alarm systems are the main items affecting the work of fire departments that receive inspection at the laboratories, although of course all such matters as sprinklers, valves, standpipes, and even portable chemical extinguishers are part of the firefighters' problems. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joe Murray. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit. By Harry Chase Brearley. Building to Last, Not to Burn, Part 1. 1. Studying burnable conditions. A current joke among New Yorkers before 1897 was that the only fireproof building in the city stood on the corner of 5th Avenue and 42nd Street. If curiosity prompted one to investigate, he would find the, quote, fireproof, end quote, building to consist of the reservoir, a massive stone wall enclosing and impounding 24 million gallons of water. The reservoir was demolished at last to make way for the public library, and the question as to whether New York now has even one completely fireproof building is open to debate. Certainly, many buildings are more or less fire resistant, but a much greater number seem to burn so readily as to suggest that the city streets are lined with thousands of prepared bonfires, awaiting only the touch of flames. This also is true in all other American cities and towns, and with the unusual run of country buildings, but it is conspicuously untrue with regard to many foreign countries. Indeed, the contrast between fire losses in America and Europe is so striking as to indicate the existence of very fundamental reasons which, on investigation, prove to be threefold, viz., our traditional American carelessness as compared with the thrift and precaution of an older civilization, our larger employment of hazardous devices and processes, and chiefly, the highly combustible character of our buildings. It is but a few generations since our forefathers found themselves on a new continent, abounding in forests which offered an apparently endless supply of inexpensive building material. It was inevitable that frame construction should come into general use, and it was a natural consequence that fires should become so frequent that Americans looked on them as more or less matters of course, quote, acts of God, end quote, although better-built Europe did not so regard them. Characteristic American optimism was willing to take a chance in the matter of fire hazard, but the results finally grew sobering, even to optimism. Then it was realized that buildings must be built to last, not to burn, and architects and engineers gave a very tardy recognition to the importance of the subject of fire prevention. Before long, they found themselves kidnapped by lack of information. They knew that a single brick or block of stone would not burn, and assumed that a building of brick or stone would not burn, but were distressed to find that such buildings often proved to be fire traps. Apparently, it would be necessary to master other factors before fireproof or even fire-resistive construction could be thought of. This was a matter of life and death to thousands and of vast property values. How then might this knowledge be obtained? The study of conflagrations revealed much, but the results might be misleading because of the uncertain conditions of the fire. After each big fire, manufacturers were stimulated to produce new forms of roofing, partitions, and other structural material which were confidently labeled, quote, fireproof, end quote, until another conflagration might show the fallacy of the claim. Finally, it came to be realized that there was no possibility of checking the nation's mounting fire waste unless severe fire conditions could be produced under control and under expert observation for the purpose of testing and determining the qualities of various building materials before they were actually employed. Underwriters Laboratories began this work in 1903, and it soon grew into one of the principal activities of the institution. Today, the tests of building materials have included a great variety of products representing thousands of different manufacturers, and the laboratory's influence is felt in the whole field of building design and construction. Probably generations must elapse before American towns can be rebuilt along safer lines, but the steps already taken in that direction are appreciable, and many of these steps are directly traceable to tests conducted on East Ohio Street. It's been a rather fanciful dream of laboratories that buildings might someday be constructed entirely of labeled materials and completely equipped with labeled installations so that the buildings as a whole would be entitled to bear the label of the laboratories. That this is not wholly imaginative is shown by the fact that the main testing station on East Ohio Street approximates such conditions of safety. From every standpoint, it has been safeguarded to a degree that makes fire hazard almost unthinkable. The subject of building material tests is well worthy of a closer view, and a glance will now be given at some of its subdivisions. 2. Roof coverings. Most conflagrations are associated with wooden shingle roofs. The original fires may be due to many causes. To Mrs. O'Leary's cow, parentheses, if this famous animal ever really existed, end of parentheses, to shoe heel lacquer in a Salem workshop, even to the overflow of a river, causing a sudden slacking of lime in a Georgia basement. In most cases, however, the fire is trifling until it begins to travel, and its favorite method of travel is from roof to roof. A general conflagration is a terrifying thing. It calls to mind great clouds of acrid smoke, a roaring advance of wind-driven flames, and a rain of flying sparks and brands upon the roofs in its pathway, so that these latter sometimes begin to burn blocks ahead of the main fire. With it all, there is the panic-stricken activity of the threatened inhabitants rushing to escape or to save what they may of their possessions. A conflagration is the most dramatic event in the American city life. It is of all too frequent occurrence, yet is almost unknown in European cities, with their solid buildings and their slate, tiled or metal roofs upon which sparks or brands merely burn themselves out. But America is a land of wooden shingle roofs, millions of them. They are a tradition of our history because they are cheap, easily applied, and easily repaired. However, the accumulated lessons of fires became so unmistakable that rather less than 20 years ago, there developed a great demand for durable, inexpensive, fire-resistant roofings to replace the wooden shingle. Demand is usually followed by supply, and soon manufacturers produced various forms of roofing that were marketed as, quote, fireproof, end quote. In actual fires, these did not always substantiate this claim, and the underwriters, by whom roofing is regarded as an important element in influencing the spread of fire, realized the need for exact knowledge on such a vital matter. As soon as the question of roofing began to affect insurance rates, both users and manufacturers saw the necessity for an authoritative judgment, and Underwriters Laboratories in 1906 began to make roofing material a subject of test and classification. At first, the tests were rather crude, the principal one being the dropping of red-hot cast iron discs on the roofing samples. Nevertheless, so carefully were the observations made that there has been no instance in which labeled roofing in use has failed to fulfill the requirements of its classification. Ultimately, the investigation developed into its present form, in which a careful and standardized study is made into various questions of design, construction, practicability, durability, and other items, as well into the direct question of ability to resist heat and flames. The items and resulting report represent a great deal of work. For instance, quote, physical tests, end quote, really includes also some thorough chemical tests. To the untrained eye, there is little difference between a piece of rag felt roofing saturated with a coal tar pitch and a piece of asbestos felt roofing impregnated with asphalt, but they have different properties. Even the word asphalt is not sufficiently definite because there are asphalt deposits in Trinidad, Utah, and elsewhere from which many varieties are extracted, each of which has certain properties, and the various manufacturers have formulas of their own for mixing their saturants, impregnating compounds, and coatings. The laboratories must know just what the test samples consist of, so that year after year it may check up on the manufacturer. The fire tests are threefold. Frequently, roofing encounters severe heat without being touched by firebrands, and sometimes bursts into flames from the heat alone. This is tried out in the first test, in which a drum-shaped gas-fired oven is heated until the bottom plate glows red at 1100 degrees Fahrenheit. Then, the roofing, which is laid on a wooden deck as in use, is moved to within 10 inches of this plate and is subjected to the heat until flames appear on the underside of the deck. Everything is standardized, as in all other tests, in order that each make shall be tried under the same conditions. The next test involves burning brand exposure. A standard brand is ignited, placed on a roofing sample, and allowed to burn itself out. Some roofings fail under this test, as is shown by the burning of the roof boards. With others, the boards are uninjured. Every detail is recorded carefully and photographs are taken. Then comes a more severe exposure, that of wind-driven flame. This is really spectacular for a roaring mass of flame impelled by a 12-mile wind from a blower, leaps from a 36-inch burner and attacks the surface of the roofing. This test continues until the roof deck boards are ignited. The time is noted as well as the rate of spread of the flame over the roof covering during the test. The blower, by the way, is used in connection with other tests, and the 12-mile rate was determined upon after studying the weather reports of many years. When roofing has undergone these and still other ordeals and has been recorded and photographed, there is no longer room for guesswork as to the claims of its manufacturer. Its fire-resistant qualities are known, and the classification label awarded to it by the Laboratories shows exactly what can be expected of it by the public. 3. Windows. On the night of March 15th, 1922, the upper 8 floors of the Burlington building in Chicago were swept clean of their contents in a great fire that involved 14 buildings. This fire caused much discussion because of the fact that the Burlington building had been considered a fine example of a modern fire-resistant construction, and many people jumped to the conclusion that the theories of fire prevention engineers had been disproved. Investigation showed, however, that these theories had been proved, not disproved. The building was an excellent example of safety construction with one fatal exception. There was nothing astonishing in the performance of any of the materials which made up that building: steel, brick, terracotta, hollow tile, plaster, block, bronze, marble, wired glass, window glass, and wood. The whole trouble was that these last mentioned materials, window glass and wood, were used where they should not have been used. On each floor of the Burlington building facing Clinton Street, there were 19 ordinary glass windows in wooden frames. From the 9th to the 16th floor, these all were damaged very early by the heat from across the street. About 30 minutes after flames broke through the roof of the building where the fire originated, 200 feet from the Clinton Street side of the Burlington building, J.C. McDonnell, chief of the Bureau of Fire Prevention, quote, noticed that the wooden window frames of the Burlington building were igniting, end quote. And on Clinton Street, he, quote, found window glass falling like a hailstorm, end quote. Almost immediately after these windows failed, the combustible contents of every upper floor were burning. In a few minutes, the wooden flooring, doors, frames, etc., also were burning. In expert discussions of this fire, parentheses, or rather of these simultaneous fires on the upper floors, end parentheses, the opinion has been expressed that light combustible objects were ignited by the radiant heat from across the street, even before the window glass cracked. This fire was merely a striking example of the facts that fire frequently makes its entrance to a building through the windows, and that window protection must never be neglected where there is the chance of exposure from outside. In 1903, Underwriters Laboratories began to test, quote, fire windows, end quote. Not a single so-called, quote, fire window, end quote, passed. Quote, they failed miserably, end quote. Underwriters Laboratories tests were considered a joke. The majority of manufacturers of fire windows thought no practical window acceptable to architects, builders, and owners could ever meet Underwriters Laboratories requirements. These requirements have never been made less severe. Today, Nearly 100 manufacturers are making windows which actually do meet the requirements. Before describing the tests to which various types of windows listed by the laboratories have been subjected, it must be made clear that for severe exposures, even the most fire-resistive window does not furnish sufficient protection, because a window which allows a great deal of light to come into a room will also allow a considerable amount of heat to pass through its panes. Furthermore, even wired glass softens and falls out when subjected to sufficient heat. Therefore, Underwriters Laboratories does not label windows for, quote, severe exposure, end quote. The label, it declares, is evidence of proper construction of the appliance at the factory. Prospective users should first ascertain from the inspection departments having jurisdiction which type, if any, of wired glass windows will be accepted to the local desired, and should make contracts subject to approval by them of the installation, glazing, and automatic attachments. Even where shutters were used, wire glass windows are usually needed. Shutter protection is either automatic or hand operated. In the latter case, there always exists the possibility of neglecting to close the shutter. In the former, some little time must elapse between the beginning of the fire exposure and the automatic operation, and during that time, the insufficient protection afforded by a wooden window with ordinary glass may spell disaster. While the main classification of fire windows is for moderate and for light fire exposures, the number of styles and combinations possible is very large, and the number of actually manufactured under the label runs into the thousands. The testing of a fire window contains some interesting features. When the many burners have been lighted and the flames begin to roar behind the translucent wired glass, there comes a series of reports as a network of cracks and begins to spread over the window. At this point, the qualities of wired glass are apparent to the veriest layman, for the mesh holds the cracked panes tightly into place. Soon the metal sash acquires a dull color and a strong radiation of heat comes through the glass. This radiation is tested by means of thermocouples placed at various intervals and by strips of cloth hung before the window. During the test, one or more of these may take fire and fall to the floor, thus indicating that inflammable material may be ignited by radiant heat. As the blue and golden flames play upon the inner surface, the metal sash begins to bend inward and toward the heat until at length there is pronounced distortion. Finally, after an hour's experience of this kind, the window is rolled back from the flames and played upon by a hose stream, which causes clouds of steam to rise from the heated surface, and soon tears gaps to the softened wired glass panes. During all this time, the engineers have been making careful observations and recording every essential fact. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joe Murray. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Building to Last, Not to Burn, Part 2. 4. Doors and shutters. Under roofings and windows, we have been considering protection against fires that attack from the outside, but this is the lesser part of the danger. In the great majority of fires, the damage is done by flames that spread from room to room and from floor to floor in the same building. Confine a fire, and you render it comparatively harmless. This is one of the chief objects of fire-resistive construction. which is aided by the knowledge acquired by Underwriters Laboratories in its test of materials and devices. Among these tests, those of doors are of exceptional importance. An inside fire always seeks for openings, and all rooms must have doorways. An open door is an invitation to a fire as it is to a person, and many doors must be left open much of the time. This is a simple statement of a serious fire problem that has been responsible for thousands of deaths and has given rise to the large industry of fire door manufacture. Necessarily, a door is part of a wall or partition, but it is a moving part and therefore must be light enough for easy operation. In the case of a fire, it may be subjected to heat that will ignite the ordinary wooden door and allow the flames to spread on the other side. The duty of all fire doors is to resist such an attack, but these are used under such a variety of conditions that a number of forms have been produced for the market. Many styles and makes have been tested and labeled by the laboratories. These are grouped according to their use as 1. Quote, for openings in firewalls, end quote. 2. Quote, for openings in vertical shafts, end quote. 3. Quote, for openings in corridor and room partitions, end quote. 4. Quote, for openings to exterior fire escapes, end quote. And 5. Quote, for openings in the exterior walls. This last class includes window shutters. For openings in firewalls, it occasionally happens that the firewall in a factory or warehouse obstructs a raging mass of flame which must not be allowed to spread into the adjoining compartment. This exposure sometimes lasts for a considerable time, and the wall's weakest parts, its doors, come in for a searching test. 3 general types for openings in firewalls are classified according to method of operation by Underwriters Laboratories: the rolling type, the sliding, and the swinging types, of which the latter 2 are considered jointly. Rolling steel doors, as well as all other listed fire doors, are recognized as standard under the conditions of installations specified by Laboratories publications. In this category of doors, those, quote, for openings in firewalls, end quote, are also the, quote, sheet metal fire doors, end quote, and the, quote, tin-clad fire doors with 3-ply wood cores, end quote, with many makes and types listed under each heading. For openings in vertical shafts. Next in importance as safeguards to life are the doors, quote, for opening in vertical shafts, end quote. This does not mean that vertical shafts themselves are less important than openings in firewalls. Fire usually spreads much faster vertically than horizontally. But whereas in the case of a firewall, there is but one opening to protect, in the case of a vertical shaft, there are 2, and one door will do for each. In other words, for a fire occurring on the 6th floor of a building to spread to the 7th floor, it will have to pass through one shaft door, travel up the shaft, and pass through a second shaft door. The doors in this group belong to the counterbalanced, rolling, sliding, and swinging types, and include steel, tin-clad, sheet metal, hollow metal, and metal-clad paneled varieties. Each of these has its peculiar advantages and limitations, which are clearly shown in the reports, and the great mass of information growing out of Laboratories' thousands of tests is well worth the study of architects, contractors, and building owners. For openings in corridor and room partitions. Partitions used for the subdivision of fire sections of buildings are of considerable value in safeguarding life and preventing the rapid spread of fire through buildings. As retardants, these doors need not possess the qualifications required for the protection of opening in firewalls, in vertical shaft walls, or in walls of rooms containing specially hazardous processes, but they should be capable of furnishing a substantial barrier to the passage of fire and should fulfill all service requirements. This last means a great deal because these interior partition doors are very frequently used. Many types and patterns of fire doors listed for protection of openings in firewalls or in vertical shafts are suitable for corridor or room partitions. These doors can be used in this situation, and Underwriters Laboratories labels them accordingly. While in the preceding classes, no glass is allowed. In this class, standard wired glass is permitted, but the exposed area of individual glass lights must not exceed 1,296 square inches. The use of glass is, of course, a great convenience in this situation, but when equipped with glass panels, fire doors afford a limited resistance of fire and fire streams. For openings to exterior fire escapes. Here, we have a special reference to the escape of people from burning buildings. This may take place under panic conditions and with but few seconds to spare. What then is the very first requirement for a door so placed? Undoubtedly, that it must be, quote, capable of being readily operated from the inside of the building, end quote. However, there are additional requirements. Such a door is exposed to the weather and must not deteriorate for a long period. Furthermore, it becomes part of the outside wall of the building and must protect its opening from outside fire exposure. Quote, only such fire retardants are included in this class, end quote, reads the official wording. Quote, as have been shown by experience and tests to be capable of furnishing a high degree of fire protection against fire exposure where mounted on the side of the wall only, end quote. For openings in the exterior walls. The final situation for fire doors includes fire retardant shutters as well. Obviously, the protection furnished in this situation must be against external fires. In congested city districts, or in other cases where the neighboring exposure is severe, this protection is of the greatest importance and bears on the fearful conflagration problem. There is a large variety in listed fire doors and shutters for exterior walls, including some which are almost invisible when open, and which can be used to protect the most beautiful building without marring its appearance. Several types are automatic. In general, this implies a fusible link on the outside which melts when exposed to fire and allows the shutter to close. Some of the shutters have a, quote, manual test release, end quote, which can be operated by the building superintendent on his periodic inspections or by officials of the municipality or representatives of insurance companies. From the foregoing outline of the many types of fire doors listed by laboratories, it may readily be seen that the laboratories' work, even though distributed over a number of years, has of necessity been intensive. It has resulted in a great improvement of all kinds of fire doors and shutters, and in the creation of new kinds. Its effect has been particularly marked in relation to the widely manufactured tin-clad doors, whose standard of construction is more exacting today than was the case a few years ago. In fact, the earliest doors of this type showed so much distortion under the fire that they failed to cover the opening. Another difficulty was found in the puffing of the tin from the pressure of gases formed in the wooden cores. It finally was suggested that a circular hole be cut in the tin on the exposed side of the door. This proved successful. Doors provided with such openings retain their shape much longer, and during fire tests, the gases could be seen bursting in a jet of flame from the hole. Sometimes, indeed, the consideration of doors involves other phases than that of fire resistance. One incident is told at the laboratories of a manufacturer who submitted a rolling door for outside installation in warehouses and barns. He was told that this outside door was all right save in one respect. It was not, quote, sparrow-proof, end quote. Taking this comment as a joke, he disregarded it, but in 6 months confessed his mistake, saying that he was beginning to receive many complaints because construction permitted an opening which was promptly accepted by sparrows as an invitation to build their nests under shelter from the weather. The nest litter prevented the closing of the door and was an entirely valid point of criticism. This, however, is hardly a typical example. A door opening, to be satisfactorily protected, should be provided with a labeled door, equipped with labeled hardware, and mounted in a labeled frame. Although, of course, labels may be applied to doors, hardware, and frames separately. 5. Columns. Everyone who saw in the motion picture, quote, news weeklies, end quote, the showing of the much-discussed Chicago fire of March 15, 1922, will recall the thrilling collapse of the Atlantic Building. First, the walls began to fall from various stories. Then the steel columns were seen to sag, and finally, what was left of the building went down while the spectators gasped. Columns are among the most important elements in the strength of buildings, and the instance just cited is one of many in which the softening of iron and steel under heat has robbed them of strength and led to disaster. Architects and engineers were long aware that fire protection called for some form of insulating covering for columns, and various types were produced, but so many of these failed in use that there finally arose an insistent demand for exact knowledge. Tests made by several organizations contributed some data, but also indicated that their conclusions were incomplete because of inadequate apparatus. It came to be realized that in all the world there was no piece of apparatus equal to the tremendous task. Finally, the job was taken in hand by Underwriters Laboratories in cooperation with the United States Bureau of Standards and the Associated Factory Mutual Fire Insurance Companies. During the years from 1912 to 1917, there was erected a huge combination of furnace and press, capable of taking a 12-foot column, loading it with a 250-ton weight to represent such portion of a skyscraper as it might be expected to support, meanwhile surrounding it with a fire as intense as the fiercest conflagration. In connection with this extraordinary test furnace, there were instruments of delicate precision for measuring and recording the loads sustained by the sample column, the temperature of the fire around it, the temperature within the column itself, the amount of sagging, bending, and shortening under the influence of heat and pressure, and the distortive and finally the disintegrating effect of a fire stream of cold water turned suddenly upon the hot loaded column. While the mighty machine was being built, representative types of columns and protective coverings were collected, and during 3 years more than 100 complete columns were thoroughly tested. The report of these tests filled a printed volume of nearly 400 pages. The results of the work so far accomplished on columns may thus be summed up. The ultimate fire resistance of all representative types of building columns, when loaded and under conditions representing those of actual service in a fire, has been ascertained. The relative resistance to fire of various materials and methods employed for protecting building columns has been determined. A great body of reliable data has been provided by means of which the fire endurance of the various columns can be compared. And from this information, it has been possible to do a great deal of grading and classifying of types of columns and methods of fireproofing. The effect of fire streams on heated columns has been ascertained. improvements have been developed in the fire resistance of the insulation and in the methods and conditions of installation. One of the series of tests conducted by Underwriters Laboratories alone is of almost dramatic interest. The lumber interests had been greatly concerned over the apparently poor showing made by wooden columns for, quote, mill construction, end quote, when meeting certain requirements, had always been regarded as better than unprotected steel of the same strength. Briefly stated, what astonished all experts was the certain types of wooden columns which were expected to bear a standard load while surrounded by a fire whose temperature was increased at a standard rate, and to bear that load for 1 hour before failing, the definition of failure also being standardized and understood by all concerned, did not live up to expectations. They failed after about 30 minutes instead of 1 hour. For 2 years, beginning in 1919, further tests were conducted to find out what was wrong and how to correct it, and reports were made. The solution was elusive and was not reached until the 5th report. In studying the results of standard tests, it was readily seen that the wooden columns failed at the ends, never in the shaft portion. One phenomenon, which might have passed unnoticed, was given careful consideration. The end seemed to crush at first slowly and then much more rapidly. Now, this is the commonest of all phenomena in all tests of this sort, but it was decided to avoid the destruction of possible evidence and to study what was happening during the slow deformation. Therefore, a number of tests were stopped suddenly at various stages of deformation, and at last, after dissecting a number of samples and studying the appearance of the wood fibers, the cause was found. From the appearance of these fibers at the very ends and at various short distances from the ends, it appeared that certain conditions of moderate temperature brought about an unexpected softening, indeed, an almost plastic condition of the wood at the end. This overthrew current ideas, being a kind of failure which had never been predicted, and the next step was to find the remedy by devising an adequate end protection. Various theories were tried out and abandoned. Finally, experiments were conducted to determine whether a cap, which would completely close the end of a column with insulating material, would give better results, and of ascertaining the best design for such a cap. From the first, it was seen that this was the right direction. At last, on October 30th, 1919, a column failed under test, not at the end, but in the shaft portion. Now began a new series of experiments on full-size columns, 1 foot square, just as are used in many buildings. With the experience previously gained, it was possible to determine just what to do to protect the ends of the columns, and the crowning result of all was a series of tests in which every column failed in the shaft portion, not a single end failure. And what was most gratifying, the average time of failure was not 1 hour, which would have entirely satisfied the lumber people, but 1 hour and a half. While certain supplementary applications are still under consideration, these tests had the amazing result of showing how the fire resistance of a wooden column may be increased 200%. 6. Walls and floors. While structural engineers may consider a building to be a series of platforms enclosed by walls, a fire prevention engineer is forced to regard them as large boxes in which people live, work, or store goods, and which usually contain smaller boxes called rooms. Everybody knows that boxes consist chiefly of sides, and these, in the case of rooms and buildings, are the walls and floors. It follows that a building having a high standard of roof, windows, doors, and columns may still be highly combustible unless its walls and floors likewise are fire resistive. Naturally, these come in for constant study at Underwriters Laboratories. Again, it must be emphasized that incombustible material is not necessarily fire resistive in use. It must be rightly used. A single brick may survive a very hot fire for a considerable length of time, but a wall made of such bricks may be constructed so poorly that it will not stand up under a typical fire. Another wall, constructed of materials which are able to withstand high temperatures, may lose so much strength under fire that it will no longer support the floor beams. Some walls make a good showing while fires rage against them, only to crack and crumble when struck by the fireman's hose stream. At the instance of manufacturers of various materials and of associations and official bureaus, Underwriters Laboratories is conducting a great number of tests covering types of walls and partitions. Most of this work has not been for the labeling of products, but in the nature of research and classification of familiar types. Investigations of the fire resistance of building materials have been conducted in Europe and America for more than half a century by official bodies, architectural and engineering societies, and a great number of commercial bodies and individual firms. The total amount of work performed by Underwriters Laboratories on the subject of walls, configured in total hours, represents but a small fraction of the whole, but it has proved to be the most important and authoritative. It will no doubt take several years to complete the classification of walls with regard to fire resistance, strength, and fire hose stream resistance. Already, a number of types of construction have been classified. That is to say, it is possible to know in advance just how long they will endure a typical fire before failing. The expression failing being well defined. In the field of walls and interior partitions of lesser strength and resistance to fire, the Laboratories has achieved noteworthy results, and it is now possible for the architect to give his client definite assurance as to the performance of listed materials. With regard to floors, the problem has been somewhat different because the floor structure of one story involved the ceiling of the story below. Therefore, the chief work of the Laboratories has been not so much that of testing the highly resistant types of determining the retardant value of ceilings of various fire-resisting materials applied under wood joist construction as in frame houses. The intensely practical nature of the investigation is shown by certain tests that were made in April 1922. The war and post-war conditions had resulted in a great scarcity of buildings, particularly of dwelling houses. The cost of materials and labor had checked construction, and rents, in consequence, had risen to alarming heights. Newspapers were full of the discussion. It had become a sociological question of the first rank, affecting as it did the living conditions of millions of people. There was an urgent demand for hundreds of thousands of inexpensive new houses, but the building codes of the various cities very properly forbade the increase in conflagration hazard that would have come from the usual type of cheap construction. Here was a serious problem which the Laboratories tackled from an interesting angle. Accordingly, in April 1922, a number of people were gathered in one of the furnace rooms to witness tests that might have proved to be of far-reaching importance. A section of partition had been inexpensively constructed by nailing metal lath to both sides of wooden strutting and coating the surface with gypsum plaster. This partition was installed in the front wall of the great vertical furnace, adapted to such use and subjected to the fierce intensity of gas flames under prescribed conditions. At the end of the period, the partition was rolled from the furnace, and its glowing surface received the full impact of a fire stream, as might be the case in a real fire. Naturally, the power of the stream tore the plaster from the lathing, whereupon it was discovered that the wooden framework beneath have been so well protected as to have suffered less than 10% impairment. In other words, such a partition would have remained relatively good after passing through a 1-hour fire of more than ordinary intensity. It was not to be considered, quote, fireproof, end quote, of course, but it would serve as an efficient fire barrier for a period of an hour. Tests of a floor section of the same general type were made in a horizontal furnace and gave equally good results. In this case, the test included loading the floor with weights and taking observations to determine whether they were sagging beneath the load under the influence of the fire. The imaginative spectator could easily let his mind travel from the technical atmosphere of such tests and see them in their ultimate human relations. He could picture the construction of great areas of workmen's cottages where cheap construction made low rents possible and furnished safe and satisfactory living conditions within the reach of small incomes. Such savings in turn translate themselves in terms of bank accounts, contentment, and social security. Doubtless, one must check the play of his imagination within moderation, but doubtless also it is true that the heat waves of the testing furnaces at Underwriter Laboratories set in motion impulses of sociology, economics, and human welfare that travel far. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Safeguarding the Universal Servant. 1. The Universal Servant. Electricity has earned the title of Universal Servant. It seems futile to attempt to fix the boundaries of its human service, for these change almost daily. Within the memories of those who are not yet old, it has been viewed first as the subject of interesting laboratory experiments, then, successively, as an agent for transmitting messages, for conveying speech, for producing light, and for furnishing power to be used in transportation and industry. Today, it is a household helper, for which uses are announced almost daily. It has a definite place in surgery, and recent investigations into radio phenomena suggest further possibilities of immeasurable value. Electricity defies limitation, as it still defies definition. Every individual in the land is directly or indirectly dependent on some phase of electrical application during almost every day of his life. He utilizes it in his telephone calls, his lights, his transportation, his elevator service, while even the food that he eats and the clothes that he wears probably have involved the use of electricity at some stage of their preparation. This intimacy and the universality of service make it a matter of deep public concern that the myriad devices and materials through which electricity is applied be rendered efficient and safe. As is natural under the circumstances, the last generation has seen the growth of a very extensive industry which may roughly be subdivided into the production, the distribution, and the installation of electrical supplies, and which therefore includes the manufacturer, the jobber, and the contractor. Closely related to these groups are the regulatory authorities, and, finally, the user, whose money supports them all. The work of Underwriters Laboratories has become virtually an integral part of the electrical industry. It exerts a direct influence upon each of the classes mentioned. 2. What is the relation of the laboratories to the electrical industry? The relation of Underwriters Laboratories to the electrical industry is essentially one of service to manufacturer, jobber, contractor, regulatory authority, and user. It also furnishes a common meeting ground for the discussion of questions, tendencies, and developments that are of interest to them all. The nature of this service will become apparent in an analysis. First, as to the manufacturer, the highly technical character of production in the electrical industry makes the fixing of standards a matter of peculiar importance. Appearances count for so little, and design, workmanship, and materials for so much that the layman's judgment is practically negligible. Consequently, there is a large opportunity for manufacturers to bring discredit upon the entire industry by means of inferior goods. Such goods, marketed at the lower prices made possible by their character, would exert a demoralizing influence on the industry were this not powerfully counteracted. The chief means to this end consists in the fixing and maintenance of standards of quality supported by construction and service tests and by manufacturing inspections. In this work, the Laboratories cooperates with the manufacturer as an individual and with his trade and technical organizations. These standards, therefore, are the product of joint effort to which the manufacturer is himself a party. They stipulate certain minimum requirements, but in no wise limit maximum achievements, and they are not left to shift for themselves, but are rigidly maintained through a comprehensive inspection system. As a result, the electrical industry is equipped with standards of safety and performance to a degree that would amaze a layman. Underwriters Laboratories has separately examined, tested, and reported upon more than 35,000 different makes and styles of electrical appliances, always at the request of the manufacturers themselves, and its inspectors make frequent visits to many hundreds of factories. Second, as to the jobber, with this class, the relation is very different. The electrical jobber may not be familiar with the technical values of the goods he sells, because such knowledge may not be essential to the making of sales. As a matter of fact, he is in position to shift responsibility on the one hand to the manufacturer who produces these supplies, and on the other, to the contractor who installs them. His particular interest is in salability, and having found that goods bearing the laboratory's label are more saleable than others, he naturally prefers to handle them. He has learned to look for the label. Third, as to the contractor is the jobber's chief customer and the man whose work is under inspection. His principal contact is with the owner, to whom he is much closer than is the jobber, and whose interests he must serve, because improper installations may not only result in unsatisfactory conditions of use, but may also interfere with the owner's safety and his ability to obtain insurance at the best rate. Therefore, the contractor must comply with the provisions of a code that is very explicit as to the standards of materials to be employed, and these standards are assured to him by the laboratory's label. He knows that the municipal inspector and the insurance inspector will look for the label. This is why the jobber finds it easier to sell labeled goods. Fourth, as to the inspector must review the work of the contractor. He bears a large measure of responsibility because the standing of the installation as to its safety and the insurability of the building depend on his verdict. He is familiar with the regulations and is able to judge of installation work, but how shall he judge as to the character of the materials employed? These materials may easily have important defects of which he has no technical knowledge. He can tell how a wire should be put into a house, but cannot determine the quality of the rubber that is used in its installation. He can specify whether there should be a switch or a fuse, but is unable to judge the character of a particular switch or fuse, whether it is a trustworthy device or a source of danger to the building's occupants. Such things can be determined only by means of adequate tests and the average inspector has not the time for making tests, the laboratory in which to make them, nor the experience and special training required to give them value. The inspector, therefore, is glad to throw all responsibility in the matter of materials squarely upon Underwriters' Laboratories, by whose rating and label he is guided. Lastly, as to the user, at least 3 of the preceding classes must have some degree of technical knowledge, not so the user. In order to be able to pass on the character of the supplies installed for him by the contractor, he would have to become an expert judge of such varied arts as those which concern the production of yarns, waxes, rubber, brass, and copper goods, automatic machine products, porcelain, molded insulations, electrical control of machinery, all the hazards to persons that may be involved in electrical devices, and many other things. Obviously, he can at best traverse but little of this vast field of complicated technical understanding, although his own welfare, perhaps his own life, may be concerned in it. Exactly such things as these are made the subject of minute investigation before labels are awarded by the laboratories to the goods that the contractor buys and installs. Therefore, the relations of that institution to the millions who employ electricity is vital and constant, although generally unrecognized by them. 3. The practical viewpoint. As soon as we leave the field of generalities and attempt a closer view of the laboratory's investigations of electrical materials and appliances, we are struck by the enormous detail and complexity involved. While electricity is fascinating on its purely scientific side, the laboratory's work is controlled by a severely practical viewpoint. It may think in terms of general laws, but it deals with specific materials, and it must always consider these materials as they would be found under the conditions of actual use. Moreover, while investigators frequently are able to make suggestions that increase the efficiency of the product under test, such suggestions are merely incidental. Their main concern is with safety in use. What then is the experience of an electrical appliance that has been submitted for test, rating, and possibly label? In thousands of cases, it is required to make answer to 5 searching questions. First, is it suitable for the use intended, and can it be properly installed? Second, are its mechanical strength and durability adequate? Third, is it provided with satisfactory insulation? Fourth, is it free from liability to dangerous heating? Fifth, has the danger of arcing been provided against? These questions are asked not verbally, but by means of various kinds of scientific apparatus under the control of electrical or mechanical engineers or chemists. First, as to suitability, for example, a given switch may be suitable on a lighting circuit, but not to control a motor, or it may be a good switch by itself, but have no proper means for connecting it to wiring or conduit, or for enclosing its dangerous parts. Second, as to mechanical strength, for example, how strong should be the metal armor of a 2-conductor number 14 gauge armored cable? The laboratory standard is specific. It says, the armor must be of such design that it will not open at any point after having been subjected for 1 minute to a tension of 150 pounds on a 3-foot length. This test to be made with the conductors removed from the armor. There follow several more paragraphs, which leave no room for misunderstanding, and there also follow minute specifications as to the testing apparatus and procedure. All these precise requirements are involved in answering the simple question, how strong, for in no other way could the unvarying uniformity of the test be assured. Third, as to installation, the question of installation is always vital in considering the application of electricity. Defective insulation that permits leaking naturally reduces the efficiency of the appliance, but and this is the especial concern of the laboratories. It also permits the escape of the current in ways that may be of hazard to life and property. It may be added that, whereas fires of unknown origin commonly used to be ascribed to defective insulation, this custom has practically disappeared. The laboratories has exerted a powerful influence in bringing safety into insulation during recent years. Fourth, as to heating, one of the large values of electricity is its convertibility into heat. But this also constitutes one of its chief dangers when such heat is undesired or excessive. Thousands of fires each year are traceable to overheated electrical appliances. Therefore, one of the principal questions to be asked of any product coming up for inspection concerns its liability to develop heat in use. For instance, the laboratories in 1918 conducted an extensive investigation into the minimum cross-sectional area to be required in certain small parts of plug fuse bases in order to prevent their becoming unduly heated and thus causing inequalities in the performance of the fuses. Fifth, as to arcing, the liability to permit an electric arc that is not part of its purpose is a serious indictment against any device. Such an arc coming in contact with inflammable material may cause a fire, or, if it reach explosive vapor or dust, a severe explosion may result. Many disasters have been caused in exactly this way, and the investigator is required to consider all the conditions under which an unexpected arc may be formed. In other cases, the formation of an arc is an unavoidable feature of the operation of a device, and this fact calls for special safeguards. The device that has successively and successfully withstood thorough scrutiny as to its suitability, strength, installation, and heating and arcing characteristics may be considered relatively free from hazard, whatever may be its efficiency in the use for which it was designed. It is, perhaps, natural enough that the inventor, and to some extent the manufacturer, should be so engrossed with the effectiveness of a product as to give little thought to its freedom from hazard. The average purchaser cannot judge the degree of hazard, even when his attention is called to the subject, but the insurance company that assumes the financial risk of indemnifying a loss that may be caused by such a product cannot afford to guess at its liability to create hazard. Underwriters, therefore, give careful consideration to the presence or absence of the label that certifies the test. 4. The worst treatment test. The thousands of electrical devices and products which are submitted to Underwriters Laboratories for test and rating may for convenience be divided broadly into 3 groups as follows. First, those materials that are purely electrical in their function, such as wires, cables, conduits, switches, and the other devices for which there are printed or mimeograph standards. Second, miscellaneous devices, primarily electrical in their operation, such as heaters, smoothing irons, etc. Third, miscellaneous devices that employ electricity incidentally, such as electric pianos, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, and many others. The first group naturally requires thorough examination and tests representing the most severe conditions that might be encountered in actual service. The third group requires little more work than that of making sure that its electrical parts are standard and that it is suitable and well made. But between these 2 extremes, there comes a long list of devices calling for a wide diversity in examination and test. In this class, new problems are frequently encountered, and it becomes necessary to devise new testing methods. To illustrate the practical spirit of these investigations, take the instance of a washroom device, which throws out a blast of hot air for the drying of hands and faces. This being a new device, the engineers had no comparative data as to its purely electrical features, but these were found acceptable after simple tests, one of which was to tie down the foot switch so as to represent somebody accidentally placing a box or bucket on it and then going away and leaving the current on. The result indicated that nearby combustible materials would not be ignited through overheating under such conditions of misuse. Outside of purely electrical tests, however, it was necessary to make others, such as the marble test, representing the placing of small objects in the orifice of the machine by mischievous boys. As a result, the manufacturers made certain modifications and expressed appreciation of the laboratory's practical viewpoint. The marble test, just referred to, is representative of a test principle that is applied to most electrical appliances and may be called the worst treatment test. This means that particular attention must be paid to the abuse as well as to the use of a product. Its hazard must be determined in the hands of the careless or unskilled people who form so large an element of the public. It is important, therefore, that a device be made as nearly foolproof as possible. In a motor-driven device, for example, the worst treatment that the motor can receive is that of being stalled with the current on. Accordingly, the engineers reproduce this condition in order to observe results, particularly as to whether nearby combustible materials are likely to be ignited. Of late, there have appeared several automatic water heaters of the faucet type. The worst thing that can happen is for the water supply to be interrupted while the current is on. This, too, is forced to take place under the eye of the testing engineers, and the results are noted. Again, there is the safety viewpoint. In the automatic water heaters just mentioned, the worst feature from the standpoint of accident prevention is found when there is a possibility that the outer metal parts or the water stream itself may become live, and the examination and test are devised accordingly. 5. Rubber or what? The electrical tests of Underwriters' Laboratories are of such number and interest that volumes would be required to do them even approximate justice. In the limited space at our disposal, a closer glance can be taken at but one or two, and among them all nothing is more important than the testing of rubber-covered wire, of which familiar commodity literally millions of miles have been produced. Nevertheless, the term rubber is not so simple as it sounds. It is applied to a wide diversity of products, representing many differences in the natural gum, many diversities in the formulas and processes of manufacture, and a wide range in the use of adulterants. These conditions have resulted in some products that are excellent for use in insulation and others that are conspicuously unfit. As is so often the case in the electrical field, differences of quality may not be apparent to the eye, but can be learned only by means of exacting tests. Take, for example, the test of insulation on that popular size of rubber-covered wire known as number 14. Everyone is familiar with this material, but few have any conception of the ordeal to which it must be subjected before being awarded the coveted label. Before it can qualify, it must stand up before its judges and give satisfactory answers to such questions as these. What is the exact diameter of your copper wire? Is the copper well centered in the rubber? Is your rubber wall at least 3/64 of an inch in thickness? Has your outer covering of cotton braid the proper thickness? Is it of the proper workmanship, and is its weave sufficiently close? Has it received proper saturation? Are you able to withstand a reasonable amount of bending back and forth? What is the quality of rubber used in your installation? Will it withstand the prescribed stretching tests as to elasticity, elongation, and strength? How about the chemical tests of your rubber? What will they tell us as to the acetone extract, alcoholic potash extract, chloroform extract, ash content, and sulfur content? What is your current leakage when immersed in water? The answers to these and other questions require the use of various forms of apparatus and the most intensive study. To give the briefest accurate description of the procedure and apparatus in the chemical test alone would require more than 10 pages. Yet there is nothing superfluous about them, because wire of this nature is the familiar pathway of man's universal servant, and unfaithfulness on the part of testing engineers might prevent this servant to slip from its pathway and use its terrible strength for destruction. Even after such questions as those cited have been satisfactorily answered and the label has been awarded, similar examinations and tests are repeated frequently on samples taken at the factory by the label service department inspectors, on samples purchased from stock offered for sale, and on installation samples secured from buildings throughout the United States and Canada. Taken all in all, the laboratory's influence has been steadily directed not only toward the improvement of materials used for ordinary wire insulation, but, what is at least as important, toward the constant, systematic, and efficient maintenance of standards of quality by means of adequate and persistent testing. The resulting increase in public safety can hardly be overestimated. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2, of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Safeguarding the Universal Servant. 6. The electricity of the skies. While the word electricity is derived from electron, the Greek name for amber, because the scientifically minded Greeks have become interested in the electrical phenomena that are produced when amber is rubbed. Mankind throughout most of the ages of the world has known nothing of electricity, save as it has been seen in a lightning's flash. In all lands, it has been the subject of superstitious awe and terror. Its destructive power has been an attribute of the gods. It has been the bolt in the hands of Jupiter Olympus, or the flashing hammer hurled by the savage Thor, working annihilation where it has struck. The destruction wrought by lightning still continues on a vast scale, so much so that millions of dollars are paid in lightning insurance each year. Not long ago, an investigation into the cause of some 40,000 rural fires showed that more of them were caused by lightning than by all other causes combined. Yet, this same investigation furnished the interesting information that not one of these fires had involved a building that was properly provided with lightning rods. Thus, the subject of lightning rods has become an important consideration of public safety and an item of concern to insurance companies, particularly in the country districts. As such, it is a natural subject of interest to Underwriters' Laboratories, where its investigation practically reverses the viewpoint of most of the electrical tests. Here, the purpose is not that of creating, directing, or applying the electrical current, but of diverting and dissipating it. One might be inclined to believe offhand that tests of lightning rods presented a very simple problem. Simple in appearance as they may be, they involve a great deal of work on the part of the laboratories, which maintains a staff of traveling inspectors to report on installations. It must be borne in mind that lightning rod equipments are purely electrical, even though they are not wiring devices. The laboratories has a printed standard for their construction and installation, which is over 60 pages in length, goes into the details of thorough examinations and tests of the materials employed, specifies the metals, weights, sizes, and shapes of conductors, terminals, and fasteners for structures under 60 feet in height, those from 60 to 150 feet, and those over 150 feet, describes proper installations for various forms of buildings, roofs, steeples, smokestacks, tanks, etc., and describes the twofold label service procedure, consisting of inspections at factories and reports on labeled installations. This last feature is very interesting in that it requires two successive reports. First, one from the manufacturer of the materials employed in the installation, which must be made out within 30 days after date of installation. Second, a report from a laboratories inspector to whom the manufacturer's report and other information has been referred. The latter not only verifies the first report, but checks up the workmanship of the job, examines bands and conductors for cracking or flaking of the protective zinc coatings, notes whether provision has been made to protect ground rods so located as to be subject to injury or displacement, makes sure that large metallic objects within the buildings are grounded, does the same for metal fences attached to buildings, and makes recommendations. When it is found that the laboratory's requirements for standard installations have not been compiled within all essentials, the manufacturer is notified and must make the necessary corrections within 30 days. He then notifies the laboratories, which arranges for reinspection at the manufacturer's expense. 7. Economy versus safety. It has already been stated that the electrical industry is subject to the intrusion of those manufacturers who are willing to sacrifice quality to price, and the layman, incapable of exercising judgment in such a technical field, must depend upon the expressed opinions of others, although his own safety may be at stake. As previously explained, the severe test of thousands of electrical products conducted by the Underwriters Laboratories and the use of the label to certify these tests to the public have constituted a safeguard recognized both inside and outside of the industry as a means for maintaining its standards and increasing its efficiency. They have aided the better class of manufacturers in their efforts to eliminate the unfit. As a single extreme instance of the need for eternal vigilance, there was placed upon the market an electrical toaster, of which its manufacturers doubtless expected a large sale, as it was capable of being offered to the public at the low price of 10 cents. In order that it may be realized what would have been their effect on public safety, several passages from Underwriters Laboratories' report are cited. An electric toaster for 10 cents, in which the amount of material is reduced to a minimum and the construction to the simplest form, horizontal type, and is simply a rectangular sheet metal frame supporting several wires across the top, spaced about 1.5 inches apart, and a length of resistance ribbon terminating in a pair of ordinary dry battery binding screws and looped between two narrow strips of asbestos board. The device consumes 580 watts on a 110-volt circuit. Among those hazards may be mentioned the exposed and unprotected heating elements, lack of protection from heat, surface under the toaster, liability of loose strands of supply wires coming in contact with and making the frame alive, and the use of supply wires having insulation not designed for electric heaters. There follow the disastrous results of tests under conditions representing actual service in a home, concluding as follows. With the toaster placed on a plain uncovered pine board, with a square of sheet asbestos where a slice of bread would be placed, flames enveloped the toaster in 6 minutes. In the 25-minute period over which the foregoing tests were continued, the insulation adjacent to the terminals was entirely destroyed by the heat for a length of about 2 inches, so that the bare strands of both wires could come in contact with the edges of the frame of the heater. Such a 10-cent toaster might easily result in a fire costing thousands of dollars to its user. Similar conditions in greater or less degree are found in numerous other products. There can be no true economy apart from safety, and the label which spells safety is a servant of genuine thrift. 8. The growth of the electrical department. The foregoing sketch gives but a brief and inadequate glimpse of a work of great scope and complexity that engages the entire time of a number of engineers. It has already been told, Chapter 4, how Underwriters' Laboratories originated in the establishment of facilities for making simple tests of electrical materials at the time of the World's Fair in Chicago. From that time to the development of the present many-sided institution, this department has held its place as one of the most extensive and important of all the divisions of work undertaken. The growth, however, has been intensive as well as extensive, and is sometimes misunderstood by those not familiar with its genesis and reasons. It must be remembered that this development has not been in the nature of a restraint imposed on the electrical industry from without, but is the result of a process of evolution, both internal and external. For more than a decade before the establishment of the Little Monroe Street testing shop, there had existed rules intended to ensure safety in the use of electricity, and these, in turn, were the result of the growing number of fires that were electrically caused. Gradually, it came to be realized that the reduction of this hazard must be based upon the possibility of specifying the use of electrical goods of known characteristics, of uniform quality, and according to uniform rules. The New York Board of Fire Underwriters was the first to issue a printed set of rules to this end, a brief circular, placing great reliance upon the judgment of surveyors and the inspector. The first printed set of rules of national application was issued by a joint conference of insurance and electrical industry representatives, known as the National Electro Insurance Bureau. This was in 1891, and the title was the National Code of Rules for wiring buildings for electric light or power. It must not be imagined that the promulgation of that first national code was really effective. Far from it. Even today, in spite of the admirable National Electrical Code issued by the National Board of Fire Underwriters and constantly revised by the National Fire Protection Association, which is a federation of over 130 associations, industrial bodies, and governmental boroughs, uniformity of regulation has not yet been achieved throughout the states or even throughout the various counties and townships of some individual states. A glimpse at the situation existing just prior to the inception of the laboratory work is given in the following quotation. Early in 1892, Secretary C.M. Goddard of the New England Insurance Exchange suggested a meeting of electrical inspectors of several underwriters' organizations to consider uniformity of rules. This meeting, held in August of that year, carefully considered this code, section by section, in order to make such changes as the experience of the insurance inspectors indicated were necessary in the interest of the insurance companies. This effort for uniformity of insurance rules was so successful that another meeting was held in December of the same year, to which the inspectors of all insurance boards in the United States and Canada were invited. At this meeting, a permanent organization was effected and an electrical committee appointed, whose duties were to be A. the care of the rules, B. the making of tests, and C. the giving of information and advice to members. Here, then, were two interests, both of them sincerely desirous of promoting safety in the use of electricity, but approaching the problem from different sides. The electrical industry was dependent for its growth on public favor, which was imperiled by all evidence of hazard, and had the best of reasons for wishing to eliminate such hazard. The insurance companies, on the other hand, had come to regard electricity as a possible source of fire, and therefore were forced to study its elements of fire danger. The growth of the use of electricity thus produced a situation that, in 1893, found expression in the establishment of a tiny station for testing electrical supplies in behalf of the underwriters. As a matter of fact, had not the genesis of Underwriters' Laboratories occurred in just this way, some institution resembling it would doubtless have grown from some other acorn. It was a manifest necessity. There were, of course, large possibilities of classing through mutual misunderstanding had the original encounter been unsympathetic. However, the spirit of the laboratory's work was shown at the outset when Mr. Merrill approached the manufacturers with the request, "Tell me about your problems. I want to know. Tell me about your test. I want to know what you consider fair. I want to learn your own ideas about minimum requirements and about inspections." Thus were born the industry conferences that have played so large a part in the electrical activities of Underwriters Laboratories ever since. Today, in spite of occasional differences of opinion, the growth of the work has been characterized by a really remarkable spirit of cooperation in which the attainment of standards has been registered rather than forced. Every organization having anything to do with electricity has contributed its share to the growth of supervision, regulation, and education with regard to the manufacture, installation, and use of electrical appliances. This has involved the development of the famous National Electrical Code of Installation Rules, or the Fire Code, as it is frequently called, and also the National Electrical Safety Code, bearing on safety from accident rather than fire. While the laboratory staff has been intimately associated with other bodies in the development of both these codes, their discussion lies outside the province of this account. Supplementary to these, the laboratories has gradually evolved a great accumulation of detailed rules governing its own requirements and work on electrical appliances, always in conformity with national codes. These rules are known as standards. For instance, there is the standard for snap switches, which is printed. Other rules are mimeographed. Some, as in the case of new products, are typewritten documents, of which only 5 copies are filed. All these rules have been systematically arranged and codified, and they now form part of a third code, which, while of national application, is not called national in order to avoid confusion. It is the Underwriters Laboratories Code of Standards for construction and test of electrical appliances. For the sake of convenience, this body of rules is generally known as the Standards. Volume 1 of the Laboratories Code of Standards is a thick book of over 500 loose-leaf pages. It consists only of the wiring device standards, which have been printed. These naturally govern the subjects on which the most work has been done, products that have become the recognized staples among the multitude of electrical goods. Besides snap switches, the products covered by the printed standards are as follows: rubber-covered wires and cables, armored cables and cords, cabinets and cutout boxes, knife switches, soldering lugs, flexible cords, renewable cartridge enclosed fuses, electric ranges, flexible non-metallic tubing, rigid conduit, cartridge enclosed fuses, electric signs, panel boards, cutout bases, ground clamps, fixture wires, and heater cord. The standards, supplemented by procedure manuals for individual manufacturers, specify every feature of the examinations and tests on electrical appliances and systems submitted to the laboratories. Moreover, they describe in some detail the nature and scope of the follow-up inspections at factories and tests of market samples. Some of the regular tests have been described. For many new products, no regular requirements and tests are specified, and it may be said that there is an underwritten volume of the laboratory's code in the brains of the test engineers. In addition to the laboratory's code of standards, there is another widely known compilation which originally appeared at the back of the printed national code, where it then took up not more than several pages. It is the official list of products, devices, appliances, and systems which have been found to comply with the requirements of all 3 codes. In 1906, it was decided by everyone concerned that this information should be separate from the national code, and inasmuch as the laboratories made the investigations and tests and issued the manifest of compliance in the form of labels, it was selected as the logical institution to take charge. This information is now issued only by the laboratories, in the form of its semi-annual list of inspected electrical appliances. The April 1922 edition has over 250 pages, and its index contains more than 250 headings of classes of devices. Names and addresses of the manufacturers are also given, as well as brief explanatory statements. Thus, from humble beginnings, the Laboratories' electrical work has grown to its present great proportions and has developed with the electrical industry a cooperative relationship of public service that has been summarized by Vice President Pierce in the following words. As the code and as the Underwriters' laboratory standards represent the experience of the industry and have come largely out of the industry itself, so the public respect for them and the support of them, so far as they are reasonable, and as they are revised to keep pace with the industry from year to year, must rest, not with the compulsion of the insurance company alone, not with the force of the law backed by the policeman, as representing the city inspector, but with the intelligence of the fair-minded, disinterested, and successful electrical industry, confident of its service to the public, proud of its record, and believing in its superiority in rendering a form of service which no group other than the electrical industry can render. End of Chapter 10, Part 2.
Chapter 11 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organised for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. A department that outgrew its name. Section 1. Correcting the defects of their qualities. The American mind is naturally inventive, which is one of the chief reasons why it is so hard for protection to catch up with hazard. No sooner does some safety problem approach solution than there may appear on the market a new material or a new device that upsets calculation. Of course, people do not set out to invent hazards. They are working for useful results, and the hazard is incidental, often unrecognised, until it discovers itself. There are mysterious fires, it may be, or unexplained explosions, which, when traced to their causes, are found to have originated in some new form of utility. Then, once more, it becomes necessary to start patiently and painstakingly on the process of obviating such hazards. It can be stated with certainty that at any given moment thousands of minds at various points are then engaged in invention or research. A closed door, which one passes quite unaware, may hide an inventor or a scientist absorbed in labours which next month or next year may change the course of some established industry. This is true particularly in the unceasing search for sources of power that is increasingly one of the world's greatest problems, but it applies as well to almost every other field of human endeavour. This is one of the reasons why the work of the Underwriters' Laboratories does not approach completion, but grows ever more diverse and extensive. There is a large and very useful group of solids, gases, and liquids, which, for want of a better term, may be called hazardous substances, meaning thereby those having the liability to sudden and violent chemical change. These bring service and peril to mankind in many ways. Their principal service is due to the fact that energy liberated through the chemical action can be transformed into power, light or heat. The peril arises from the danger that such liberation may be excessive and uncontrolled. In other words, they have the defects of their qualities. Like many other gifts of science, these hazardous substances are comparatively recent associates of mankind. Our great-grandfathers knew gunpowder as practically the sole representatives of the group, and the dictionaries of even one generation ago defined the now indispensable gasoline as a volatile fluid used for cleaning. Today, however, power-hungry civilization has learned to unlock the immense potentialities for service of which it was so long ignorant, but, in so doing, a succession of disasters has warned it of the necessity for developing safeguards through constant, comprehensive scientific research. At no other place in the world is there so adequate a study of safety methods and appliances for use in connection with hazardous substances as at the Underwriters' Laboratories. Much of the nation's recent progress in this direction is traceable to the work of two of the departments, that of gases and oils and that of chemistry. The title Department of Gases and Oils is used merely for convenience, because no more descriptive title has yet been found for the wide and diverse activities of the department. It deals in general with hazardous substances, but so, also, does the chemistry department, the main difference being that the chemistry department's work concerns itself with the inherent properties of these substances, while that of gases and oils takes into account the mechanical means for producing, storing, handling and utilising them. Constantly the two departments cooperate, often unavoidably they overlap. The Gases and Oils Department dates back almost to the beginning of the work of the Underwriters' Laboratories, coming next in order to the Electrical Department. It has already been told that the discovery of acetylene at about the same time as the founding of the institution led to the production of crude and dangerous types of generators and the study of their hazards by W. C. Robinson, Mr. Merrill's earliest associate. The testing of acetylene generators has been an important feature of the work ever since, but with it have been grouped an ever-widening range of activities in many other fields, including in particular that of first aid, fire extinguishers, more fully discussed in the chapter on firefighting equipment. Section 2. The handling of hazardous liquids. The most familiar of the hazardous liquids are gasoline, kerosene, and other members of the petroleum family. To them may be added the alcohols and ethers, collodion, turpentine, carbon disulfide, paints and oils and their constituents, dryers, lacquers, and various other volatile and flammable fluids, some of which are subject to spontaneous ignition. The devices and appliances connected with them are so many that it is manifestly impossible to go into a detailed discussion, but 2 or 3 instances will give a glimpse of the nature of the tests conducted. Foremost, of course, comes gasoline, that miracle of liquid energy which is known wherever there are roads to be travelled or farms to be tilled. With a capacity so great that the vapour from 1 gallon is equal in explosive power to 85 pounds of dynamite, its well-nigh universal storage and widespread use present a serious safety problem. For example, in a recent instance, a tank truck stopped at a service station to refill the underground tank. There was a sudden fire of unknown origin. The operator dropped the hose and ran, but soon there was an explosion which enveloped in flames everyone within a radius of 50 feet. 8 persons died and people 200 feet away were painfully burned. The Department of Gases and Oils has spent much time on the obviating of such disasters and has investigated many devices, some of which have presented difficult problems, as in the case of a new type of curb pump in which, during the process of development, the manufacturer consulted with the laboratories continuously. The extent of the work thus devolving upon the laboratories may be gauged from a glance at the mere headings of the description of the device as given in the laboratories' 5,000-word report. Assembly, base, motor, pump, platform, rotary pump, filter, hand drive mechanism, measuring compartment, glass cylinder, dome, cylinder guard, valves, operation, locking and interlocking mechanism, pipes and fittings, packing materials, protection of metal parts, hose vent, housing, meter, hose and attachments and electrical equipment. From the fire prevention viewpoint, the essential features of the investigation included studies and tests with regard to construction, probability of leakage, strength, deterioration, and suitability for use. The usual tests were made as to construction, strength, electrical features, and operation tests, also some special leakage tests. One test consisted in trying to build a pressure in the measuring compartment by various means, and it was noticed that this could not be done. On the contrary, a partial vacuum was developed. The leakage tests consisted in applying pressures of 25 or of 50 pounds per square inch, according to the nature and use of the parts, and then watching for leaks. Studies and tests were also made of the locking and interlocking mechanisms and safety features. An interesting investigation involved a self-service coin-operated curb pump to which the motorist is to be attracted by a sign that reads, "Help yourself gas." On investigation, he finds 3 coin slots for quarters, halves and dollars, 3 gauge glasses with pointers showing how much he will get for each coin, as per current rates. Also these directions. Notice 1. Place hose in tank. 2. Drop only 1 coin in slot. 3. Press button. Gas will be measured, then flow into tank. This device involved an entirely new hazard, for the question was asked, what if it got out of order and failed to supply gas after accepting a coin? Might not an irate motorist thereupon pick up a rock and vent his spite on the machine, causing leaks and perhaps a fire? Nothing like this problem had ever come within the sphere of the laboratories, but appropriate tests were devised, and it was ascertained that the machine was reasonably safeguarded by a mechanical provision for closing the slots whenever there was no gasoline in the supply tank or no compressed air in the system that forced the gasoline up to the measuring compartment. during the investigations, which covered many other items, improvements were made in practically every detail of construction, and the final form of the device was very different from that originally presented. The use of gasoline in dry cleaning establishments has led to the development of various automatic and auxiliary extinguishers to reduce its fire hazard. An impressive demonstration of some of these safeguards was made at an Atlantic City cleaning establishment during the May 1922 convention of the National Fire Protection Association. The gasoline was repeatedly ignited and each time was swiftly extinguished by means of automatic lids, steam jets, or foam. The tremendous utility of kerosene oil, because of its wide distribution, ease of handling, comparative cheapness, and the fact that it is not volatile at air temperature, have led to its employment in millions of households, as well as its use for industry and in transportation. Mechanisms without number have been devised in connection with various phases of its use, and many of these have been tested and listed by the laboratories. Among them may be mentioned the comparatively recent development of kerosene oil burners for household furnaces. These tests involved a great responsibility because of the fact that outside underground storage tanks are not always practicable in dealing with homes, and the additional facts that the devices always must be ready to run and not unduly expensive without sacrificing any of the precautions for safety. In fact, the function of the laboratories as regards oil burning mechanisms is somewhat different from its policies on most other subjects. It not only strives to eliminate hazards, but to make sure that these burners justify the manufacturer's claims as to simplicity and positiveness of operation. This is because burners that tempt the user to tamper with them are almost certain to get out of order and become hazardous. Briefly summarized, here are some of the direct effects of the laboratory's activities upon the manufacture of domestic oil burners, whether listed or not. Pipelines are being better protected from damage. Oil line joints have been made tighter. Metal-to-metal unions of standard type are beginning to be preferred to the gasketed types. Litharge, glycerin, and shellac are being used increasingly. The use of rubber, which disintegrates rapidly in contact with oil, and the custom of filling the auxiliary storage tank in the basement are being discouraged. Valves are being made of better and safer construction. This is particularly the case with regard to automatic shut-off valves, which may sometimes play an important part in safeguarding life and property. For example, during the war, a hot billet of steel was dropped upon a feed pipe containing oil under a pressure of 100 pounds per square inch or more. The pipe was broken and the oil ignited, but the automatic shut-off valve immediately operated and the flow ceased at once. As a consequence, there was nothing more than a momentary flash of fire instead of an outburst of flame that might otherwise have filled the building. As this accident took place in a munitions factory, the catastrophe which might have resulted might well have been of national importance. Since the average fuel oil bought for domestic use contains sediment, manufacturers have been encouraged to provide strainers of acceptable types, and so to install them that cleaning may be accomplished without dismantling the pipeline. It having frequently happened that manufacturers neglected to consider the rigidity of the burner itself as installed, the Laboratories has brought about the provision of secure attachment means so that external shocks are now of little consequence. Burners with moving parts are now being sold with drain pans to catch waste lubricant, thus avoiding the former unsightly and hazardous accumulation on basement floors. The importance of such work was shown by an analysis of 95 fires resulting from fuel oil systems published in the National Fire Protection Quarterly. Among these were the following direct causes: broken and defective pipes, fittings and valves, 38 fires; explosions in furnaces or in pipes, 6 fires; broken and defective burners and burner connections, 5 fires; oil getting into air pipes, 3 fires; defective or improperly installed tanks, 3 fires. It is safe to say that in these particular cases the proper installation of improved supplies would have avoided fire. 7 more cases were from overheated oil furnaces and may be ranked as partly preventable by mechanical means, while most of the others were chargeable to human carelessness. Section 3. Dealing with hazardous gases. Such fluids as gasoline owe their value as power to the fact that they may be easily converted into gas, but there are also many products that are naturally gaseous at air temperature and must be handled and used in this form. Among these is acetylene, which, next to electricity, is the oldest concern of the Laboratories. Everyone is familiar with the brilliant white flame produced by acetylene, that strange-smelling gas that results from the action of water upon grey, rock-like calcium carbide. Its illuminating power and its great convenience have given it a widespread household use, particularly in country districts. It has been much employed for automobile lights, and within the past few years the oxyacetylene torch has shown its value for use in welding and its power to cut through steel, as a saw cuts through a board. Repeatedly this power has been used in saving life. At the time of the Eastland disaster, when a crowded excursion steamer turned over at her pier in the Chicago River, most of the survivors owed their lives to the fact that the rescuers were able to cut their way through the metal plates of the vessel's hull. All this has come about within a single generation, and as in many other instances, utility and hazard have developed side by side. For nearly 30 years, a succession of acetylene generators and appliances have been submitted in completed form, in model form, or even as inventors' drawings to the gases and oils department of the Underwriters Laboratories, and have been developed in consultation with its acetylene experts. Indeed, it was in connection with the work in this field that the well-known Plan of Investigation was first worked out. The acetylene industry has benefited by all this work, and manufacturers often express their appreciation, even in cases where the engineers have insisted on costly changes in design, construction or process. For example, in the recent case of a Class A generator for welding and cutting, 10 improvements were made between the time of first submission and the final council report, and these changes included the complete redesigning of certain important parts, improvements in the internal protection against corrosion, and the addition of various safety features that were not in the original design. Some of the tests for these devices are based on reasons that would not be apparent to the layman. An example of this is found in the tests of the composition of the metal parts, in which brass with a high copper content is not allowed because it might be subject to chemical action that would result in the formation of copper acetylide, and copper acetylide is a detonating explosive. Such points as this emphasize the need for wariness and technical understanding in conducting investigations in order that the unconscious public may be shielded from the multiplication of dangers. The degree to which the hazards of acetylene have been reduced is the result of exactly this kind of painstaking attention to details, and the laboratory's listing of a device stands for searching tests that are calculated to uncover its every defect. While acetylene generators were the earliest point in the work of this department, other forms of gas generators and appliances had long given concern to the fire insurance companies, as was evidenced in a report by a Committee on Gas Machines of the National Board of Fire Underwriters made in the late 60s. At the present time, both illuminating gas and natural gas, as well as some other forms, are employed in millions of homes as well as in many commercial and industrial establishments, and the Department of Gases and Oils is called upon to deal with many devices having reference to them, as they are the cause of numerous fires and explosions. Here is a characteristic instance. One night in a printing plant, the gas pressure fell very low, causing the automatic regulator to open wide. After midnight, the pressure returned, but the regulator failed to operate. As a consequence, the boiler and flue became so overheated as to ignite the ceiling over the boiler, and an $18,000 fire resulted. It is presumable that if the gas regulator had been a product listed by the laboratories, this would not have occurred, since exactly such points come within the range of the test. Where natural or city gas is not available and gas is desired, it can be made in any of the several types of listed gas producers. Considerable attention is also given to labelled gas systems based on the use of liquefied hydrocarbon gas made from petroleum distillate, which is conveyed from the familiar steel shipping cylinders. Gasoline gas machines also come within its scope. Section 4. Miscellaneous Devices. Under this heading, the work of the Department of Gases and Oils ranges at some points far afield and includes such items as incubators and brooders, heating systems, lighting plants, furnaces, clothes dryers, dry cleaners equipment, equipment for various hazardous industrial processes, baling presses, donut machines, pitching plants, and many other devices which must be safeguarded to the users. Among these, a recent report of unusual importance concerns a heating device that is coming into widespread use, namely the pipeless furnace. The use of this single register furnace is practicable only in houses that have large and permanent openings between floors and between rooms, a form of construction which is not encouraged by insurance men because it permits the easy spread of flames. However, such houses are very numerous. They are not likely soon to be legislated out of existence, and they can be heated economically by pipeless furnaces. Therefore, the problem of the laboratories was practical, not academic. It was that of making sure that these heating devices were rendered as free as possible from hazardous features. The tests included the following features: design and construction, form and arrangement of parts, suitability of materials, workmanship. Practicability, of packing and shipping, of installation, of operation and of maintenance. Durability, wear and tear, rough usage, corrosion. Strength, of parts and of the furnace. Uniformity, of parts and of the furnace as manufactured, and also this particular item: fire hazard, radiation of heat, conduction of heat, combustible sweepings and rubbish, combustible materials over registers, and failure of fire pot. The fire hazard tests were conducted under conditions representing a dwelling house, in which the basement and first floor were arranged as in most installations. A number of thermometers were placed at various points, and readings were taken at intervals. The temperature directly over the centre of the hot air outlet was found to be a little over 300 degrees Fahrenheit. This prompted the question as to what would happen to combustible materials if these were to obstruct the register. Therefore, a severe test was arranged by covering the register with heavy burlap, representing a carpet or rug. By means of a specially hot fire with a wide open damper, the burlap was ignited in the middle of 40 minutes, but its burning developed a strong odour that was taken into consideration as one of the safety factors of the test, it being assumed that it would furnish warning of danger to the people in the house. Such conditions, of course, represented an abuse of the furnace that could not occur with reasonable precaution. Therefore, this ignition did not result in the withholding of a classification label. Further tests included the placing of light cloths on the register, the throwing of sawdust and particles of paper and rags into the cold air inlet and the warm air outlet, to represent a lazy maid's disposal of sweepings, the placing of excelsior and rags in contact with the furnace, and the covering of the entire register with sheet iron. None of these developed results of special hazard, and the furnace was finally listed by the laboratories, but with official notice that the installation must be made by the manufacturer's trained agents and must be approved by inspection departments having jurisdiction in the locality. Such tests have little relation to the original purpose of the department, that of dealing with hazardous substances, but are a natural outgrowth of its work with mechanisms, and are another illustration of the way in which questions of safeguarding from hazards, in the widest variety, drift inevitably to the one institution that is definitely associated with study of this kind. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. The Study of Chemical Problems. 1. The Department of Chemistry. The World War forced the subject of chemistry on the attention of millions of people to whom that word previously had been merely a learned-sounding term. Of course, all previous use of explosives had been based upon chemical laws, but when dispatches from the seat of war began to carry references to chlorine, phosgene, mustard, tear gas, and the like, the public mind commenced to perceive the existence of a realm of unfamiliar phenomena that were likely to have an important influence on the political destiny of the world. Today, it is the general opinion of authorities that future wars, if such must be, will partake largely of a chemical nature, and many seriously question whether civilization would be able to survive the immense destruction of life and property which would result. Fortunately, chemical knowledge has application to the arts of peace in ways that are even more diverse and extensive. In industry and in agriculture, for example, it is being applied in a manner that is almost revolutionary. Newer developments along synthetic lines suggest possibilities of future achievements that are staggering in their scope. Even the accomplishments of the past few years have added extraordinarily to the resources of humanity. Thus, chemistry, instead of being an academic study, is more and more coming to be discussed in terms of industry, economics, and human safety. For such reasons, there is nothing merely speculative about the chemistry department on East Ohio Street. It is one of the most intensely practical branches of the whole institution. In general, its work may be subdivided under 4 heads. First, test of materials used in the construction of certain products offered for labels. Second, investigations as to the properties of various hazardous substances. Third, certain lines of general research for the purpose of gathering fundamental data without which the business of insurance is more or less a matter of gambling. And fourth, a few mechanical processes, not strictly to be defined as chemical, but relating to products with which the chemistry department is concerned. This department is in fact in constant cooperation with the others, and, as is inevitable, there are certain overlapping points. For example, the electrical department can run tests on steel-clad copper conductors as to conductivity, but when these conductors are buried in the ground, corrosion is a factor that must be taken into consideration. Corrosion, being a chemical process, can be dealt with only by the Department of Chemistry. 2. Test of holes in wire. It may seem strange to say that 2 of the largest concerns of the Department of Chemistry are fire holes and insulated wire, but it illustrates the fact that chemical tests enter vitally into many subjects that at first do not appear to be chemical. The need for testing fire holes was the original reason for the organization of the department, for, as was shown in the chapter on firefighting equipment, the deterioration of holes is an ever-present danger. Standard fire hose is lined with rubber, but the grades of rubber and of substances masquerading as rubber are many, and their differences are not always apparent to the eye. In order to judge of durability, it is necessary to ask such questions as, what is the percentage of its acetone extract, of its chloroform extract, of its alcoholic potash extract, and of its ash and sulfur content? Such questions can be answered by chemistry, and therefore a department of chemistry was seen to be essential. Once established, its usefulness was so great that it quickly grew into a wide range of operation. All work on fire hose is done by this department, which conducts even the physical and hydraulic tests. It goes into a study of the cotton jacket of rubber-lined hose, and the linen fabric of unlined holes. It tests the yarns and the weave. It determines air dry and bone dry weights and does various other necessary things that are too technical for discussion in these pages. It even puts the fibers of which the yarns are made under the microscope and learns important facts invisible to the unaided eye. Incidentally, it may be said that the American Society for Testing Materials has adopted Underwriters Laboratories standards for fire hose. In the chapter on electricity, something has already been said on the subject of rubber-covered wire, and this: while it constitutes one of the important activities of the chemistry department, need not here come in for discussion, except to say that the tests have reached a point of efficiency where this product is now labeled at the extremely low figure of 0.7 of a cent for each 100-foot length. This is a striking example of the laboratory's claim that the cost of labeling products need not add to their selling price. Closely related to this subject of wire is that of conduits, which also comes in for considerable attention by the department. Steel conduit is by far the most popular, 300 million feet of it being labeled in 1 year. It must, of course, be rust-proofed, and whether this is achieved by enameling or coating with zinc, it involves chemistry. For instance, there are many ways of applying the zinc: sherrodizing, hot dipping, electroplating, with or without copper subcoat, etc. The chemistry department is constantly running check tests on samples from the numerous factories, as this work involves delicate determinations which cannot be left to the factory inspectors and the ordinary factory testing apparatus. Moreover, it was the chemistry department which had to devise the test and draw up the procedures. An interesting instance of its work with regard to conduit was the settlement once for all of the least amount of zinc question, which had for years kept tongues and pens busy among trade bodies, government bureaus, engineering and scientific societies, insurance circles, etc. Another was the equally final ending of great discussions as to whether or not it was advisable to give the conduit a copper subcoat before plating the zinc by electrolysis. 3. Miscellaneous activities. The omnipresent match has been called the most valuable and the most dangerous article made by man. It is the starting point of nearly all intentional fires and of most unintended ones as well, since, as has been said, every box of matches carries 50 potential conflagrations within its walls, and since 500,000 matches are struck every minute on the average in the United States alone, it is important to see that they are surrounded by safeguards. Consequently, the testing of matches was taken up by the chemistry department, and standards were established for strike-on-box and strike-anywhere matches, which are designated as Class A and Class B, respectively. It is interesting to see miniature pile drivers, only a few inches high, drop their tiny weights on match heads and determine the force of a blow required to ignite them, and to watch the operation of little machines for testing the strength of the wooden splints, or a thermometric apparatus for determining the heat ignition points of the chemicals. There are other steps as well, for the testing of even the lowly match is a complicated process. Strike-on-box matches are required to have heads made of a chemical compound which is stable, whose heat ignition point is above 340 degrees Fahrenheit, with low susceptibility to ignition by shock, and with the explosive character and the fly hazard during combustion reduced so far as is at present practicable for this type of match. The sticks must be of specified dimensions, strength, uniformity, and must be treated chemically to prevent afterglow. Strike-anywhere matches call for even greater precautions and must be especially well safeguarded against ignition by shock. The public is already acquainted with the large lettered words "inert bulb," "protected tip" on safe strike-anywhere matches. It is the result of the chemical department's work. Before leaving the subject of matches, it may be interesting to note that laboratories inspectors at the factories producing labeled matches fill out report blanks having spaces for over 200 answers to the mere routine questions. No wonder that all matches used in America, whether labeled or unlabeled, are becoming safer. Another concern of the Department of Chemistry is the subject of composition roofings. Backed by vigorous advertising and selling campaigns and aided by the requirements of the building codes in many communities, thousands of acres of such roofings are sold every year in the United States. They are generally claimed to be safe from danger from sparks or flying brands, and it is important that the public find out to what extent such statements are true. Therefore, the Laboratories conducts the fire test already referred to under building materials, but this alone is not sufficient, for the combinations of materials must pass through the test of the Department of Chemistry. These tests throw light upon the question of durability and fire hazard. Then there are the invisible products, the commercial gases, which now are being marketed in thousands of metal cylinders and find an increasing use in industry. These gases involve hazards which the chemistry department is called upon to study. For example, oxygen and hydrogen commonly are produced by sending a current of electricity through water, whereupon the water molecule is broken up and the component gases are freed. They are, however, ready to unite again with violence under certain conditions which must be guarded against. For this reason, it is important that they be kept separate, but the process of electrolysis makes it difficult to secure either gas free from some slight percentage of the other. If this percentage be small enough, it involves no particular danger, but if the proportion of mixture be somewhat increased, there is a possibility of explosion. In this field, the Laboratories has been of great service to manufacturers by determining the explosive ranges and laying down standards which cover not only the purity of the products, but safety features in the processes of production. This was done at the request of the manufacturers themselves after some unfortunate accidents at their plants. Close cooperation with the industry is maintained through its official body, the Gas Products Association. With regard to safety features, engineers from the Laboratories Casualty Department have cooperated with the chemists. The inspection service for these plants began in 1919 and is now applied in plants situated in no less than 18 states. Human safety, therefore, at many points, depends upon exact knowledge as to such proportions and other conditions of hazard. One of these other conditions has to do with pressure. It is well known that gases, which may be comparatively inert at air pressure, become difficult to deal with when compressed sufficiently for storage in cylinders. What, then, is the range of safety under compression? One important series of tests conducted by the Department of Chemistry in order to answer this and other questions is thought to be the most elaborate ever made. It required hundreds of pieces of specially designed apparatus and dealt with mixtures of hydrogen in air, ethyl and methyl chloride in air, ordinary gasoline in air, casing head or so-called wild gasoline in air, natural gas in air, and similar gases. Because of the immense pressures developed in the various experiments, pressures sufficient to hurl a locomotive through the air, special appliances had to be designed. One, a nickel steel bomb built out of Navy armor plate at the Bethlehem Steel Works, weighed so much, although the gas chamber is only 4 by 8 inches, that it was necessary to install a special hoist to handle the cover alone. The problem of photographing explosion flashes traveling at a speed of 20,000 feet a second required the development of special photographic films, as no existing film was sensitive enough to record light traveling at such tremendous speed. The explosion chamber for the photographic test is a steel tube 4 inches inside diameter, and 10 feet long, surrounded by very thick hardened steel walls. At either end, a narrow slit 2 inches long is covered with a thick quartzite lens, communicating with the periscope attachment, which, in turn, conveys the light to specially built cameras. The backs of the cameras, placed opposite each other, are formed by a motor-driven cylinder, 2 feet in diameter, driven at a speed of 1,700 revolutions a minute. Around the cylinder is wound the photographic film, which passes before the cameras at a speed of approximately 2 miles a minute. In action, the explosion flash, as it becomes visible at the nearest edge of the slit in the steel cylinder, is reflected on one edge of the film. As it travels across the slit, it prints a corresponding line across the film at an angle due to the speed at which the film revolves. A corresponding photograph is made when the flash passes the slit in the other end of the tube 10 feet away. By measuring the angles of the two photographs and knowing the speed of the film, it becomes possible to calculate the speed of the flash. The result shows how rapidly and how far fire caused by an explosion of the gas under test will spread in a factory building. In the manufacture of safes, the space between the outer and inner shells is filled with some sort of composition to resist heat. This insulation may remain hidden away for a generation or more, until someday a severe fire determines whether or not it is faithful to its trust. The laboratory's fire test of safes, described in the next chapter, show the heat resistance of this insulating material when it is new, but the Department of Chemistry, by thorough studies of composition, is able to judge as to the permanence of its value. Chemical tests also indicate whether explosive gases are likely to be developed within the safe from great heat. There have been many cases in which safe doors have been blown open during a fire from this cause, with, of course, the ruin of contents. Spontaneous combustion, or more properly, spontaneous ignition, is the real cause of so many mysterious fires that precautions are of great importance. Even the fire loss that is definitely traced to this cause averages more than $1 million a month in the United States. Consequently, the Department of Chemistry is constantly called upon to deal with the liability of various materials and compounds to burst into flame under certain conditions. Sometimes the study has unexpected results. Few things could seem more free from fire menace than the thin red skins that cover the meats of peanuts. And yet, in all seriousness, Underwriters Laboratories made a scientific investigation to learn whether these peanut skins held danger of spontaneous ignition. Moreover, it found that they did. To the layman, this might sound like testing run mad, yet it was intensely practical, as is all the work done by the institution. It happens that peanut meats are extensively used by candy manufacturers, and that the preparation of these meats has become an industrial process. This includes freeing them from the skins, which thus accumulate in considerable quantities. A fire in Virginia was believed to have arisen from the spontaneous ignition of these skins, and a bag of them was sent to the laboratories for investigation. Here it was quickly determined that the fragments of meat adherent to many skins contained a considerable percentage of oil. This, in view of the fact that the curling skins packed loosely, thus being surrounded by oxygen, constituted a recognizable fire hazard. Other items of interest among many include investigations of foam fire extinguishing compounds, of processes of coating metal to prevent corrosion, of processes for flame-proofing excelsior, of flame arresters for safeguarding motors used in either anesthetic apparatus, of the explosibility of wood flour, of the heat expansion of gasoline, and of the hazards of portable fuel for industrial and domestic use. An example of the last named concerned the new and growing industry of producing solidified alcohol or canned heat. Of the various makes, one was submitted by its manufacturers with the claim that it was less hazardous than others because it maintained its solid form while burning or when subjected to the temperature of hot climates. The most obvious test was to light a can and overturn it on a wooden floor in order to see what would happen. But Laboratories' approval is never given so easily, and the product was put through various chemical and practical tests. For example, would it become volatile on a very hot day in the tropics? This was answered by evaporating it to dryness at 65 degrees Celsius, 149 degrees Fahrenheit, in an electric oven, and then using the iodoform reaction to determine the volatile ingredient. Another analysis identified the non-volatile ingredient, and then some of the fuel was burned in a crucible to learn of its ash content. The chemist now knew all about the substance and can give it a fire rating, but this was not enough because it is sold in cans and must be considered in that form. Therefore, burning cans were upset to see whether there would be any spilling of flaming liquid. The fire was blown upon by strong air currents to note the result. The heat radiation was studied to see whether it would endanger combustible material that might stand nearby, and many other tests of a more technical nature were made before the exacting chemist finally decided in favor of listing the product. 4. Special investigations. More than most of the other departments, the Department of Chemistry is occasionally called upon to undertake lines of special research of a purely scientific nature. An example of this kind was that dealing with the propagation of flame in pipes and the effectiveness of arresters. Here, certainly, is technical language that suggests little to the lay reader, and yet the lengthy report that is covered was the result of some really dangerous experiments and had a direct bearing on human safety. It had become important to learn just what happens when mixtures of air and various vapors explode in tanks and pipes, and just how the explosion flames can be intercepted without stoppage of the pipes. This investigation was begun during the World War at the instance of the DuPont Company, and the report was made in October 1919. It dealt with some factors that were mysterious subjects, even to scientists, and required a formidable equipment of apparatus, such as bombs and other pressure-proof containers, air tank apparatus, mixing apparatus, freezing apparatus, sampling devices, ignition systems, composition apparatus, chronographs, monographs, indicators, gas analysis apparatus, and many others. Some of these devices it was necessary to design especially for the experiment. The investigation resulted in a mass of clearly presented information of great value to many industries. The effectiveness of various types of flame arresters was reported upon for the first time. Another important investigation has had to do with the so-called table of constants, bearing on 38 oils, ethers, alcohols, and other such liquids having hazardous properties. The work of insurance men, and even of government regulators, must involve more or less guesswork at various points without such information. This table has not yet been completed, but even at its present stage has proved of great value. There is no room here for even a list of the numerous other special investigations which have been made by the chemistry department. All of them resulted in the accumulation of valuable information, sometimes valuable to a single industry, as in the case of the spontaneous ignition hazard of sisal, that Mexican plant whose fibers are used in manufacturing cordage and bagging, sometimes to agriculture, as in the case of hazardous compounds for killing weevil in grain, and sometimes to the general public, as in the case of extinguisher liquids. Extinguisher liquids of the carbon tetrachloride class have many advantages, not the least of which is that they do not conduct electricity. It had long been noticed that when applied to fire, they form certain gases, and the laboratories chemists conducted thorough investigations to determine the nature of the fumes, their corrosive action on metals, the toxic compounds so formed, etc. It was ascertained that while poisonous gases were generated, their volume was so small as to render the extinguisher safe for use except in small confined spaces such as closets. As a matter of fact, everyone who has studied chemistry has breathed some of these gases and been known the worst. But the war had made the public fearful on the subject, and it was at the instance of the National Board of Fire Underwriters and the National Fire Protection Association that the laboratories conducted the experiments and made the thorough report. From the foregoing, it may be seen that the work of the Chemical Department at 207 East Ohio Street is strikingly unlike that of chemical laboratories established elsewhere. Indeed, it is much more than a chemical laboratory for statics and dynamics, metallurgy and metallography, thermodynamics and pneumatics, hygroscopy, electrical engineering, and various other branches of science, as well as organic and mineral chemistry, are drawn upon. A visitor may even find one of the engineers engaged in work that verges upon the field of botany, as, for instance, in the identification of the linen fibers in fire holes. While, therefore, it is rigid in its standardization of procedure, the attainment by clients of the objects laid down does not depend on chemical conformity, but on performance. Finally, it affects a greater number and variety of industries than any other single laboratory, and the effect of its activities is fully recognized throughout large fields of production. End of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organised for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. How Safes are Made. Section 1. An Emergency Article. A little more than a decade ago, manufacturers of safes began to submit their products to the laboratories for official labelling. Safes presented a problem very different from those discussed in the preceding sections, because their use involved no natural or inherent hazard, and they were not associated either with fire prevention or with firefighting. On the contrary, the very purchase of a safe implied a recognition of the fact that fire might occur in the premises where it was to be installed, and the safe's principal duty was that of protecting its contents from destruction, no matter how severe this fire might prove to be. The day has been when safes were considered chiefly in the light of burglar resistance. This function is not negligible even yet, and all safes must furnish some degree of protection against marauders. But modern business methods have more and more tended to the use of boxes in safe deposit vaults for convertible securities, leaving to the office safe the task of protecting business documents and records that are needed for immediate access. These things do not tempt the burglar. Their particular peril comes from the fact that they are made of paper. When fire destroys such material, it sometimes cripples a business more seriously than by the destruction of its stock in trade. Consequently, the old-fashioned type of massive safe with its ponderous doors, its heavy bolts, its cash drawer and its ledger compartments, while still enjoying a field of service, has been followed by various sizes and types of containers housing card and loose-leaf records of many kinds, and designed for the particular purpose of keeping their interior temperature always below the scorching point. Such containers are now to be found by the tens of thousands in business places throughout the country. Businessmen have been educated by many sad experiences to the realization that it is a serious mistake to neglect precautions in the purchase of their safes. A fire is a swift transformer of conditions. Premises that in the morning have seemed free from all suggestion of hazard may, by afternoon, develop into a raging furnace wherein the safe, with its vital contents, is subjected to a heat of 1,000 degrees, of 1,500 degrees, even occasionally of considerably more. By evening, walls may fall and floors give way, so that the glowing metal box crashes down from a height of several stories and is perhaps buried under tons of debris. Under such circumstances, physical property of large value may be annihilated, a fact that need not be fatal to the business if its owner be sufficiently insured. But the possibility of resuming operation may largely depend upon the answer to one question. Are the contents of that buried safe undamaged? It is with an anxious heart that many a businessman has awaited the cooling of the ruins to a point where his safe could be dug out and opened, often in a matter of days. The opening of the door has told an immediate story of the temperature that penetrated to the safe's interior while its outer walls were bathed in terrific heat. Sometimes the contents have been found reduced to charred and useless fragments. Sometimes they appear to have suffered no damage. This latter is now being met with in an increasing number of cases, a fact that is due in no small degree to the Laboratories' classification tests. The testing of safes is one of the most searching procedures that take place within the two brown brick walls on East Ohio Street, and it is one of the most important. Two new safes standing side by side on an office floor tell little to the layman. Both may have trim lines, roomy interiors, convenient compartments, and neatly painted surfaces. Both may render equal service during years of usual routine. Then, one day, there comes the great emergency for which supposedly both safes were created, and one triumphs, the other fails. The possibility of severe fire must always be thought of as existing in the background during every moment of the safe's manufacture, sale, purchase and use. A safe is essentially an emergency article. Its real value stands or falls on the single question of its ability to meet extraordinary conditions. This ability must be known at the time of purchase. It can be determined in but one way, namely by subjecting the safe in advance to the emergency for which it is created. A fire-safe container must have its safety proved by fire. This, however, is not so simple as it may sound. Section 2. Preliminary Inspection and the Explosion Test. The technical reader will find the laboratory standard for testing safes in Appendix 13, but what is here proposed is merely a brief impression of the actual process. In the case of all safe manufacturers, various conferences and discussions intervene between the time when the drawings and factory specifications are submitted to the Underwriters' Laboratories and the first actual fire test is made in Chicago. In each instance, the laboratories engineers study the blueprints and descriptions, inspect the factory with regard to methods of production, and even look ahead into the packing, shipping, handling, installation and operation of the safes before a single one is built for formal submission. Advice and suggestions are given in the light of the manufacturer's statement of claims and the laboratory's standard. Following this test, sample safes are built at the factories under the personal supervision of the laboratory's engineers, and shipped to Chicago. These must be exact duplicates of the safes which the manufacturer intends to place on the market under the label, in case he gets the label. Ultimately, these test samples arrive at 207 East Ohio Street, Chicago. The engineers begin by examining the burlap and excelsior protection and the heavy paper wrapping. The safes are moved with levers, lifted with jacks, and otherwise handled by both skilled and unskilled labour, to determine the extent to which they are affected by such usage. The engineers closely examine the exterior finish, especially at all joints, for evidence of racking or distortion. They then work the doors and locking mechanism a number of times to determine how smoothly and easily these can be manipulated. This is done with the safes resting on all four wheels and then with two opposite wheels raised by steel plates. Definite upward and downward pressure is exerted on the opened doors, and in every case the examiners use dynamometers or other measuring instruments and little dabs of soft putty to note the accuracy of the fits at door edges. Such installation and operation tests have a direct bearing upon the manufacturer's statement of claims as to workmanship, suitability of materials, the form and arrangement of parts, durability, rigidity, strength, uniformity and ease of handling, shipping and maintenance. Following these preliminary tests, one of the samples is put through fire test number 1, known as the explosion test. This takes place in an open field. Arriving there, the spectator sees the safe raised knee-high on 4 brick piers and surrounded on 3 sides by an 8-foot wooden fence. Magazines and loose papers have been placed inside, and on the top shelf stands a recording thermometer. A camera is set up in front of the open safe and a photograph is taken of the contents. The doors are closed. Once more the camera shutter clicks. Then kindling wood and excelsior are placed under and around the safe according to a standardized plan. An 8-foot square section of fence is nailed across the front so that the safe is completely enclosed, and additional sticks and boards are thrust into the huge box, completely covering the safe. In all, 5,000 pounds of combustibles are used. Finally, 30 gallons of kerosene are poured over the hole and the match is applied. The fuel has been so arranged as to produce the maximum of heat in the minimum of time, in order to represent extreme conflagration conditions such as a fire in a chemical factory or a lumber yard might give. Under such conditions of swiftly mounting temperature, safes have been known to develop explosive interior gases. In some cases, the doors have been thrown for many feet. Therefore, it is important to search out any such tendency. In this test, the smoke clouds are quickly succeeded by roaring flames, and in less than 3 minutes the temperature exceeds 1,000 degrees. 5 minutes later it is 1,500 degrees, and in 15 minutes from cold it has reached 1,700 degrees. The fire swiftly burns itself out, and at the end of half an hour the blackened safe can be seen perched above glowing embers. The engineers allow another 10 minutes to pass, then play a hose over it and make a thorough survey of the external condition, measuring the bulges of the plates with steel squares and other instruments. A sufficient degree of bulging is rated as an explosion. Section 3. The endurance test. Following the explosion test comes the still more important fire test number 2, or the endurance test. Its main purpose is to permit the classification of safes according to the length of exposure to a standard fire. Note the word standard, which they are able to endure before their interior temperature reaches 300 degrees, a temperature obtainable in a kitchen oven, and one that will not injure paper. 4 classifications are recognised and certified by labels, as follows. Class A, indicating a safe that will protect its contents against a fire of extraordinary severity. 4 hours of furnace heat with the interior temperature rising at the standard rate. Again, note the word standard, but without the interior temperature reaching 300 degrees, without explosion, and without the development of certain weakness specified in the standard. Class B, calling for the same requirements in a 2-hour test. Class C, calling for the same requirements in a 1-hour test. The 4th class is designated as insulated cabinet, in which the label stands for a test of 45 minutes. In each of these cases, the temperature readings continue into the so-called cooling period that follows the period of actual exposure to flame. Another important requirement is that all classes of safes bearing the Laboratories label must withstand the fire and impact test, to be described later. This does not apply to the insulated cabinets, which, while by no means weak mechanically, are designed for less severe conditions, such as use in fire-resistive buildings with few burnable contents, where there is little danger of floors giving way. It may be of interest to go into building number 3 and take a close-up of the endurance test. The furnace itself is a box of thick masonry and is heated by 4 rows of blast burners. On the outside of the walls are valves through which it is possible to control the distribution and intensity of the fire. The safe to be tested is brought in and prepared for its ordeal by the placing of interior thermocouples to indicate the heat that develops within the safe. These are arranged next to the middle joint of the double doors and in the upper corners, points where there is likely to be the first penetration of heat. Then a hole is drilled through the safe's bottom for the insertion of a closely fitting pipe, through which the thermocouple wires may be led to the indicating instruments, and, lastly, 2 small copper tubes are also passed through the bottom of the safe. These are to enable taking of interior air samples during the test for analysis in the chemical laboratory to determine the nature and quantity of the gases generated under the heat. This has a particular bearing on the question of explosion hazard. The safe is then pushed into the furnace, but before its doors are closed, a number of magazines, blueprints, index cards and loose papers are placed on its shelves, a proceeding easily understood by the non-technical spectator. Following this, the furnace is closed and sealed, and the test is begun. "Go," commands the engineer in charge. The gas is turned on, and the burners are lighted. Before long, the mica peepholes in all four walls of the furnace begin to glow, and through them the surface of the safe may be seen to blister as the paint burns. As the minutes pass, the assistant engineer goes from one peephole to another, peering keenly through and making notes of his observations. Every few seconds a voice is raised in mysterious phrases such as "a little high in the north," "low in the east." It is the man at the speaking tube repeating instructions received by him from the engineer at the temperature measuring station in the next room to which the thermocouple wires lead. With every message, the proper adjustments are made of valves on the four walls of the furnace. This is a matter of utmost importance. It is related to the fact that this test follows the standard time temperature control curve, in which the heat must increase at a predetermined and controlled rate. Thus, it is possible to secure absolute uniformity in the tests and to place all makes of safes on a basis of rigid impartiality. Any deviation in temperature is shown at once on the switchboard instruments and is corrected by manipulating the valves. After 20 minutes, it may be observed through a peephole at the back of the furnace that the large sheet of steel forming the back of the safe begins to show visible distortion. This is a natural condition. 30 minutes. The attention of several visitors is called by the assistant engineer to tiny spurts of flame issuing from joints in the safe from the generation of gases within the insulation. It is indicative of good design that they can escape without doing any damage. 40 minutes. The steel knob of the combination lock is a brilliant red, almost white hot. 1 hour, and the entire visible surface of the safe has become a brilliant red. The safe, having been submitted for Class A label, is subjected to an inferno of ever-increasing intensity for 3 hours longer, but at the end of the 4 hours, the heat of the interior thermocouples, as indicated on the switchboard, must not be sufficient to injure the most delicate papers on the shelves. The engineer continues to take readings, because the furnace remains closed for about 20 hours, until it and the safe have become cool enough to be handled. This feature of the endurance test represents actual conditions in the most severe fires. The inside temperature continues to rise slightly for a while before slowly descending. Should even one of the interior thermocouples register 300 degrees, though the other three others were much cooler, the safe would not get the label. Section 4. The Fire and Impact Test. Even more spectacular than the explosion test is the ordeal which safes of classes A, B and C must undergo, and which is known as the Fire and Impact Test, or simply as the Drop Test. A safe is heated 1 hour, hoisted 30 feet and dropped, allowed to cool, turned upside down and again heated 1 hour, allowed to cool inside the closed furnace, and then forced open to see whether the contents were injured. This is a test not only of fire resistance, but also of strength, workmanship, skillful design, and correct use of materials. If a spectator were to arrive at the furnace room toward the end of the first heat, he would see the following procedure. 55 minutes. 8 men in overalls stand by at their stations like trained gun crews. Blocks and tackles are all set to open the walled door of the furnace and to roll out the bottom truck on which rests the red-hot safe. 59 minutes. The engineer at the instruments inside the other building takes a last reading of temperatures, jots them down, and puts his mouth to the speaking tube. "Ready," he calls. "Ready," is the answer. 2 asbestos-gloved men disconnect the thermocouples and withdraw them white-hot from the furnace wall holes. 10 seconds, shouts an engineer. No one moves because everyone is ready. 5. A man grasps the lever of the quick-shutting main valve. Go! The flames go out with a pop. There is a thud as a man rams a timber against the door prop, which is immediately caught by another. The heavy door opens, causing all spectators to retreat from the burst of radiation. Workmen, crouching to protect their faces from the heat, quickly hook the wheeled truck on which rests the red-hot safe and draw it forth, then sling it with a special arrangement of chains and bars. This is done as the safe passes through the large door of building number 3, near which the furnace is situated. Within a few moments the glowing safe is in the yard beneath a high derrick boom, to a cable from which the chains are swiftly attached. The hoist motor hums, the steel cables tighten, the pulley creaks, and the safe rises into the air. Meanwhile, the derrick boom from which it hangs swings through a quadrant until the safe is plumb above a massive concrete block, set flush with the flooring of the yard and covered with a heap of loose bricks. From one of the bars of the sling that holds the safe dangles a 30-foot chain, weighted with a chunk of iron. The moment it straightens, a man yanks a rope, freeing the trip hook of the chain sling. Down comes the safe, whizzing from the height of a 4th-floor window and landing with a crash on the pile of bricks. The bricks being purposely uneven to represent the chaotic debris of a real fire, the safe has not fallen squarely, and one corner is seen to be badly distorted, showing the white insulation through the torn plates. When the safe has cooled, examinations are made as to its stability and strength. Engineers look for bulgings and separations affecting the tightness of door joints and other features. Allowing for the force of the drop, any bending, breakage or collapse showing lack of requisite strength would be counted against the safe in considering the award of the coveted label. The next day the safe is placed upside down on the furnace truck and again subjected to the flames for 1 hour. The furnace conditions are standard, the temperature rising to 1700 degrees. An engineer watches closely through the peepholes for any sign of buckling, sagging, warping, collapse, fusion, disintegration, and so on. One thinks of the effects of the 30-foot fall while the safe's outer shell was red hot. The third day the furnace is opened, revealing the battered safe, which is rolled out and examined by trained eyes. But, of course, the most interesting moment comes when the doors are forced open. Are the contents safely preserved? Are all papers still fresh, white and pliable? They are, but even this does not satisfy the engineers, who examine the condition of the paint and enamel on the inside, especially near the joints, and the condition of every feature. Then an autopsy is performed. Workmen take the safe apart, dissecting it as a coroner would a corpse. Samples of steel and insulating material are taken from various points and subjected to chemical and physical tests. Nothing is overlooked. This dissection of safes is performed after all fire tests, not only on the Class A, B and C safes, but also on the insulated cabinet label safes. From the foregoing, it is apparent that with safes, as with every other product inspected and tested by the laboratories, a definite plan of investigation is followed with a view to obtaining exact and significant information. This includes examinations of materials, explosion test, drop test, and endurance test. The whole plan is clear and simple, and its headings are as follows: practicability, of handling and shipping, of installation, of operation, of maintenance. Durability, wear and tear, sweating and swelling, corrosion. Strength, of part, of assembled safes. Fire resistance, flame resistance, heat resistance. Uniformity, of parts, of assembled safes. These few lines stand for many hours of intense research work, into which we have given only a few glimpses. Then follows the report to Council as elsewhere described on page 267. Section 5. The follow-up work. When the votes of the Fire Council members have been found to be favourable, the safe in question is awarded its classification label, and the manufacturing company now comes under the supervision of the Label Service Department with its inspectors. The laboratory's follow-up work on safes, assuring the strict maintenance of quality, is extremely detailed, painstaking, comprehensive, and severe. For that matter, the inspection work on 15,000 other products is all these things, but it is remarkable how many different items a laboratory's factory inspector looks for in such an apparently simple device as a safe. For example, in the matter of insulation, the inspector must check up on the materials in order to make certain that they comply with specifications. This involves tracing shipments and forwarding samples to Chicago. He also examines a number of safes at different stages of their manufacture and measures the thickness of the insulation in the sides, top, bottom, and doors. He makes sure that the insulating materials are disposed within the walls in the manner specified for that particular make. Close inspections are made of hinges, bolting mechanism, locks and casters, as to their design, method of attachment, and other features. The finish of the metal parts, both interior and exterior, is another item, and even the interior fittings are carefully inspected. The important matter of workmanship is not left entirely to the judgment of the inspector, but under it there are mentioned specific items, and the handbooks even prescribe the method by which certain fits and clearances are to be determined. Inspectors' reports are all received at Chicago, where the labelled safe manufacturing industry is thus followed up. Inspectors are kept informed as to conditions that they should know about. For instance, If a strike were to occur in an industry upon which the office-safe industry is dependent for certain raw materials, all inspectors concerned would immediately be notified to make sure that the supply of these materials does not fall below the required standard. Once a year, and sometimes oftener, safes of each model and make are purchased secretly in the open market and shipped to Chicago for examinations and tests, which are just as complete as the original acceptance investigations and tests. This is a final and positive counter-check on the laboratory's own factory inspection work, as well as on the maintenance of standards by the industry. These are some of the reasons why the little brass label that denotes the results of these arduous and painstaking processes is coming into general recognition as the one means whereby the purchaser of safes may receive advance assurance as to their emergency qualities. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Henry Chase Brearley. Making burglary more difficult. 1. Matching wits with burglars. In the winter of 1920-21, an epidemic of burglaries in Chicago led to a conviction in the minds of many that something must be done, something more than the usual activities of police and law courts. The burglars of Chicago, always enterprising and skillful, were growing bolder. Clearly, they were not deterred by the relatively small chance of being sent to jail. Clearly, also, they were not efficiently resisted by the thousands of locks and burglar alarms. These things might have been good enough for an earlier day, but the burglar's mind is acute, ingenious, and enterprising. He experiments, tries new ways, and tells his pals when successful. Thus, knowledge accumulates, as in any other learned profession, and stationary resistance methods cannot long cope with advancing methods of attack. By the winter of 1920-21, as already stated, there had grown up a conviction that another step must be taken, and this took the form of requests from manufacturers and insurance men that Underwriters, Laboratories assume the writing of standards on various means of protection. Burglar alarm systems had been used for about 30 years, but seemingly without much improvement in the average protection afforded. This was due largely to the fact that prospective users were at a loss in choosing from many equipments because there were no standards of design and construction and no scientific discounts on burglary insurance rates. The same thing was true with regard to vaults, safety deposit boxes, and locking devices. This, indeed, was the crux of the difficulty. Inventive brains had not been idle. New products were forthcoming from time to time, representing various degrees of ingenuity and efficiency, and in each case enthusiastic manufacturers claimed, no doubt sincerely, that the problem of burglar resistance had been solved. But how was one to be sure until the product was tested by some skillful cracksman? And then it might be too late. The situation cried aloud for the obtaining of exact information, for tests to be made by the most highly proficient burglars at times and under conditions when property would not be imperiled with resulting classification of a thorough and impartial nature. Proficient burglars, it found, could not be trusted. Hence, proficient burglars must be developed out of men who could be trusted, and their equipment must be equal to the finest at the command of the artists of the underworld. The situation differed in one important respect from that of the fire protection investigations discussed in preceding chapters. It involved a contest, not with natural forces, but with human ingenuity and daring. It was, in short, a process of matching wits with burglars. The first positive steps were taken when the Burglary Insurance Underwriters Association ruled that future installations would be recognized by reduced rates when reported upon favorably by Underwriters Laboratories, and when manufacturers of protective devices met at the Chicago and New York offices of the Laboratories in May 1921 and pledged their support. At about the same time, there was formed the Burglary Protection Council of the Laboratories, and the work was formally inaugurated in September. By the end of 1921, no less than 47 systems and devices had been submitted. The Laboratories was fully prepared, having begun about 1 year previously to develop a staff of experts in burglary protection. It was not long before engineers at both the Chicago and New York testing stations astonished manufacturers of supposedly impregnable systems by burglarizing simulated business premises with apparent ease. They had already found weak points. But that was not enough. They suggested specific improvements, which were adopted one by one. A number of confidential reports of criticism written to manufacturers brought back evidence that the industry was alert to profit by the technical study given to its problems by Underwriters Laboratories. It was quickly appreciated that even the most skillful and determined burglar needs more than the cover of darkness. He must have time to accomplish his design and security from knowledge of his presence. Therefore, the problem of burglary protection resolves itself into two phases. First, prevention or interruption of the attack through immediate detection of the burglar's presence. Second, mechanical resistance to the attack. These are the fundamentals of the investigations now in constant progress. The first phase involves the use of alarm systems with indicators, gongs, telltale lights, or other warnings, supplemented in cases by the summoning of armed guards, while the second calls for effective locks, bars, plates, boxes, doors, and vaults. All this comes under the problem of protection against the burglar, who is essentially a secret worker, but there is also the necessity for defense in the case of armed daylight bank and store robbers. Against the latter, there have been developed special protection systems with sounding devices to bring reinforcements from the street. These may be considered under burglar alarm systems, with which they are often combined. It is the function of Underwriters Laboratories to determine the effectiveness of all such means of protection as are submitted to it. The first group of devices and systems must be absolutely reliable, for an alarm that does not always work is worse than none at all. The second group can never furnish absolute protection. Their value consists in the time required to defeat them, and in this group, the Laboratories determines the degree of resistance offered. In coping with the problem of protection from burglars, first attention must be given to their prompt detection. In other words, to the alarm system. If this be adequate, there may be no need for calling into play the burglar-resistant qualities of the safe, strongbox, or other container of valuables. Consequently, it is recognized as folly for banks, jewelry stores, and other places where valuables are stored to neglect this form of protection. Various are the methods adopted. Windows and doors are wired. Glass panes are decorated with tinfoil ribbon, apparently for ornament, but really to carry an electric current as part of the system of protection. Window and door openings are filled with wooden lattice work, so wired as to send in an alarm at the least disturbance. Alarms are concealed under thresholds and floor rugs. They are connected with showcases and vaults. They find expression through horns, sirens, gongs, and lights, or in indicators at some central station. Ingenious burglar traps are thus spread every night in thousands of business places, and in not a few residences as well. No one realizes this better than does the cracksman. If he is to succeed at his chosen calling, he must keep abreast of developments in the art of protection. Hence, the skillful operators of a generation ago became adept at locating and cutting the electrical connections of these alarms. To circumvent them, the manufacturers thereupon devised alarms in which the electric current was continuous while in use, so that its interruption would give warning. Burglars countered this by having batteries which could be connected with the system in order to continue the current while the main connection was being broken. And the manufacturers thereupon produced alarms sufficiently delicate to register the effect of a variation in the strength of the current such as would be almost certain to occur between the regular supply current and that of the portable battery. Thus, in various ways, the contest has continued, and while burglary is thus made difficult and often reaches a capture, it still is unsuccessful in an amazingly large number of cases. For this reason, the wise merchant or householder carries additional protection in the form of burglary insurance, and the problem thus becomes vital to the insurance companies. Through them, it logically becomes a concern of Underwriters, Laboratories, for a company in assuming risk must make sure that the protective systems in use are as efficient as they can be made. 2. Grading the alarm systems. It is natural that alarm systems should be of many different kinds. One used to protect a bank vault may cost as high as $5,000 or $10,000 and should be able to last for a number of years without calling for repair, especially as to its electric lining, which usually is embedded in concrete walls. On the other hand, a mercantile alarm system cannot be too costly because small establishments usually hope to outgrow their premises, and also because the walls, floors, and doors and windows of ordinary business premises are not sufficiently resistant to warrant elaborate systems. That is to say, a common burglar could quickly smash, grab, and run whether the system were simple or elaborate. Another consideration is that protective devices are frequently portable and almost always exposed. Takedown screens are sometimes placed in the way of porters who may shove boxes against them. They must be replaceable at small cost. Thus, a comparatively new but active branch of the laboratory's work is constantly dealing with a great variety of protective devices for purposes of classification and label as in the other departments. Alarm systems are classified in two ways. First, as to kind of risk, into bank alarm systems, which must be very sensitive, durable, and in many ways highly refined, and mercantile alarm systems, which meet somewhat less exacting requirements. The second classification is into local systems, which are self-contained, and central station systems, which are connected to an office from which patrols are rushed when the signal is flashed. Every system is graded according to a schedule of credits. It must pass its examination like a small boy in school or a candidate for a civil service job. There are certain credit points for each of the necessary features, and if the system does not win a sufficient number of these points, it does not secure its diploma, i.e., the listing. A local mercantile system which wins less than 500 points out of 1,000 gets no recognition at all. From 500 to 700, it is graded C, and the minimum requirement for grade B is 700 points. For central stations and bank systems, there are similar schedules, but the requirements are stricter. Those for bank systems form a lengthy document which covers hundreds of items. Central station systems present an additional factor, for the physical equipment is supplemented by the service rendered or supposed to be rendered by the company. As to the latter, claims made in advertisements count for nothing. The basis of the grading is performance. For instance, to get at the important item of average elapsed time in answering alarms, engineers not only go through the company's records, but remain night and day with its forces. In order that a system may be listed by the laboratories, its follow-up supervision, as in all other lines, must be agreed to by the company. Underwriters' Laboratories supervision includes the usual periodical inspections at factories as to materials used, workmanship, uniformity, etc. In addition, the laboratories keeps on examining various installations in use and making inquiries to countercheck the service rendered by the alarm company. 3. A typical local mercantile alarm system. The most easily understood type of alarm system is the local, and the simplest classification recognized is that of mercantile. But even in a local mercantile system, there are several broad requirements, all of which must be met. These are as follows. First, it is not sufficient for a system to be well designed and well made. It must be maintained in good order by the company. Second, the rods or wiring must not be far enough apart for the burglar to be able to spread them and crawl through. Finally, the gong or siren must be heard at least 500 feet under favorable conditions. The 3 requirements seem obvious, yet many devices on the market do not possess them all. This is one of the principal reasons for the laboratory's investigations. In testing a submitted system, the engineers study first of all its general design and construction. Occasionally, they tell the manufacturer at this point that unless certain improvements are made, further investigations would be a waste of time. Next in order has come the consideration of the system's practicability as to its installation, use, and maintenance in business premises, a matter of considerable work. Following this, there are a number of laboratory tests, most of them made to determine the durability of the various parts of the system as well as of the entire installation unit. As an instance of the durability investigation, there may be taken the case of a glass pane protected with tinfoil ribbon applied near its edges in an ornamental way. The manufacturer has supplied several of a standard size, and the engineers, disregarding their beauty, put them through a strenuous experience. One pane is taken to the vibration apparatus and its foil is connected so that a buzzer will sound when a break occurs in the circuit. The pane itself is held loosely in steel grooves, and the loose play is increased until it rattles as much as 1/10 of an inch. At the end, if the buzzer has remained silent, observations are made nevertheless for any looseness that will indicate faulty method of foiling. Another standard foiled sash is clamped vertically and washed 12 times with hot and cold water and common cleaning compounds, such as ammonia, scouring soap, etc. This rarely results in a break in the circuit, but the engineers always look for scratches, discolorations, turning up of edges of foil strips, etc. Then come tests by moist heat, dry heat, and others reproducing conditions of service, and finally, the burglarious attack tests. One of these consists in a number of attempts to muffle the gong or otherwise to put it out of commission. This is what many burglars try first to do, and in duplicating their efforts, the engineers make use of clay, tarpaulin, liquid, or other materials. As everyone knows, these gongs are frequently enclosed in boxes so wired that tampering will ring the gongs. In making this test, the housing is set up and connected as in use. One of the laboratory's experts, familiar with it, as burglars must be, and provided with proper tools, announces his readiness. "Time," calls the observer. The burglar works swiftly, skillfully, and without noise, because this is an expert premeditated attack. Suddenly, the gong shatters the silence. 50 seconds, comments the observer. A second method of attack is tried, but just as the engineer seems able to insert a stick in the housing, the gong clangs once more. Foiled again. Is this device burglar-proof? Not yet, for the expert smiles and tries a third method, which proves successful. A confidential report containing suggestions will be sent to the alarm company. After using methods involving skill and knowledge of the system, others are tried, representing the efforts of unskilled burglars. These amateur attacks consist in desperately speedy drilling, sawing, chiseling, hammering, prying, and so on. All this work is attended with more or less suspicious noise and depends for its chance of success upon the speed with which it is carried forward. This taking of time is therefore an important part of the test. The next series of attacks is made upon the protection wiring. This may at first appear to be impregnable, but engineers thoroughly acquainted with the system now get to work and eventually are able to pass through without sending an alarm. However, if it prove to be a long and difficult process, the system is regarded as affording much more than the usual degree of protection. Where electricity is involved, the fire hazard cannot be overlooked, for no businessman wishes to pay for burglary protection the price of a possible fire. Underwriters Laboratories therefore investigates and tests the system from that angle. In addition to laboratory work, the engineers look over the materials and workmanship of the existing installations by the alarm company, make tests at these points, and ask the users many questions about attempted burglaries, trouble calls and their causes, false alarms, and the frequency and extent of the inspections made by the company. Such inquiries are supplemented by correspondence with other users. Inspections are also made at the factory itself to determine the suitability of the equipment used in the manufacture of the system, and other points that would affect the ultimate protection afforded by the system as manufactured. 4. Central Station Burglar Alarm Systems. The central station systems lay an especial emphasis on the well-known human equation. Of what avail is it for the burglar to incite the alarm and for the alarm faithfully to register that fact in a central station unless there be a speedy response by able and courageous guards? Here, indeed, is a class of investigations so complicated and technical because of the factors it involves that no attempt will be made even to give its headings more than to say that it concerns both the physical equipment and the protection service. In their usual meticulous fashion, the engineers put all the physical elements through the necessary tests, and to this study they add that of the forces employed by the company, inside and outside, clerical, technical, and special, their selection, experience, qualifications, and special training, and their sizes and distribution, the equipment of the guards, and the travel facilities provided for them, and the relations of the company with the police department of every city in which it operates central offices. Perhaps it might be the most interesting method of description to work backward from this last item. Police relations. The engineer assigned to make this study begins by looking through the company's records bearing on this subject. Police officials are then interviewed and facilities obtained for gathering data on 11 subtopics, among which are the following: whether there is a well-defined relationship between police and company, whether the police give preference to calls from the company, whether the handling of these calls is a matter of routine, or are they handled in any special manner, whether the relations are subject to change with changing administrations, whether it is the same in all precincts, whether it is the same in different cities covered by the company, and what provisions are made for giving the right-of-way in traffic to the company's automobiles rushing to answer signals. Size and distribution of forces. This study includes obvious items like the distance from central offices to subscribers, the number of operators and of guards at various times, how long it takes guards to report back, and the number of subscribers' lines at each central office. The company itself is considered not only as a firm which manufactures, installs, and maintains electrical devices, but also as an organization in which great confidence must be reposed by subscribers and the investigators make searching inquiries. Laboratory tests. Every part of the system is subjected to various tests, and the system as a whole is also made to prove its degree of impregnability, sensitiveness, positiveness, and other qualities. There are also tests to reproduce the attacks of skilled and unskilled burglars, familiar or unacquainted with the system. Other possibilities investigated under defeat of the system are those of overpowering guards by force and of breaking into premises and getting away before the arrival of guards. Inspections and tests at installations. Actual installations are selected, and whenever practicable, the engineers first close the place to represent night conditions. For convenience, they always take along and connect a portable signaling device, although in certain tests, communication is also established with the central office. Every entrance test possible without injury is made on these existing installations, but where necessary, the engineers do not hesitate to make attacks which require simple repairs. They never fail to note how far doors, transoms, and windows can be opened without signal to central, and whether a burglar who does so can fish for valuables with a stick and hook or other device. Nor do they leave without trying to create false alarms by shaking, pressing, and jarring doors and windows. 5. Mechanical resistance. We have already said that the Laboratories engineers have acquired the art of judging the weak points of anti-burglar devices from the standpoint of the skilled burglar. Sometimes a device is submitted which has been studied from that standpoint, but in which the engineers discover mechanical weaknesses thanks to their wide experience in other lines. For instance, the manufacturer of a show window steel shutter, which was supposed to drop immediately if the plate glass were broken, was told at the Laboratories that there was needed almost 101 improvements. He disregarded the advice and sold his device. Not long afterward, a burglar broke a show window which had been equipped with it and helped himself to displayed valuables, while the apparently unconcerned shutter stayed up. The next day, the manufacturer came back to the Laboratories in a penitent mood and listened respectfully to the engineer's advice. In another case, a manufacturer was eager to bet that his lock could not be defeated. Fortunately for him, the engineers do not take bets, for the lock was opened in just under 90 seconds. In Chapter 16, the testing of automobile locks will be described. It is typical of the testing of all locks. Safety deposit boxes are received from the manufacturers in typical sections of from 20 to 50 boxes. Using various tools, several methods of entrance are devised, some attended by noise and others almost silent. Each method is used on several boxes, and by the time every box has been entered and the results analyzed, the engineers are able to judge of the degree of their resistance. An interesting class of mechanism is that of relocking devices used mostly on bank vault doors. Their purpose is to foil burglars in an unexpected way. When a hole is drilled in the steel plate or cut with a torch, or when the combination is dynamited or punched with a sledge, there is a click and the bolt bars are doubly secured, so that the burglar would have to cut a hole large enough to pass through in order to get in. Of course, the next morning the bank must send for a mechanic to release the relocking device and allow the normal opening of the door, but that is little enough trouble for the extra protection afforded by the device. In examining these devices, the engineers proceed as engineers, but in testing them there is but one effective way, and they follow it. They break in. When they get through, the goods under test are fit only for the junk dealer, but the result is that the grade of the relocking device has been scientifically determined under the many and minute requirements of Underwriters Laboratories standard. 6. False alarms, super burglars, and yeggs. That the foregoing tests are not made in a spirit of over-fussiness is proved by the police records of every city. The rewards of burglary have been altogether too large in proportion to its perils, and the safety of the public calls for every possible effort to cut down this class of crime. If it be argued that many of the tests are directed against the operation of the super-burglar, it may be answered that this class of gifted specialists is responsible for many of the biggest robberies and is a constant incentive to his lesser brethren. On the other hand, it is doubtless true that cruder criminals like the yeggs and the snatch robbers constitute a much greater menace because they are so much more numerous. From the very simplicity and quickness of their operations, they are extremely hard to deal with. Such men do not try to defeat alarms. They simply plan to get away before the alarm is answered. In a recent, fairly typical instance, the same store was robbed 4 times within 2 months, while policemen were only 2 blocks away. In each case, the thieves watched their chance, smashed the window with a padded brick, grabbed what was within reach, and made their escape by automobile. The alarm operated, but quick work made it possible to get away. In the robbery of a New York warehouse, the robbers evidently knew the exact limits covered by the alarm system reporting to a central office. Going in a motor truck to a point as far away as possible from the building they expected to rob, they broke a window with a brick, thus sending in an alarm, and sped on to their real objective. The first alarm sounded in the central office, and armed guards were at once dispatched in a waiting automobile. But on reaching this place, they found merely a broken window, which they reported on their return to the central office. In the meantime, the second alarm had come in from a point a number of blocks distant, and before the guard could reach this second point, the robbers had 6 minutes in which to make their haul. For such reasons, many inventors are now working on efforts to combine alarms with apparatus for furnishing resistance in order to delay the burglar while the alarm is being answered. Thus, the battle of wits progresses. One of the greatest obstacles to the success of alarm systems is the fact that so many of them operate too easily. In other words, they signal when there is no attack. In one central office, it was estimated that there were 49 false alarms to every one that was due to thieves. Such conditions naturally are demoralizing. One of the engineers of Underwriters Laboratories, in making a California inspection, caused a store alarm to be sounded, then stood within the window and watched a policeman who was about 20 feet away. The gong rang steadily for 5 minutes, and the officer never even turned his head. Later, he stated that he paid no attention to alarms because they were always ringing. The elimination of non-attack alarms is one in which the Laboratories is much interested. What then is the result of these painstaking labors? Are they of any use? The cynic may inquire, since almost every paper chronicles new and successful burglaries. Why not simply concede that the thieves have the best of the battle of wits and save the trouble and expense of toilsome tests? To such questions it may be answered that the tests are still too new for their results to have been applied in more than a small percentage of their total possibilities. Furthermore, as is true in the case of fire, it is one thing to prevent burglary, considered in the abstract and aggregate, and quite another to prevent individual burglaries. The latter has most certainly been attained in very many cases. The products of American inventive ability, selected and classified by scientific tests that have only recently been made available and backed by an incentive in the form of reduced rates for burglary insurance, should lead, in time, to the wide installation of approved devices and then ultimately to a marked reduction of burglary itself. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joe Murray. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Protecting Life and Limb. 1. Playing a double role. The prevention of accidents in this world of chance. What could seem like a wilder, more impossible ambition for an institution like Underwriters Laboratories. However, it is not well to jump to conclusions. The idea is reasonable. It is even meeting with a fair degree of success. The key to this extraordinary statement is to be found in the letter S. There is a wide difference between accidents, the plural word meaning few or many accidents, individually considered, and accident, which stands collectively for them all. Individual accidents are being prevented in unaccountable numbers, but the sum total of casualty is still enormous. Even so, its limitation in certain directions is already pronounced. Of the many forces contributing to this end, none plays a more vital part than Underwriters Laboratories. As in the case of fire prevention, this part is physical, not psychological. Careless people will continue to have accidents in spite of all safeguards, and must be reached through education, example, and even legislation, as is now being undertaken on so large a scale. But there remains an important field of protective effort in reducing the hazards of the devices and materials employed by man in his daily life. Safety to life or limb calls for the use of equipment or methods that are devoid of natural hazard, or that are provided with proper safeguards. In its casualty work, therefore, Underwriters Laboratories plays a double role. It certifies a low degree of hazard in devices belonging to classes which naturally are dangerous, and it determines the degree of protection afforded by those appliances whose purpose is to provide safeguards. Incidentally, it may be noted that the work of casualty department overlaps that of the others at many points, and it even sometimes happens that a device intended to counteract some other hazard may unwittingly introduce a new casualty hazard. Consequently, the laboratories never fails to consider the possible accident hazard in whatever form a device may be under investigation, and conversely, it never fails to consider other possible hazards whenever a device is submitted for accident rating. 2. Ladders and other things. Quote, "The total depravity of inanimate things," end quote, has passed into a proverb, and perhaps none of these has borne a worse reputation throughout the ages than the ancient and universal ladder, which therefore has become subject of much study at 207 East Ohio Street. Slippage being the principal cause of accidents, inventors had devised various forms of ladder feet, of which several kinds have finally won recognition by the laboratories. To quote from its statement about them, quote, "No one type of ladder foot has been found suitable under all conditions of service, Many different types have been developed, and the type best suited to service should be chosen. In general, it may be said that for use on rough or wooden floors, ladder feet having one or more sharp spikes or having flat leaded coated bottoms will be found suitable. For use on the wet and relatively smooth floors, ladder feet having recessed rubber bottoms have been found of service. For use on concrete and rough iron floors, ladder feet having contact surfaces in which particles of abrasive substances such as carborundum are partly embedded have been found suitable. Ladder feet having lead-covered bases are also suitable for use on concrete floors. Ladder feet should be renewed when worn or otherwise kept in proper condition in order to perform their proper functions. Spiked feet will wear and lose their sharpness. Suction grip feet depend on an even contact of their bottoms surrounding the recessed portions so as to exert a suction effort. Accordingly, wear and damage resulting in unevenness may soon destroy their effectiveness. Lead-coated feet may wear or become smooth and offer less slipping resistance. Abrasive studded feet may have particles of abrasive broken off or may become clogged with foreign matter and thereby lose their effectiveness. End of quote. Such were the conclusions of probably the most searching inquiry into the subject of ladder slippage ever made. So much for ladder feet, but grades of materials and the form and dimensions of stringers, steps or rungs, braces, hinges, spreaders, extension mechanism, and other features are studied with equal care before the labeled ladders can be offered to the public. The purchaser may realize that if he have an accident, it is his own fault. Another man-made product quite indispensable in its service, but with a bloody record, is glass. There is hardly a person who has not had repeated encounters with sharp edges of broken glass, and its capacity for harm needs no emphasis. Sometimes, as in the case of broken windshields in automobile accidents, the injuries inflicted may be serious, even fatal. This is also true in marked degree with the falling fragments from upper windows broken by the heat of fires or explosions. At the time of the bomb outrage in Wall Street in September 1920, glass fell in a shower from hundreds of windows and inflicted some serious injuries in the street below. From the standpoint of both fire prevention and accident prevention, there have been many efforts to obviate this hazard in a material of such universal necessity, and various products made in conformity with these ideas have come before the laboratories for investigation. Foremost among these, of course, is now the familiar wired glass, in which the mesh retains the fragments resulting from cracking. This generally is recognized as one of the most important developments ever made in the fireproofing of buildings. The same qualities that make it valuable for this purpose have their bearing upon the elimination of accident hazard. In fact, in the case of the Wall Street explosion, wired glass windows in some of the buildings were the only ones to retain their place, although the glass itself was cracked by the force of the concussion. There has also been much experiment along other lines, particularly in the search for a practical non-breakable glass, which still seems a distant ideal. But considerable progress has been made through the production of the so-called, quote, laminated glass, end quote. One type of this product is a kind of glass sandwich, being made of 2 layers of glass with a sheet of trioxylin plastic or some other transparent material placed in between. This latter kind of glass was submitted in 1916 after having been 8 months on the market as automobile windshield and window glass, and the makers, claiming that it had hundreds of other uses, desired that Underwriters Laboratories certify its advantages over plain glass. Among other points in their claim, they said that a powerful blow would cause a cluster of hairline cracks, but not sufficient to penetrate it, leaving it still a perfect protection against the weather. Quote, "This property should make it valuable for instruments on which safety to life depends, as on board ships." End quote. Another interesting claim was that it was, quote, "practically burglar-proof." End quote. The laboratory's engineers devised a number of tests, most of them made alternately on the submitted product on plate glass of the same thickness or weight. There were static strength tests on samples supported at the ends and subjected to increasing measured pressure at the center, which showed, after mathematical computations had been made, that the invention was stronger than plate glass. But the most interesting were the impact strength tests, in which the new product was compared not only with the plate glass, but with wire glass as to resistance to falling weights, such as pieces of lead or 1-pound steel balls. The quantity, appearance, and weight of the fragments thrown off were carefully observed, and those thrown off by the laminated glass test specimens were found to be much less than those from the wired glass, while the plate glass samples were completely shattered. Thousands of factory accidents have come from the use of belting, particularly in the matter of braking and shifting. As to the latter, safety shifters have been devised and are made a subject of study by laboratories. Good safety belt shifters cost from $15 to $25, and that is one reason why they are not universally used. But an even stronger reason is that mechanics do not take to them. They prefer to enjoy performing the trick of shifting by hand, which is one of the first things the young apprentice learns. In old-time shops, youngsters were not allowed to shift belts. They would have to call one of the old-timers and stand in admiration while he expertly flipped the belt from one step of the cone pulleys to the other. Having at least acquired the knack, perhaps after one or two narrow escapes, a man would naturally scorn to use, quote, "fool protector," end quote. The breakage of belts is largely due to improper lacing or fastening. Hence, machines for fastening the ends of belts are of great importance. Imperfect fasteners also account for severe lacerations of hands. Those that are listed by the laboratories have been carefully tested and carefully kept up to standard by factory inspections. Another example of a mischievous inanimate thing is the common set screw, which is harmless enough when used to fasten two motionless parts, but is a source of danger when it projects from the surface of a fast revolving shaft, collar, or coupling. There are safety set screws which need not project, because the usual slot is replaced by a square or hexagonal cavity, and the laboratories has listed them. But as always, their adoption is slower than insurance inspectors would like to see. One of these inspectors was urging their use during the course of a discussion with the superintendent of a large factory in New York State, and he pointed out as almost criminally hazardous one old-fashioned set screw projecting from a shaft near a narrow passage. Quote, "Nonsense," end quote, ridiculed the superintendent. Quote, "That shaft and screw have been turning there for 15 years, end quote. Quote, "Then according to the law of averages," end quote, exclaimed the insurance man, quote, "you are due for an accident. For God's sake, take it out," end quote. The superintendent laughed heartily, but shortly afterwards, his own clothing was caught by the self-same set screw, so that he was whirled around by the shaft and badly injured. In too many cases, it is good luck rather than good management which has prevented accidents. Punch presses are easy to operate, and boys and girls as well as birds of passage and floaters are often employed on them. They all must be safeguarded against the results of their own ignorance and carelessness. Another psychological factor in the operation of punch presses is that so great is the force of habit that when the worker's attention is distracted, he or she will often continue to press the pedal every 2 or 3 seconds while using the hands for something else. One girl working on a press which was guarded only from the front saw something wrong, quickly reached around the unprotected back, and then, through force of habit, put her foot on the pedal, with the result that her thumb was cut off. Any complete guard would have prevented this accident. Ladders, glass belts, set screws, punch presses. These few examples seem insufficient as illustrations of the laboratory's activities and the reduction of inherent accident hazard, but space limitation forbids more than one additional example, which may well be that of scaffold. Not the hangman's scaffold, but the ordinary builder's contraption, which has cost a far greater number of human lives. Indeed, on some buildings, defective scaffolding has caused an average of 1 death for each floor. Labeled scaffolding machines are so simple and obvious in design that one may well wonder why such methods were not adopted generations ago. Here again, it is made evident that humanity wins forward slowly and haltingly because every step taken involves the conquering of some deeply entrenched habit. Safety scaffolding machines come in pairs and are arrangements of flexible cables, winding drums, guardrail supports, toe boards, and lesser parts mounted on angle iron put logs on which rest the ends of the scaffold proper, suitable planks supplied by the builder. Their operation, too, is so simple that bricklayers and stonemasons, who are notably slow to learn machinery, hardly need to be taught how to use them. The laboratory's work of certification, however, was far from simple. It so happened that this was the second subject dealt with by the casualty department, and its exhaustive report of examinations and tests, published in 1915, bears testimony to its consciousness of the burden of responsibility for the future safety to thousands of lives. It is gratifying to note that the statement of one authority that there never yet has been a fatal accident from the failure of labeled scaffolding. Contrast this with the ghastly record of the old type. 3. Safety appliances. In the foregoing examples, as well as in many others, there has been the need of searching out and correcting inherent hazards. But this spells only part of the labors of the casualty department, for the progress of the safety idea has shown itself in a multiplicity of products whose sole purpose is that of safeguarding. These include a great variety of guards for machines and tools of many kinds, to prevent workers' limbs being caught, to prevent clothing being caught, to stop flying fragments when breakages or explosions occur, to prevent human contact with molten metals, highly heated parts, or electrically live parts. Also, articles to be worn such as goggles, gloves, respirators and window cleaners, belts and fittings, and a number of exit and panic appliances. Their diversity makes it difficult to speak of them in general terms. Every device must be judged with regard to its peculiar function and use. Perhaps the most complicated safety appliance thus far submitted was a fire escape, which included a small jib crane, a supporting bracket, a steel cable, drum, and other things. The whole was for window attachment and was intended to lower its user to the ground in case of fire, then automatically to rewind its cable for the next user. In examining this, the engineers dismantled it in order to note the structural details, and the report on the form and arrangement of parts, materials, and workmanship ran to 3,500 words. Then followed various strength tests, and even temperature tests that were made to ascertain whether the grease in the drum cylinders would become too solid in cold weather, thus slowing the descent, or would soften in hot weather, thus allowing a heavy person to come down too quickly. Satisfied on this point, there were actual operation tests from a third-floor landing, during which a number of observations were made. In one of the descents, the manufacturer's representative stopped with a jerk before reaching the ground because he had shortened the cable too much. However, the laboratory's own clean record as to, quote, never an accident, end quote, was not marred because the machine withstood the shock without damage or weakening while the maker's agent passed off the incident with a laugh. But the engineers, when their amusement had passed, though the report says nothing about it, discussed this incident in technical language in their report because it threw light on the strength and reliability of the fire escape. In another case, an inventor wished to demonstrate his device in a similar way, but this was not permitted by the engineers because it had not been sufficiently safeguarded. A short time later, he fell and was killed while demonstrating in another city. Another complicated safety appliance is known as, quote, an emergency discharging system for ammonia plants, end quote, and is used for refrigerating plants. When fires occur in such plants, firemen are sometimes hampered by the fumes of ammonia, and this device is intended to discharge ammonia harmlessly into the sewer in case of sudden need. Among other emergency safety devices may be mentioned panic doors and panic hardware for doors, the use of which would have saved hundreds of lives in theater and school disasters, which it will take many decades to forget. The laboratories, before listing such devices, puts them through careful examinations as to workmanship and provisions for durability, as well as through practical operation tests to make sure that a slight pressure on the latch immediately and positively causes the door to open. But the greatest amount of work is upon safety appliances and materials for everyday use. One of the simplest of these is the safety tread for stairways. Inventors came with ideas which they believed to be the solution of the slippage problems due to wear, water, or other conditions. But the laboratories devised special testing apparatus in which mechanically operated weights, shod with leather soles, were scuffed back and forth over the surface and the treads. After a certain number of thousand rubs, some products were found to have become smooth and slippery, while others showed little wear. The SA files on this subject contain quantities of letters between the laboratories and manufacturers, with safety commissions and other interested bodies chiming in. There are many so-called safety stair treads on the market, but few labeled ones. The laboratory's engineers supplemented their test with, quote, field investigations, end quote, and interviewed a number of persons. Samples were also installed on the laboratory's main stairway for direct personal experience. Even the question of lawsuits that had arisen from accidents involving certain materials was weighted, although it must be emphasized that the laboratories examines question of fact and leaves to lawyers and judges the determination of law. At any rate, the laboratory's findings were revolutionary. They stirred considerable discussion, but they have stood. And this, in spite of the fact that laboratories purposely withheld the major portion of its conclusions on the account of, quote, insufficiency of data, end quote, and restricted itself in a, quote, letter report, end quote, to a brief statement as to the suitability of various types for use. Guarding devices for the protection of workers are sometimes too simple to be effective, particularly in the case of certain forms used with stamping presses. For such purpose, the ideal guard is one that is connected to the latch of the press clutch in such a way that the ram cannot descend while the operator's hands are in the danger zone. It would take too long to go through the list of machines which need guarding appliances. In every case, the laboratories operates the machine many times, using finger-shaped pieces of wood in attempts to defeat the purpose of the guarding device. The workmanship of the devices is also considered and their service records carefully investigated. Almost all the devices submitted in this class have been improved by suggestions made by engineers. Goggles are used as protection, not only against flying particles, but also against radiation, intense flames, and the incandescence of metals in welding operations are a source of ultraviolet rays which tend to cause the dread cataract. Samples of the various styles and shades of goggle glasses made by such submitter are examined and tested to determine their transmission of heat, light, and ultraviolet radiation. At the laboratories, quote, comfort, end quote, tests by a number of observers, strength tests, hot metal tests, and tests of materials are made in thorough manner. Elevator inspection is outside the scope of laboratories, but a number of elevator safety appliances have been submitted and put through various tests, not only at the East Ohio Street plant, but at various actual installations. The reports on elevator safety appliances, which have received listing, always include at least one paragraph as to the conditions under which these devices are quite suitable. For instance, some of them might not be always reliable if the play of the elevator car or shaft door were greater than 1/2 inch. The strength and durability requirements, of course, are rigid. In these and many other ways, the fingers and bones of millions of industrial workers and the bodily safety of all classes of the public are safeguarded through the constant study and innumerable tests made by the engineers of Casualty Department. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a noble institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. The safety of cars and their passengers. The start of schedules. Probably no single industrial development of the past generation has changed conditions of life so greatly as has the automobile. The horse, man's great animal assistant since before the dawn of history, is being pushed into the background with a swiftness which would have seemed unbelievable. Streets that once echoed to the beat of hoofs are now noisy with the rasping blasts of automobile horns. Country roads on which but a few years ago the family buggy jogged comfortably along are now hidden in clouds of dust from touring cars and runabouts. The draft horses, which formerly strained to pull heavily loaded trucks, have been displaced by the motors that handle far heavier truckloads without appeal to the sympathies of onlookers. Even the farm, last refuge of horsepower, is being invaded by tractors. Everywhere, the traditional stable is giving way to the garage. The utility of motor cars, tractors, and motorcycles has thus been established overwhelmingly, but the accompanying evils of motor accident and crime have also grown to such proportions as to force their way prominently into the news columns of every day. Thus, inevitably, they have come up for study in the one institution that is best equipped for such investigation. Underwriters' Laboratories is constantly engaged in tests of safety factors in automobile design and construction, as well as of the locks by means of which the operation of thieves are resisted. These tests are of direct or indirect interest to everyone who entrusts his safety to a car or pays premiums on automobile insurance. As is usual with the laboratory's activities, this branch of the work grew out of the requirements of the insurance companies. Automobile liability was first written in 1898. Originally, it was largely a matter of guesswork, but within 20 years automobile underwriting has become highly developed, had definite forms for fire, theft, collision, property damage, and public liability, was being written by more than 400 insurance organizations, and was paying approximately $100 million a year on losses. While moral hazard is perhaps the greatest factor, the importance of good design and construction, with safeguards against fire, theft, and collision hazards, looms large, and in these respects the interests of insurance companies and of car owners are identical. Improvements in such matters are the natural result of cooperation among three bodies, namely the National Automobile Chamber of Commerce, the National Automobile Underwriters Conference, and Underwriters Laboratories. As in the case of other industries, this triumvirate was inevitable, and the way in which it came about is worth telling. It began in a small way. Several auto-lock manufacturers during 1915 applied for opinions as to the merits of their devices. When 2 or 3 of these devices had passed the tests and had been listed, the NAUC, finding that theft losses were being reduced in consequence, decided to grant a premium reduction for the use of labelled locks. This established the first point of contact between automobile insurance underwriters as a body and the laboratories. This work has grown so that now 3 engineers are constantly engaged in testing auto locks. Next came the question of fire hazard. Fire insurance rates were at first based on horsepower, but the obvious difficulties of this method caused a change in rates based on the list price, as everyone can remember. This too involved perplexing difficulties. For example, an automobile, which at that time was listed at $1,785 FOB Detroit, took a greater fire insurance rate there than in Chicago, where it sold for $1,805, the dividing line between rates being $1,799. The manufacturers, in consequence, proceeded to install a $15 bumper as standard equipment on $1,785 cars sold in Detroit, changing the list price to $1,800 and causing a decrease in fire insurance rate without increasing the fire protection. The automobile fire underwriters finally decided to follow the example of their colleagues in the general field of fire insurance. They formally requested the laboratories to ascertain whether it would be possible to develop a schedule wherein the inherent hazards of car and truck construction could be analysed so as to have rates based on such an analysis. After some meetings, the laboratories undertook the large task of drawing up a schedule covering every inherent hazard, which meant hundreds of items, of determining the number of credit points or demerits for each item, and of applying this in a scientific and practical manner so as to grade American-made automobiles and trucks with regard to insurable hazards. Manufacturers, as a body, through the NACC, approved the project in principle, but what of individual manufacturers? Would the maker of a $10,000 car take a chance on the laboratories reporting that it should take a higher rate than that for a car costing 1/20th, which by luck might have been designed and was constructed in conformity with high standards from the standpoint of insurable hazard? As an even more perplexing question, would 2 or 10 fiercely competing manufacturers of cars, which were then taking the same rates on the price method, relish the necessity of standing in a row like schoolboys, metaphorically speaking, with this manufacturer at the head and that one at the foot, according to the points won by their respective cars, unless they might know in advance how the points of the schedule were to be won? It must be repeated that the laboratories never solicits business, that its service is not compulsory, and that it's only authorities that have scientifically determined facts. Therefore, it could not urge manufacturers to submit their cars, nor could it urge anyone to accept its findings. Furthermore, this work would be costly, and a number of manufacturers went on record as objecting to paying the laboratories for examining their cars. Strange to say, it was this objection which spelled the success of the whole undertaking. The NAUC finally instructed the laboratories to examine all passenger cars at its own expense. This was late in 1920, and 2 years later the immense task was practically completed. The principal result was the publication of the laboratory's fire schedule, and of 2 others, in which the design, construction, and equipment factors affecting collision and theft, respectively, are tabulated and assigned various numbers of credit points in a scientific way. These schedules, as usual, were not published until passed upon by representative men outside of the laboratories. In this field there was soon felt the need of a new council, and consequently the official Automobile Council was formed in 1919, with at first 5 members of the Rate and Statistical Committee of the NAUC and 2 members of the laboratory staff. Later, 4 more prominent automobile insurance men were added, making a total of 11 members. In spite of the fact that the activities just referred to made possible a closer approach to scientific automobile underwriting than ever before, the schedules have not as yet received general application, save as to the fire schedule on passenger cars. While this fact has reduced the usual incentive of manufacturers in seeking tests and ratings, it is brought into sharp relief a still higher value. It is inspiring to find that this industry, whose output is daily entrusted with the lives of millions of people, has sought the aid of Underwriters Laboratories in an effort to attain the highest degree of fire safety in its output, quite apart from the question of insurance rates. So far, more than 125 cars and 50 trucks have been submitted, and in response to the suggestions made, about 40 makes have been redesigned from radiator to tail lamp. Such a statement speaks for itself. 2. Carding for fire safety. Only engineering features are considered in the schedules, states the laboratory's own preface. The moral hazard and the fire exposure hazard are not scientific entities. They are too elusive to reduce to laboratory terms, for the former arises out of human nature itself, and the latter is governed by ever-changing conditions. It includes such questions as that of whether a car is kept in a public or private garage, the way in which the garage is heated, and the many other combinations of physical factors that affect thousands of individual cases. Therefore, while the insurance companies cannot by any means overlook these hazards, their study lies outside the scientific province of Underwriters Laboratories, and they are not considered in the schedules. Likewise, questions of injury to persons or of damage to other property, then the car, are not pertinent. But with these excluded, there remains a large and important field for study in the engineering factors of fire safety. In the theft schedule, too, engineering factors alone are considered. It would be out of the question to detail the many points that must be considered in judging the fire hazard of an automobile, but there are 4 items that are deemed most fundamental. The first of these items refers to the tubing and connectors between tank and carburetor. During the preliminary investigations, laboratories engineers were astonished to discover that the most elementary principles of fire protection were so often overlooked. And a study of fires showed that many were traceable to leaks which proper workmanship and the use of proper materials and methods would have avoided. The second requirement is that the low-tension wiring be of ample capacity for current load and mechanical strength. Here, as in many other features, manufacturers frankly admitted that the electrical fire hazard had never entered their minds. Yet an added expenditure of 2 or 3% per car would, in some cases, have safeguarded this particular feature. The third and fourth items refer to the connections and supports of wiring and to workmanlike joints and splices, with wires suitably supported at frequent points to avoid dropping, chafing, and excess vibration. Such points were elementary, but were often overlooked, with the result that arcs and short circuits were of frequent occurrence, and this in the presence of gasoline vapour. An inexcusable number of total loss fires have been due to the ignition of gasoline and oil drippings by means of imperceptible sparks that should never have been permitted to occur. Vice President Small said in an address before the Society of Automotive Engineers, "As to the automobile fire hazard, from the viewpoint of design, it has seemed to me that the automobile industry has overlooked the fact that there is current in the storage battery. The storage battery can melt any piece of wire if there is a good short circuit." Furthermore, what should be said as to breather holes that exude oil, engine pans whose doubtful usefulness is outweighed by the hazard of their accumulated drippings, exhaust lines close under dripping carburetors, improperly vented tanks, feed lines below the road clearance, the simple but dangerous gravity feed system, tanks located in cowls and filled from under hoods, tanks that permit too large an accumulation of that hazardous fluid, gasoline, tanks that rattle, work loose and leak, tanks with fill openings that are too small for curb pump nozzles, tanks that cannot be drained without removing them from the car, wires that run where oil and gasoline may accumulate, exhaust pipes that are close to combustibles and to the tank, feed lines without shut-off valves, and so on, with various other hazards that would rarely occur to the user, and might not occur even to a manufacturer if his attention were not specifically called to their presence. However, the car owner is less interested in separate details of fire hazard than in their combined effect, for he is thinking of his car as a whole. How safe is it? That is what he wishes to know. Consequently, the Laboratories has now adopted a system of cards in which opinions are expressed as to specific makes and models. A typical card bears the following statement: this automobile of the model indicated, when equipped at the factory with any one of the body styles given below, has been found upon examination to be reasonably safeguarded against fire resulting from features of design, construction, and/or assembly. Complicated tests, weeks of time, and a mass of technical information have been required. But in this case, the results of them all have been summed up in just 4 words which any layman can understand: reasonably safeguarded against fire. It should be noted that no cars are carded unless the manufacturer has signed a contract providing for yearly re-examination. The foregoing applies to fire safety alone, and the collision and theft schedules are hardly less important. The collision schedule deals with those mechanical features upon which a driver, often inexperienced, must depend when he sends the complicated mechanism under his control at high speed uphill and down, over ruts and tracks, past traffic, rocks and trees, and in so doing stakes his own life upon its performance. Advertisements, when they leave off superlatives and come down to specific points, lay stress on such things as ease of control, flexibility, durability, strength, completeness of factory equipment, and similar matters. Since these things have to do with a collision hazard, the Laboratories engineers do not go by advertisements, but put cars through a searching series of examinations and practical tests upon all essential features. The most luxurious limousine cannot receive classification A unless it merits full credit under items 2, 6, 10, 14, 18, 24, 29, 31, 36, 38, 42, and 48. These include such exactly defined requirements as handbrake grip released not over 24 inches from low point of steering wheel rim, road clearance at least 9 inches, service brake area 1 square inch per 17.5 pounds car weight, to mention only 3 of these items. The third schedule is that of classification with regard to theft hazard. It assigns certain credits to items of protection value, as is the case with the 2 preceding schedules, and it deals specifically with theft retardants. For be it noted, there is no such thing as a theft-proof car. Given sufficient time, a mechanically expert thief can make away with any car. Theft retardants, therefore, are intended to make his profession dangerous by increasing the time required for his success. The theft retardants recognized in the schedule are standard listed and labelled locks built in stock equipment. These will be touched upon under the heading of automobile appliances. Another item, too often overlooked, is that of the identification of the car or truck by markings. Thieves generally know which makes and models have easily changed numbers, and other things being equal, they go after them rather than others. This matter of identification, by the way, precisely because it leads to the recovery of cars, has an important bearing on the issue of moral hazard, which the insurance companies themselves have made possible by insuring cars against theft. Thousands of car owners throughout the country, who may once have been proud of their cars, come in time to prefer the theft insurance money to the car itself. A number of stolen cars have been fished out of lakes, rivers and swamps, or have been discovered in quarries, usually with their identification numbers removed. Secretly located numbers would have helped in tracing their erstwhile owners and the investigation of all suspicious circumstances. That this moral hazard is not negligible is indicated by the significant fact that cars so often burn up in isolated spots, unwitnessed. Prevention of over-insurance is difficult. An inherent protection in the nature of identification marks seems to offer the best promise of solution. It is interesting to see the variety of marking devices which are submitted to the laboratories and the ease with which most of them are defeated by the ingenuity of its engineers. These young men have expert knowledge of engraving, dye stamping, brazing, electroplating, and other necessary processes. But so also have many of the thieves. The thieves must be anticipated at their own game if real protection is ever to be evolved. 3. Automobile appliances. The great majority of automobile appliances submitted for listing are locking devices. In this field there is intense competition, and yet we find listed locks costing perhaps over $20, competing successfully with others selling for as little as $2. A large Chicago distributor for many automobile accessory manufacturers has declared that the Laboratories is the one stabilizing influence in the industry. No one type of lock is the best type for all cars, and some makes and styles are designed for particular cars. This is not held as an objection by the Laboratories, which simply prints these limitations under the name of the maker and the list of inspected automotive appliances. 3 engineers are constantly at work on locking devices, which indicates both a crowded field and a complexity of problems. To illustrate these problems, a manufacturer had over $125,000 invested in jigs, tools, and dies, and after studying the laboratory's requirements with his own engineers, he concluded that he would have to scrap this equipment in order to comply with them. The laboratory's engineers worked out changes which allowed him to continue to use most of it. He later thanked them for saving him over $100,000. 3 samples of each locking device must accompany the application for listing. The first is thoroughly dismantled and investigated, and the other 2 are then subjected to expert premeditated attacks by methods determined from the study of the first one. When deemed necessary, another sample is subjected to a 72-hour test on the vibration table, familiarly known to the staff as the shimmy table. This test is made for the purpose of showing whether the sample will be locked by the shaking process of a rough trip, and is the full equivalent of travelling thousands of miles over rough roads. Corrosion tests are also made, and where electricity is involved, the maximum rated load is applied throughout the operation and other tests. The engineers in charge of this work have acquired marvellous skill and are fond of telling the story of the enthusiastic manufacturer who breezed in with a statement that the theft problem was solved once for all thanks to his lock. The engineer on whom he was calling learnt that he had driven up in his own car and deduced that it was equipped with one of his locks. The engineer winked at an assistant, who thereupon went to the manufacturer's car, easily defeated the lock, and then drove the car out of sight round the corner. A few minutes later, the manufacturer suggested that the engineer go downstairs to have a look at the car with its theft-proof locking system, and his consternation on reaching the spot where his car had stood so short a time before may be imagined. Here is the procedure in a typical driving test. A steering wheel lock comes in for investigation. It chances to be a combination lock of the free spinning type. In other words, when locked, the wheel can be spun without moving the steering rod. Surely no thief will run away with a car that cannot be steered? So says the inventor. The testing engineer takes the car out to the lakefront where traffic is light, and proceeds to do the things that he believes would occur to the mind of a skillful thief. He does not try to unlock the device. In fact, he does not even know the combination. He merely tries the obvious method of getting a friction bearing on the rod by means of pressure. The car whizzes down the road and comes to a cross street. The engineer presses hard on the wheel in his hand and turns the corner with little difficulty. At the next corner, The wooden rim pulls loose, but it appears that the car still can be steered by means of the struts. Next, he unfastens a screw and easily lifts the wheel from its position. This exposes the end of the steering rod, and with this gripped tightly in a pair of pliers, he directs the car without trouble. There will be another disappointed manufacturer when the report is made, but better so than that car owners should put their trust in a lock that does not furnish protection. In typical tests of a different kind, the engineer confronts a key lock, which lifts the gearing of the steering wheel out of mesh, and thus prevents its operation. The engineer picks up a hammer, and strikes a few quick blows which drive the rod into position. In exactly 10 seconds, the lock is defeated, and the thief can run off with the car. However, the tests go still further in order to aid the manufacturer by furnishing them with reports of all the defects which it is necessary to overcome. In the next instance, the lock is unfastened by taking out a set screw and driving out the locking pin. Time, 3 seconds. Following this, a hacksaw is called into play, and the housing is cut in order to remove the pin. The lock is opened in 1 minute 50 seconds. A final test of similar length requires cutting into the locking cylinder housing, knocking out the housing and then operating with a screwdriver in order to get the bolt into driving position. These tests involve but 2 of the many kinds of locks, and none of them calls for more than a few simple tools, such as any automobile thief may carry with him. It is perhaps small wonder that car stealing is so grave a menace. Bumpers run locks a close second in point of number, 52 makes of front bumpers alone being listed. The tests are not gentle. Imagine the jar of driving a 2,500-pound car full tilt into a stone pier at 4 miles an hour. Would the bumper protect its occupants? In order to satisfy the laboratory's requirements, this condition must be met. But how? Shall an inexpensive car be imperiled by sending it against an obstacle and trying out an inexpensive bumper? By no means. For a simple device of great ingenuity fully serves the purpose, and the tests that it permits are somewhat spectacular. The bumper under investigation is fastened, not to a car, but to the front of a strong automobile frame, which in turn is bolted upon a concrete block. Hanging from a beam 70 feet overhead, like a giant pendulum, is a 650-pound weight. This weight is drawn back to a given distance, not exceeding 23 feet, and then released. Forward it swings in a wide arc, gathering speed as it goes, and delivers a violent blow upon the bumper, which bends before it, and then, if it be of sufficient strength, springs back into shape. The theoretical car has been saved. Other swings may come at other distances and from other angles, and in each case the conditions and facts are carefully noted. Several years ago, the yard contained quite a pile of shattered bumpers, representing the shattered hopes of manufacturers, but their destruction has made for improvements which have greatly raised the level of this useful device. Of course, the bumping test is but part of the investigations, which cover the usual subjects of practicability of installation and use, durability, the protection afforded to exposed parts of the automobile front, and other items. One interesting series of tests is made use of the spectroscope in judging of windshield visors. This type of appliance is intended to protect the driver from the glare of the sun or of approaching headlights. Hence it makes use of coloured or clouded glass designed to absorb certain of the rays and allows others to pass. There is an obvious peril if the glass fails to show the red light of danger signals, and its characteristics in this respect are tested by means of spectroscopic photographs. These are but a few of the subjects of study. For the field of automobile appliances is an attractive one for inventors, and the number of submitted devices is fast growing. The Laboratories is frequently in receipt of applications which have to be rejected because they bear no distinct relation to recognized hazards, notwithstanding that the list already includes more than 1,000 items, covering fire hazard, collision hazard, and the hazard of theft in myriad ways. For all these reasons, the safety of millions of car owners is vitally affected by the constant investigations that are made by the engineers of the Automobile Department. End of Chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution, organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Certifying Aircraft and Pilots. 1. The newest department. It was not until 10 years after the beginning of Underwriters, Laboratories, that aviation emerged from the realm of moonshine and became a subject for men to take seriously. For it was in 1903 that Wilbur and Orville Wright made their first success in a very primitive kind of airplane flying. Prior to this time, man had made himself mechanical devices which enabled him to outrun the horse and outswim the fish, but the art of flying, in which birds and insects were so adept, had seemed impossible to acquire, the clumsy and dangerous sport of ballooning having no claim to be considered flying, and even the remarkable experiments of Langley suggesting little of immediate value. The Wright brothers came at last, and through them and others, aviation was placed on a solid foundation, if such a mixed metaphor may be allowed. Today, the hum of an airplane propeller has become too familiar to arouse special interest. Airplanes are traveling through the sky every minute of every day, and frequently at night. Mail planes make trips on scheduled time, and definite passenger service now exists between various points. The number of private owners of airplanes is rapidly increasing, and many of the insurance companies have begun to write coverage in response to demand. In consequence, there have arisen the usual questions. What are the hazards? How can they be minimized? What should insurance cost? It was natural that the National Aircraft Underwriters Association should have turned to the laboratories in order to find the bases for the answers. The laboratories undertook this important work in 1920. It began in its usual way by assembling and arranging known facts, by engaging the best attainable talent to ascertain facts yet unknown, by evolving definitions and classifications, by studying existing standards, and by formulating requirements to minimize hazard. A former Army aviator, then holder of the world's altitude record of over 7¼ miles, was engaged as the laboratory's aviation engineer. Following this, cooperation was obtained from engineering societies, aero clubs, the War, Navy, and Post Office departments of the federal government, the Air Board of Canada, manufacturers, pilots, owners, and other sources, in addition to the insurance interests. A competent staff was developed, and this included picked resident engineers at aviation centers throughout the country. It was decided to follow that Charter of International Flying, the Convention of 1919, which was one of the results of the Peace Conference, and established a broad basis for uniformity of control of air traffic. The investigation problems divided themselves into two principal groups, those of the craft and the pilot, with a third concerning supplementary factors like landing fields, water areas, and hangars. An early question involved the craft owned and operated by the federal government. This led to a broad classification of aircraft into government, those used for military post office, customs, Coast Guard, or police duty. Commercial, those used for the purpose of any profession, trade, or business. And private, including all aircraft not listed as government or commercial. The next steps were to register individual planes and to create a register on the lines of Lloyd's Register of Commercial and Private Vessels. However, all this was merely preliminary, for on May 1st, 1922, the Laboratories began the operation of a nationwide inspection service in order to make it possible to issue certificates of airworthiness for individual aircraft. With regard to pilots, the Laboratories followed the nautical example. It undertook the registration of pilots other than state, together with their individual rating based on periodical examinations and tests. These two subjects, aircraft and pilots, can best be understood in a separate discussion. 2. Planes, parts, and accessories. The development of the airplane and seaplane from the time of the great international competition at Reims in 1909 has been both romantic and irregular. Flyers would advance the art, then builders and engine makers would make their contribution, and the difficult science of aerodynamics would be applied in the improvement of lines and wing shapes. Next, inventors would devise better controls, landing gears, and other necessities, and once more daring flyers would overcome air pockets, would discover how to get out of a tailspin, would remain in the air longer and longer, and would add new stunts to the art of aerobatics. Speeds have risen until racing planes are able to travel faster than did cannonballs at the time of the Civil War. The altitude record has reached 40,000 feet, and the Atlantic Ocean has been taken at a single bound. Lateral and longitudinal stability have been realized. Over a dozen passengers are carried in Pullman comfort, and night flying is a commonplace. As to safety, the number of miles flown per accident is 1.5 times around the Earth, and the United States Postal Service planes flew more than 1,700,000 miles in a year without the loss of a single life. "I would rather ride in an airplane any time," declared Major Schroeder, "than to cross Fifth Avenue afoot or stand near the east end of a westbound mule." In support of this comparison, he called attention to the fact that out of 38 airmen who were killed in a year, 30 lost their lives through stunt flying, while 8 persons were said to have been killed by mule kick during the same year. Outside of taking unnecessary chances, the greatest cause of aviation accidents is that of unforeseen and uncontrollable conditions, such as the arch-enemy of aviation, fog. Nevertheless, there are accidents due to faults in design and construction, workmanship, and maintenance, which are being discovered little by little. These are engineering factors and come within the natural field of the Laboratories, which performs 2 distinct services under the headings of registration and certification. Registration does mean more than the mere assigning of a serial number in conformity with the International Convention system, though this is the best known part of it, and the familiar letters are visible from considerable distances. The applicant must also furnish general information and details which have an important bearing on many phases of insurance. Some of these items appear in the registration certificate reproduced on page 257. Certification of airworthiness, on the other hand, is based on a thorough inspection and flight test of the machine itself. A few words of explanation are here necessary. The 2 principal recognized hazards in this connection are collision and fire. Perhaps the most serious cause of fire accidents is the backfire. which most frequently occurs in descent when the pilot shuts off the engine in order to volplane down to the landing field. When several hundred feet above the ground, the pilot opens the throttle, there may be a backfire because of the cold engine, and this may ignite the accumulation of gasoline and oil drippings. Other fires are caused by faulty design in electrical equipment and gasoline system, as in the case of automobiles, but with the difference that a plane may assume positions that will cause gasoline and oil to drip, as some people who have flown in their good clothes are likely to recall. This also is true with regard to crashes and other accidents from loss of control. The aircraft itself, fuselage, wings, ailerons, and rudders, has been brought to a high state of development, and so has the internal combustion engine, but many other things are needed. A cooling system, a fuel supply system, a carburetor, an ignition system, a lubrication system, a number of instruments, and an intricate set of controls. Therein lie the principal hazards, and Underwriters Laboratories is already taking important steps in this direction. All of the hazard factors and the safety elements of that complicated mechanism, the modern airplane, are investigated with the usual thoroughness of the engineers who will take nothing for granted and who reach their conclusions after considering hundreds of separate items in 27 different groups. Such investigation is followed by the flight test itself, and this is the point where theory is checked against actual performance, for the plane is sent up to prove its proficiency in the sky. Now the machine is taken into the field, loaded up to its full rated capacity, the engine is warmed up, the propeller begins to whir, and soon the artificial bird is a diminishing spot against the sky. In technical jargon, the plane has a rated service ceiling, which means the measure of the height at which the rate of climb diminishes to 100 feet per minute. The test climb is 1 against time to about 1/3 of this distance, with various kinds of observations being taken at every 1,000 feet. Then the plane is brought down to a height of 1,000 feet above the ground and flown full out for 10 minutes, with many observations being taken. It is because this entire work is in process of development that the certificate of airworthiness is not based on inflexible requirements, except insofar as certain items and principles have been formulated in standards and recognized by official bodies. One of these is the National Safety Council, of which the Subcommittee on Planes and Engines is headed by an officer of the Laboratories. Completely assembled airplanes are classified by the Laboratories according to type, design, equipment, ability and operation, and facilities and practices of manufacturer. For several years, production will not warrant the replacement of certificates by labels, but this development is bound to come. As a matter of fact, the operation of the inspection system leading to the issuance of airworthiness certificates is along the lines of the laboratory's work on many other products, though the label is issued to the owner instead of to the manufacturer, and is not affixed at the factory, but at some aviation center where the laboratories is represented by a resident aviation engineer, always an expert in high standing. This engineer issues only a temporary certificate of airworthiness. The final certificate is later sent from Chicago after the data have been carefully analyzed, checked up, and compared with other information there on file. Materials and devices. As in the case of the automobile industry, the use of materials, accessories, fittings, etc., which have been listed by the laboratories after appropriate examinations and tests, is of great usefulness. This work was begun simultaneously with that on assembled aircraft, and has so progressed that it is contemplated to issue a special list of these many materials and appliances before 1924. To illustrate the practical application of the laboratory's work in aeronautics, a famous aviator attempted a much-advertised long-distance flight in the summer of 1922, but fell and wrecked his plane at a midway point. His own skill was beyond question, but it happened that his machine had been inspected prior to the flight by engineers of the laboratories, who found it mechanically substandard, advised him not to use it in the intended flight, and wired their conclusions to the insurance company to which application had been made for a policy. In fact, the plane in question was definitely refused registration by the laboratories. 3. Pilots. What the soul is to the body, so is the pilot to the airplane. The machine is an extension of the man, responsive to his slightest motions. The art of flight, therefore, requires first of all the ability to control and coordinate the movements of hands and feet. The novice must think out these movements, but with the expert pilot they become so instinctive that he has but to wish his airplane to perform an evolution for it to occur. To know what to wish, the pilot must rely upon his senses, which must be acute at all times, even after a long and fatiguing flight. This requires the kind of endurance that comes only with excellent lungs and heart action and good abdominal tone. An aviator must have quick perception and judgment in order to be able to meet sudden emergencies. The strain of flying and the effect of high altitude tell on the nervous system in particular. During the war, some of the most athletic pilots, who easily passed purely physical tests, quickly broke down, even in home service. To classify and label men, this, in effect, was the request of the National Aircraft Underwriters Association in proposing that the laboratories become custodian of the official register of aircraft pilots, other than government pilots, and take full charge of all details connected therewith. And when association members pledged themselves to recognize the laboratory certificates as a condition of their policies, and the various aero clubs and other official bodies approved the idea, the laboratories undertook this branch of the work on July 1st, 1921. Fortunately, there were plenty of data on the subject. Likewise, there were thousands of trained pilots throughout the country, for at the time of the armistice, there were 7,118 qualified flying officers in the United States and 4,307 overseas. It naturally was decided that former Army and Navy flyers were entitled to registration, provided that they complied with certain conditions, the most important of which was to have flown recently, and also that they be in good condition physically and mentally at the time of their application. But new candidates are constantly appearing, men without war experience, and these men also required to be tested and approved. There are schools which claim to educate students to become airplane pilots but do not have any preliminary requirements as to the applicant's fitness to receive instruction. The diploma of such schools is not a sufficient safeguard. Underwriters' Laboratories occasionally is compelled to refuse certificates to applicants who have been passed by schools of this type. A successful pilot is both born and made. There are many things for him to learn before he can be permitted to carry trusting passengers through the upper levels, and his instruction must be thorough and practical. But the starting point, the man himself, is the most important factor. It is only the exceptional man who has the capacity for acquiring the art, the man of clear head, quick eye, keen perceptions, natural resourcefulness, and lightning-like coordination. Ingenious and practical tests to determine these faculties were worked out and employed by government authorities during the war, and their methods are followed by Underwriters' Laboratories. The medical and surgical examination of new applicants is required to be strict, and examining physicians are reminded that applicants will be responsible in an exceptional degree for the safety of life and property of others. Eyesight is the most important of the senses for pilots. All birds have keen sight and can readily estimate distances. Birdmen are helpless without good eyes. There was one pilot whose only failing was that he could not land smoothly. It was discovered that he had an artificial right eye, which made it difficult for him to judge distance from the ground. Slight visual defects may prove fatal. Almost as important is acuteness of perception of sensation from the skin and muscles. The experienced pilot flies by the feel of his machine, of his controls, of his seat, and of the wind on his face. The pilot's hearing must be good and susceptible of training, because he is constantly listening to the singing of the wind in the wires, to the sound of the engine, the roar of the exhaust, and the hum of the propeller. He also may be required to use a telephone or to operate a wireless. Swiftness of reaction is essential, and various tests have been designed, such as that of simultaneously maintaining the pitch of hum of a motor by a foot control despite the efforts of someone else to alter it, maintaining the pointer of an ammeter at a given point by means of a rheostat worked by the left hand and touching with the right hand the proper button controlling one of a number of lamps which are successively and unexpectedly lighted. During such tests, the applicant is at first allowed to breathe normally, and then his nostrils are closed and he is made to breathe through a mouthpiece from a rebreather tank, by means of which, as the oxygen becomes exhausted, there are reproduced some of the difficulties of breathing at high altitudes. In this way, candidates are sometimes taken to altitudes of 30,000 feet or even higher. It is always noticed that the candidate's senses become sluggish, and his motions unconsciously grow slower as the proportion of oxygen grows less. Registration of pilots expires after 1 year, but may expire earlier if more than 90 days elapse without flying. It may be canceled or suspended at any time for cause and is automatically suspended following a crash involving insurance loss pending inquiry. Thus, the day has arrived when Darius Green and his flying machine are no longer a standing joke, for the traveler may now navigate the air with as much assurance as he may ride upon the 7 seas. Indeed, the procedure is much the same, for he now is able to purchase a registered aircraft, to have its condition inspected and certified by an adequate authority, to have it flown by a registered pilot whose rating has been certified for the season, and to protect his property by an insurance policy. In all these respects, Underwriters' Laboratories is effectually aiding an art and an industry, yet in their infancy, but with promise of an immeasurable future. End of Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of A Symbol of Safety. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley. Underwriters, Laboratories, and Human Welfare. In the foregoing pages, an attempt has been made to set forth the origin and work of a dynamic institution whose activities reach beyond its industrial contacts and affect the safety of millions of people. Born out of necessity, it has grown without promotion and in an inevitable sort of way that proves how essential it has become to human welfare. The industrial contacts of Underwriters Laboratories are naturally the more immediate, and in these, its relations are decidedly unique. It is an unofficial body, it is backed by no legislation, yet it has become almost an integral part of many industries. This is shown by the following figures, giving the number of appliances which have been examined and tested and are covered by the current list. Electrical goods, 5,465. Building materials, 1,585. Firefighting equipment, 793. Devices related to hazardous substances, 2,410. Burglary protection systems, 67. Automobiles and automotive goods, 680. Miscellaneous, 309. To these may be added thousands of earlier types tested in preceding years. In many of these fields, its operations are large, as appears in the growth of its label service from 50 million in 1915 to more than 500 million in 1922. Yet, the Laboratories has no commercial motive, makes no profits, and maintains no sales department. All its relations are voluntary. The fact that so large a number of manufacturers are seeking its services is due to the quality of the services themselves. This statement is the keynote of the institution. A visitor is struck with the absolutely impersonal nature of the work. Manufacturers do not exist as individuals while their products are under scrutiny. All are met on the same basis. No one is favored, no one is slighted. The work is not to be unduly hurried, no matter how impatient a producer may be. It goes forward with steady, intent, thoroughness until every essential fact has been determined and recorded. Then, and then only, is the rating given and the label awarded. As a result, the labels of Underwriters Laboratories mean something. They are recognized as incontrovertible evidence that the goods which bear them really possess the qualities of their rating. This explains why the service has been sought so extensively in the industrial world. Some indication has already been given of the manner in which the laboratories operate. It has been shown that its activities originally were inspired by the need of insurance companies for exact knowledge as to many of the elements of hazard that must be taken into account in underwriting. This need has led to the fixing of various standards of safety concerning the thousands of products that are related to fire prevention and fire protection, and more recently to casualty prevention, burglary prevention, and automotive and aeronautical safety. Such action has been a matter of the largest financial necessity. The total volume of insurance in force in these fields exceeds $100 billion, an unthinkable sum, yet one that is represented by many millions of separate business contracts. This insurance must be based on an understanding of risk. Otherwise, underwriting would be a mere gambling venture, short-lived and unreliable, rather than the great foundation of credit and supporter of all prosperity that it is today. But risk cannot be guessed at. They include many physical elements which require scientific determination, since they are at the heart of the underwriting process. This insistent need has resulted in the creation of Underwriters Laboratories and caused its growth into field after field. No bias could be allowed to color its judgments. Hence, the motive of profit was rigidly excluded, and the charges of the institution were put upon the basis of the expenses of each test, plus a pro rata share of overhead. Similarly, there must be no ground for challenging its findings as to thoroughness and accuracy. The situation was met, as has already been told, by assembling a staff of highly qualified technical experts equipped with testing facilities so extensive as to be a revelation to the uninitiated. The system of inspection, conducted in thousands of individual factories, has supplemented the laboratory tests, and the labels of the laboratories have certified its ratings to the general public as well as to the insurance companies. These latter, thereupon, have made them the basis for the assumption of enormous financial obligations. They have backed the findings of the laboratories on an almost incredible scale. Thus has come about a strange yet logical paradox: the operations of an entirely non-commercial institution in behalf of a great business interest. It is significant that these operations have assumed a definitely public service character, and herein is another paradox, that of the altruistic effect of a selfish motive. It is not denied that the insurance companies have a direct financial stake, since they must determine the exact elements of hazard upon which equitable premium rates are to be based, a matter of concern to the public as well as to the companies. This is a natural motive. Indeed, had there not been such a motive, the work of the laboratories would have been short-lived. It chances, furthermore, that the study of hazard involves that of safety. The two are inseparable, and that the safety thus considered is that of the public, whose welfare, and that of the companies thereby become identical. It is easy, therefore, to picture the individual engineer at his testing apparatus, forgetful of producer, dealer, purchaser, or insurer, forgetful of everything except the particular article under test, and, behind him, the thousands of towns and the millions of homes and individuals whose security is being conserved by every step that is taken, the insurance organizations whose resources are at stake, the manufacturing plant whose product is being scrutinized, and, finally, the great army of operatives, salesmen, and dealers whose activities are thereby affected. In carrying out this work, Underwriters Laboratories naturally has come into close relations with many organizations and individuals, among which are the Director of the United States Bureau of Standards, the Director of the United States Bureau of Mines, committeemen designated by the American Society for Testing Materials, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, the Society of Automotive Engineers, the National Fire Protection Association, which is composed of more than 100 societies and official bureaus, the National Automobile Underwriters Conference, the National Board of Fire Underwriters, and its many boroughs and subdivisions, the Fire Marshals Association of North America, the International Association of Fire Engineers, the National Safety Council, the American Society of Safety Engineers, the American Institute of Architects, the Associated Manufacturers of Electrical Supplies, the Manufacturers Council, the National Association of Manufacturers, the Chamber of Commerce of the United States, the City Managers Association, the National Gas Engine Association, the Canadian Electric Railway Association, the Fire Extinguisher Exchange, the Rubber Association of America, the American Engineering Standards Committee, the Department of Commerce of the United States, many other federal, state, and municipal governmental bureaus and departments, many commissions appointed by governors and mayors, and a number of industrial bodies such as the Electrical Manufacturers Council, the National Lumber Manufacturers Association, the Hollow Tile Association, the National Automatic Sprinkler Association, the Safe and Vault Manufacturers Association, the American Concrete Institute, the Portland Cement Association, the National Association of Steel Furniture Manufacturers, and the Associated Metal Lath Manufacturers. These relations involve cooperation, sometimes in promulgating safety standards, as with the National Fire Protection Association, sometimes in applying the findings to towns or to buildings, as with the engineering committees of the National Board of Fire Underwriters and many local underwriting organizations, sometimes in reviewing the reports of tests and the ratings resulted therefrom, as with the industrial and professional advisory committees already discussed, and, occasionally, in the investigation of fundamental scientific laws, as with certain of the professional associations and societies. Brief successive glimpses have now been taken of the work of the different departments, although each in itself might furnish material for volumes, and the merest suggestion has been offered as to ways in which these departments severely affect the industries whose products they examine. But truest impressions are gained when Underwriters Laboratories is viewed not as an assemblage of units, but as a complete institution, compact and homogeneous. This, in truth, it is, for it came into being from one cause, operates along standardized lines, and exerts its influence to one general end. In this unified sense, the influence of the institution already has become incalculable and has made its way into all of the industries affected. Instances of misunderstanding have been many, cases of opposition have not been wanting. In not a few cases, manufacturers or groups of manufacturers have shown at first a perfectly natural resentment that an outside organization should appear to dictate standards that they would be required to follow if their products were to enjoy sales opportunities in many fields. It has been the subject of heated discussion in meetings and in the editorial columns of trade publications, but all this has, in the long run, proved of advantage, in that it has served to fix attention on facts that needed only to be understood to be approved. Following such resistance, the industries in question have grown gradually into a better appreciation of the laboratory's work. They have come to see that it assumes no authority but that which is inherent in the facts with which it deals. Its rating of a product neither endows that product with qualities nor deprives it of any, but merely ascertains and registers those qualities which are given it by its own manufacturer. Just as a diploma of a university is not a gift from the president, but a token of achievement on the part of the student, so the labeled product has an inherent right to its label. The product wins this right, and the laboratories determines and certifies that is the essential distinction. It follows that wherever a producer is willing to comply with certain minimum and entirely reasonable standards, there is no question as to his receiving the evidence of recognition as soon as his compliance has been made manifest. It also follows that any opposition to the test is sometimes regarded by outsiders as indicating his distrust of his own product. Furthermore, since the tests of Underwriters Laboratories have a bearing on the question of human safety, such a manufacturer may find himself in the difficult position of appearing unwilling to comply with necessary standards of safety while offering to the public goods that may be unworthy of complete trust. This, of course, is sometimes the case. Substandard goods can be made and sold below the prices of honest products, and the better grade of manufacturers are coming more and more to realize that the certificate of quality in relation to safety implied in each label is a protection to the industry as well as to the public. So well is this now appreciated that, if the underwriters were to lose their interest in the work of the laboratories, many manufacturers would still wish its continuance as a matter of industrial health, as a tonic to their production departments, as an incentive to maintenance of high standards, and as a countercheck on their own inspectors. The relation of the institution to retailers, contractors, and officials already has been indicated, but there are two lines of special influence that deserve a word of discussion. The first of these is its potential effect on the architectural profession. As is well known, America's per capita fire loss is many times that of Europe. This is due in part to the higher average of carelessness in this country and to the greater employment of hazardous devices and materials, but it also is largely due to the greater combustibility of building construction in the United States. Making all due allowance for the inevitable employment of frame construction, it still is true that the many ways in which combustibility can be reduced are worthy of the largest attention on the part of architects. Architecture is one of the fine arts in its aesthetic appeal, and many architects are so intent upon the beauty and convenience of their designs as to underestimate the fire hazard sometimes inherent in their finest effects. While some leaders of the profession are wholehearted advocates of fire-safe construction, it still is true that many of the rank and file are not yet aroused to a consciousness of its importance. In a sense, the architects of America are responsible for its buildings, even for that large percentage in which an architect was not employed, since the natural leadership in the field is theirs. If every architect should familiarize himself with the results of the investigations made by Underwriters' Laboratories as to structural materials, firefighting equipment, electrical materials, and other related subjects, it could not fail to exert an important influence on the safety of American communities. Another field of influence is that of scientific and technical education. Most institutions of higher learning are equipped for laboratory work of various kinds, but these, in the past, have devoted far more attention to abstract than to applied science. The practical application of scientific knowledge to problems of public safety found in the investigations of Underwriters' Laboratories is suggestive of a large field of indirect helplessness to schools and colleges. An admirable example of this relationship already exists with regard to some classes of the Armour Institute of Technology. Furthermore, the comparatively new profession of fire prevention engineering is now engaging the attention of an increasing number of students. Conservation of all kinds is so importantly related to national prosperity that everything tending to reduce hazard and diminish loss enjoys a status almost unknown a generation ago. The promotion of conservation is becoming more and more a professional matter in that it involves the formulation of methods that have approved themselves in practice. And among all the branches of conservation, few have reached a stage of development comparable to that of fire prevention. It has already come about that fire prevention engineers, as such, are employed in industrial and public service concerns, as well as by underwriting organizations, and the day may not be far distant when fire prevention engineers will be attached to all leading architects' offices. Underwriters' Laboratories already has graduated members of its staff into outside positions of responsibility, and its studies are contributing materially to the development of this new profession. However, the influence of the laboratories in underwriting, industrial, architectural, commercial, educational, and engineering fields is, after all, collateral to its most important function, which is that of increasing the safety of the public. People live in houses. These houses may be covered with combustible or with fire-resistive roofings. They may be equipped with safeguarded or with hazardous lighting and heating installations. They may be constructed of materials and in a manner to protect the lives of the occupants or to invite disaster. People, millions of them, are employed in factories where they come in contact with countless industrial processes that may be made either dangerous or harmless. People ride in automobiles. People are preyed upon by the tens of thousands of cracksmen who invest the country and, in defense, place their reliance in locks and alarms. People, in short, during almost every hour of their lives, consciously or unconsciously, are involved in some of the hundreds of safety problems for whose solution Underwriters' Laboratories exist and whose magnitude is implied in its issue of more than 500 million labels in a single year. In spite of the multiplicity of disasters that seem to be the product of our crowded modern life, no unprejudiced student can escape the conclusion that life and property in America are, even now, far safer than would have been the case had not this institution devoted its powers upon so large a scale to the reduction of human hazard. Even now, this effect is appreciable, but in a peculiar degree. The work which produces it is related to the future rather than to the present or the past. Civilization is not static. The processes of change were never so swift nor diverse. Material conditions no longer are reckoned in centuries or even in decades. They are transformed in years. Everywhere applied science is opening new vistas of production, transportation, and communication. Everywhere man is being supplied with new resources and, as a natural corollary, is being menaced by new perils. With humanity ceaselessly discarding its past and plunging forward into the uncertainties of its future, it is reassuring to note the steady progress of an organization whose protective influence entitles it to be regarded as a symbol of safety. End of A Symbol of Safety, an interpretive study of a notable institution organized for service, not profit, by Harry Chase Brearley.